Chapter 751, The End of the Old Guard, The Appearance of the Newcomer. Scourge also became the only one who did not come to the medical center after the defeat. He is a cyborg, and a large part of his body is mechanical. Ordinary Pokemon ability users, even Steel-type ones, will stay in the main body when the ability is released after the metal body is damaged, but Scourge is different. The damage to the mechanized body is very special. Page 1's Flame Fang broke his parts, which is beyond the medical center's ability. The range of treatment, you have to go to the weapon repair station. As for Page 1, the scales of Garchomp's defense is not low. Although it does not have a steel body, those tiny scales also form a structure like fish scales, providing strong defense for the main body. But there is a limit to defense. After using up Scourge's ammunition depot, Page 1 was also injured. He came here to adjust it daily. It's a pity that Garchomp's skill set does not include Dragon Dance, otherwise Garchomp can use stronger power. Congratulations, Xiao Pei, you have defeated Scourge. Yes, you are really amazing to have achieved this at this age. Most of the people present are old cotters of the beasts. When Page 1 was picked up by Kaido, they were already members of the beasts. It can be said that they watched the siblings grow up. The little kid at the time grew up to be a cotter of the pirate group, which is something worth celebrating. Thanks to the power of Lord Arceus, where is my sister? Page 1 looked around the ward and didn't see the seriously injured Ultai. He judged this serious injury in his mind. In his opinion, Ultai's character could not retreat unscathed in such a battle. It was good enough that her hands and feet were broken. After all, his sister was the most stubborn among all beasts, even comparable to Jack. Ultai hasn't finished yet. To be precise, it just started not long ago. The venue was occupied before and it has just been vacated. Mander Fesh pointed to the Rotom screen of the medical station. The battle between Ultai and Hold'em had just begun, but it went straight into a white-hot battle. At the same time, Page 1's impression was confirmed. Ultai's battle was still so simple. Facing the jet flames used by Hold'em's Flame Lion, Ultai used the most straightforward fighting method and rushed head-on. With the blessing of Dragon Dance, she relied on the sharp axe teeth and the speed of sprinting to carve out a path in the raging fire. Facing the enemy's attack, Page 1 chose to evade first, so he fought with Scourge for a long time until he ran out of the opponent's ammunition. In a very safe situation, he chose to attack. But Ultai's choice was completely different. After she judged that she could handle the opponent's attack, she rushed forward head-on. The pair of axe teeth of the Double Axe War Dragon were the most reliable weapons for it, just like the hammer of the Giant Forger and the head knife of the Commander of the Splitting. Under the transformation of Arceus, Ultai's Double Axe War Dragon could temporarily take off the axe teeth and equip them on the outside of both arms to form two-arm axes. Bang! The axe blade hit the ground. Looking at Ultai's strength and speed, Hold'em felt something was wrong. Ultai was completely different from the beginning. At the beginning, Ultai was not so violent. She just blocked his jet of flames, but as she blocked, she began to shorten the distance between the two people as if she had awakened. Transformed into a beast, Hold'em swept his tail, and a series of golden stars were swept towards Ultai. This time, there was no flame blocking his vision, and he finally saw what was happening. When Ultai used his axe to split the attacking stars, a layer of purple light flashed on the surface of his body. That is Dragon Dance? Have you learned the trick of Brother Kaido? Ordinary people need to twist on the spot to release Dragon Dance, but Kaido has already integrated Dragon Dance into his combat skills in many years of fighting. Dragon Dance Bagua is a skill specially extended for this purpose. And Ultai's action just now is almost a replica of Kaido. She used the bonus of Dragon Dance to carry out special defense and learned Kaido's set of attack instead of defense thoroughly. Ah! Is this difficult? It's not complicated. Don't talk nonsense. I want to decide your position. I don't want to be behind Xiao Pei. Headshot. She is very talented in this aspect. It didn't take long for her to integrate this matter and transform it into her own fighting style. It's easy to say, but it's not so easy for the body. She is 2 years older than Page 1, but she is only 15 years old. Kaido can withstand the amplification of Dragon Dance for a long time. But she can't. If this state lasts too long, she will be the first to be unable to bear it. This is also the root cause of her abnormal violence in combat. She stacks Dragon Dance while evading, and then launches a surprise attack. During the duration of the enhancement, she quickly defeats her enemies. She is going in two completely different directions from page 1. Looking at the aggressive ulti, Hold'em's expression is very ugly. He thought he had successfully consumed the opponent at the beginning, but it gave her time to stack buffs. Although he avoided this attack, the speed of Dragon Dance enhancement made it impossible for him to completely get rid of ulti. At this time, the Axe Fang has returned to its original position. Ulti, who has also entered the beast form, jumped high, and the Axe Fang flashed a deadly cold light. Ul's Fang Slash. The lower limbs of the double axe war dragon transformed from the Pachycephalosaurus are more developed, which makes Ulti's lower body more stable. The sharp axe fangs further enhance her attack power. Moreover, in the previous battle, she stacked the Dragon Dance to 4 layers. As the axe fangs left a huge scar on Hold'em's abdomen, the replacement battle of the beasts finally came to an end. After some minor adjustments, the new generation of numberers have stepped onto the stage of the beasts. Setsuna Lucario. No. 1 Mand Urfish Gyarados. No. 2 Jack King Bronze Elephant. No. 3 Black Maria Electric Spider. No. 4 Francis Drake Rentgen Cat. No. 5 G Wood Fortress Dragon. No. 6 Foz F Saber-Tooth Tiger. No. 7 Iska Giant Mantis. No. 8 Ulti Double Axe War Dragon. No. 9 Page 1 Greek Shark. Foz Fu became the only gifter in the crowd. If the 3 people behind him were not young, he might not be able to completely defeat them. The original No. 2 No. 9 basically replaced the positions of No. 10 No. 19, and many people's rankings were just backward. But this battle is not over yet. Among the beasts, the most unstable is not a certain member, but Kaido himself. The fighting of his subordinates ignited his fighting spirit. When Tutu Dog renumbered them one by one, Kaido suddenly jumped down from the air with his bare hands and took Quinn's microphone halfway. Hee, guys. Great job, no matter you are male or female, no matter your age, as long as you have the strength, you can get everything here. Let's take this opportunity to play a game. You can come together, as long as someone can knock me to the ground, I will fulfill that person's wish. White Dove. Chapter 752, Kaido in the Atmosphere. It's not scientific, Godfather, it's not scientific, Dad should find a doctor to check his brain. What's wrong? Don't you think what Dad did is abnormal? He shouldn't do this under normal circumstances. When she heard Kaido say that, she was actually shocked in her heart. According to Kaido's past habits, he would most likely throw her down, and then give others exaggerated rewards, and said that they would either beat her or practice with him. Under this kind of coercion and inducement, she would inevitably encounter a new torture. There were no big codders present. Setsuna and Manderfesh could burst out disaster-level combat power, but their status was already very high, and Kaido's threat would not involve them. As for Quinn, she couldn't do anything that would have a big impact in this environment, but such a large group of people with special abilities was enough to torment her. That's why Kaido actually did the opposite. Not only did he not torture her, he also jumped down by himself. Over the years, when has your father ever been normal? Would a normal person get drunk in the Marine branch and then sleep directly in the Marine base? Has he done this before? How come I don't know? It happened a long time ago, probably near Shampoo. Anyway, we hadn't entered the New World at that time, and you hadn't been born yet. If this incident doesn't count, what you know is enough to explain everything. That being said, I still think there is a problem. He must have a conspiracy. Yamato knew that Kaido's brain circuit was different from that of normal people. She was not surprised that Kaido would get drunk in the Marine base, nor was she surprised that Kaido would go down to look for a fight. Itchy hands, nothing to do, these reasons that are not reasons are enough. What she was surprised about was that Kaido didn't put any strange pressure on her. In just a few minutes, she had already imagined dozens of things Kaido might do, but it was not clear what Kaido was thinking. In this regard, he was always unexpected. By the way, Godfather, were your previous adventures interesting? Not bad, many of the elders now came from that time, Manderfesh, Babanuki, Setsuna when he was a child, and Olga and Elizabeth in the Sea King category. Aren't you not interested? Why do you think of it again? It's not that I'm not interested, but it's boring to know in advance. The sea is so big, I still want to see those mysterious places by myself. Exploration is one of the themes of her life. Unless she is performing some special tasks, she will not look at the detailed information of the island, but will explore it by herself. The independent island has generated countless natural landforms and local customs. These mysteries attracted those orthodox adventurers, and Yamato is one of them. But I think my father is very wrong this time, so I want to analyze his previous living habits, maybe I can see through his conspiracy. This story is not short, wait for me to tell you slowly. When Yamato was discussing the past, the battle below had already begun. Under Kaido's coercion and inducement, he started a new round of mutual fighting with the remaining venue. He wrote a blank check, and he was very relieved to do so, not worried that the wish was beyond his ability. Because he was confident that no one could defeat him, as long as the conditions could not be met, then naturally there was no need to cash the reward. And Arceus added an additional condition. The time is until the stone pillar falls back to the ground. After the island is restored to its original state, this event ends here. Lottery must have a time limit, otherwise if Kaido really hits it, it may take a long time. As for Yamato's worries, it is not unreasonable, but she is thinking in the wrong direction. Kaido didn't plan to train her body this time. This level of fighting was meaningless to her. If she wanted to make further breakthroughs, at least the disaster level Cotters had to show their best skills. And he had already discovered that Yamato was always on guard against him, and often used her brain to think about countermeasures. Since she liked to think, let her think more. Kaido deliberately did something that Yamato felt was abnormal, but in fact, he didn't intend to do anything. Compared with the slap that had already fallen, the one hanging in the air could bring more tension. As long as Kaido did nothing, Yamato would be in a state of tension all the time, thus achieving another level of training. Before she discovered the essence of this matter, it would be difficult for her to relax. As for Kaido himself, he had already expanded his scope of activities to the entire island. Not only the numberers, but anyone who came to this island could participate in the activities of defeating him. In this process, he himself was experiencing the fighting fun, but also examining these younger brothers. There is only one reward, that is, only those who finally defeat him can get the reward. There is no trophy here. If you want to snatch the last drop of blood from Bo, you have to be careful of your companions. When he deliberately reveals some flaws, some people are indeed dragging their companions down. This is a negative thinking of human beings. You can't get what I can't get, and such people will drop several levels in Kaido's heart. He does not oppose infighting, and even supports infighting. After all, Kaido believes that force is what determines value. If a person is strong enough, he is qualified to occupy more resources. But the premise is to solve the enemy first. If they have defeated themselves, it is acceptable to do so, but if they can't even tell the strength of the enemy, they will stop here. Such people have little room for growth. The big Cotters and high-level Cotters have been finalized, and the new generation has almost grown up. Now Kaido is selecting suitable grassroots Cotters, but in the eyes of outsiders, Kaido's situation is very special. Since the island was raised by Arceus, the surveillance ship could not monitor the detailed situation. Although the Navy popularized some flying dragons, due to the cost, Sengoku currently equipped dragons in some branches in the New World. After the equipment, they found out how convenient aerial reconnaissance was, but these surveillance ships were not qualified to be equipped with those expensive dragons, and the cost of 3 warships could not afford the loss. Therefore, the Navy is asking Vegapunk to make some small, cheaper ordinary creatures so that they can be equipped on warships for daily reconnaissance activities. This is the Navy 178 surveillance ship. The latest intelligence is that the Beast's pirates are suspected of rebellion, and Kaido is fighting with his pirates. Of course, this kind of information will only allow the headquarters to remark the composition of the pirate group, and will not carry out large-scale operations. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 753, The Prologue of the Four Emperors Era. Whether it is the Sea Emperor or the 7 warlords of the sea, they are all pirates. The only difference is strength. As for the pirate group, betrayal is the norm. Even some affiliated forces that joined the Sea Emperor have different purposes. As long as the opportunity is right, they will not hesitate to launch a rebellion. Of course, since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the Sea Emperor has ruled the sea, and none of the rebellious pirates have succeeded. Charlotte Linlin, Edward Newgate, Kaido, they all told others the consequences with blood. Betrayal is common, but you have to pay the consequences. There is no doubt about the result of the battle. The stronger the person, the more he knows how big the gap between him and Kaido is, and the more he is slacking off. So Kaido returned to Nagashima with a large number of people after just one fight. A grand banquet has been prepared. If you are unhappy, you have to have a banquet to be happy, and if you are happy, you have to have a banquet to celebrate. If you win a battle, you have to have a banquet to celebrate the victory, and if you lose, you have to have a banquet to boost morale. This is the pirate group. Any reason, or no reason is needed, just because they want to, they can start a grand banquet. Newcomers have appeared, and a large number of grassroots cotters have gathered together. There is no need to find other reasons. Cheers! In Nagashima, a grand banquet has begun. Quinn has found another opportunity to show himself. He is dancing with his younger brother. Other pirates are also gathering in groups of 3 or 2 according to their daily relationships. Brother Jack, congratulations! You are getting closer and closer to the disaster. Yes, as long as you defeat those 2 and get the recognition of Brother Kaido, you will be the new disaster. Jinrami and Sip's head flattered Jack on the side. Becoming Kaido's right-hand man has always been his pursuit, and in Jack's eyes, being a disaster cotter can meet this need. It is not particularly complicated to become a disaster. Either replace the original disaster, or let Kaido recognize his own strength and add a new disaster position, but these are not so easy and require strength. Well, you two should also train hard. If you are so weak, how can you be my subordinates? The 2 fruits belong to you. Don't waste the power of the elephant. Even though the 2 of them were flattering him, Jack didn't seem very happy. He just distributed the ordinary elephant and ancient mammoth fruits to them. This was enough for them, but in the next moment, Jack showed what it meant to change his face. His originally cold face had a little more tenderness, because his frost milk fairy had already jumped over. Behind it were Miauna and Wolf, as well as Mand Fish with his daughter and wife. Brother Mand Fish, congratulations on having a daughter. Jack lowered his arms and let the frost milk fairy climb onto his shoulders. He drank the wine in his hand and gestured to Mand Fish. Originally, Rusalka and Setsuna were discussing some parenting experiences, but as they talked, Setsuna found that there was nothing to say. The situation of Miauna and Wolf would probably not be replicated on the half-mare man, so there was no reference at all. Well, we'll go there first. If you're interested, come over later. It's the new store that Kojiro opened. Okay, I got it. People have different habits. Mand Fish used to like this kind of lively environment, but this time he brought his daughter with him, so he wanted to find a slightly quieter place. Strictly speaking, that place is a private branch venue, and only cotters are qualified to enter. As for the expenses, it was Drake who invited the guests, but it was not certain who borrowed the money. According to normal habits, it is a rule that guests should not bring guests, but Jack is different. Drake means to call all old acquaintances over. After the initial celebration, the cotters left one after another, leaving the place to ordinary subordinates. Many Pokémon can still be seen. At this time, a drunkard was being played around by the Wind Fairy and didn't know where he was. Outside the Ghost Island, they also saw many steel Pokémon, such as the Giant Forger and the Commander, who were gathered together. They looked at each other and didn't know what they were thinking. This is the branch venue of steel Pokémon. Due to the problem of steel, they are not allowed to enter the Ghost Island unless there are special circumstances, so they gathered outside. When Manderfesh and others arrived at the agreed place, they saw Yamato and Ultai who were drinking, and Page 1 who was forcibly pulled by Ultai. You guys are finally here. Are you not drunk yet? I'll treat you today, drink as much as you want. She picked up a different bottle and started drinking with the people next to her. This was her special supply. She was thrifty, but she went into debt to treat guests. She was wasteful, but she did not forget to use her low-income card to slightly reduce her debt. Almost all the current top 10 numberers and the old top 10 numberers were here, including all kinds of people. The diligent model worker, the Duke of Zou who didn't want to take office, the quiet fisherman, the extremely irritable iron-head girl, and the idealist Justice. The old sister who was in debt every day, the cyborg who missed the past when she saw the single-digit number she lost, and the former agent who tried to integrate into the crowd. They had different purposes, but eventually gathered under the same pirate flag. Even if there might be small frictions between them, they were working towards a common goal. By the way, where's? Didn't he come? This was almost a team building for the cotters. The absence of made Mand feel a little strange. If there was no big conflict, he had to give him some face. He is here, but he just went back to Rabbit Bowl to move some wine. He said that he brewed a lot of good wine some time ago and wanted to share it with us. And he seemed to be planning to share something with the Boscodora in the mine, so he was delayed. Pokemon have different personalities. Everyone has a few Pokemon with whom they have a good relationship, and they may also have strange habits. For example, Drake often asks some Pokemon if they can gather treasures, hoping to get some extra wealth. After the banquet, a large number of cotters began to return to their original territories, and time passed silently. The replacement battle of the beasts took place at the end of the year. When the big cotters of the beasts returned, the time had come to 1516. During this period, a major event also happened on the sea. Red-haired Shanks finally established his title as the Emperor of the Sea. The New World has once again gained an unshakable monster. The era of Red Hair, Beast, Big Mom, and Whitebeard, the four of them being collectively known as the Four Emperors, has arrived. White Dove. Chapter 754, The Four Emperors, the Navy, and the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Bang! In the Navy headquarters, a loud noise came from the office. Sengoku rubbed his forehead while looking at the newspaper in his hand. These guys are really restless, making such a big noise again. And Morgan's, will it cost him his life if he says less of this? Crackle, crackle. Does he know that the sea will become more turbulent like this? Crackle, crackle. If this goes on. Crackle, crackle. Garb. Enough. I didn't ask you to come here to eat senbei, put them down. Zhang Guo's patience seemed to have reached its limit. He snatched all the senbei in Garp's hand, tore open the bag and poured it into his mouth, but the next moment, Garp took out another bag like a magic trick. Kakeki, it's useless to tell me. It's already happened. Are you going to arrest them all? You. Sometimes he envied Garp's way of working without having to worry about anything and talking nonsense to those officials. He wanted to arrest all the pirates, but even if he ignored the issue of strength, the world government would not allow them to start a war easily. Forget it, let's have a meeting first. There are quite a lot of things recently. We need to let everyone know the recent changes. Crane, is it okay for you to come? Don't we have brand new? Let him handle it first. I think he is quite talented in this area. Don't learn from Garp. Zephyr is also like this now. You guys. Sengoku had no words to say, but he didn't stop him. Branyu's words really had the ability to do this well. So after the call, the generals who were still in the headquarters began to gather. In addition to the three generals, a large number of lieutenant generals and major generals of the headquarters gathered under the stage, waiting for Sengoku's instructions. The admirals have special secretaries who will report to them in detail in private, and they are not required to participate in the meeting. Everyone, you should have heard about some recent events. Today we are not going to issue any combat missions, but to popularize the latest changes in the situation to everyone. Next, Branyu will convey to you that you must remember what happened today. After all, this is a new change in the entire sea. Branyu also took a stack of bounties and walked up to the podium. Looking at the crowd of people with higher ranks than him, he did not feel stage fright at all, but adjusted the den mushi to prepare. First of all, this is a pirate group that you are all familiar with, the Whitebeard Pirates, which has 16 squads and 43 affiliated pirate groups. The Captain Edward Newgate is known as the strongest man in the world, with a bounty of 5.046 billion berries. Now the 15 captains of the Beard Pirates are all very powerful pirates. As an old force, they are extremely powerful in the New World. Swiping the bounty order, the information about Whitebeard appeared on the projection screen one by one, introducing those powerful pirates. Secondly, it is said that he attacked the village of Elbaf, a giant tribe, when he was young. He is a natural monster who only believes in blood. Together with 85 children, he created and ruled the cruel and dictatorial queen of the kingdom of Totland, the country of snacks. Captain of the Big Mom Pirates Charlotte Linlin, bounty of 3.8 billion Baileys. Every time Branyu said a piece of information, the mouths of the navy below opened a little wider. The Emperor of the Sea itself is not something that these grassroots generals can deal with. They know that there are many powerful pirates on the sea, but many people have no knowledge of this bounty, so they are shocked when they hear the bounty. Also, he has won the respect of the pirates with his own strength, and has a large number of powerful cotters and unknown biological weapons under his command. The actual ruler of Wano country, the destroyer of the kingdom of Zekai, the plunderer of the kingdom of Stantine, the governor of the beasts pirates, the strongest creature beasts Kaido, with a bounty of 4.677 billion berries. He has extremely powerful cotters under him, all of whom are mythical beasts, Jin, Quinn, Olga, Shayna, Ziraura. And the headquarters below the vice-admiral cannot entangle with him. At the same time, there are more than 100 numbered people who use numbers to determine the strength ranking. It is the pirate group with the largest number of people with abilities on the sea. In addition to their vice-captain Arceus, Kaido's daughter Yamato, although the two rarely show up, the strength of the beasts pirates may have become the most powerful pirate group on the sea. After telling the information, Branny did not turn the page directly, but turned the previous part back. The most critical issue is that there is a conflict between the Big Mom pirates and the beasts pirates, but they have a close connection. There is a high probability that the two will form a pirate alliance, which is a point to pay attention to. Then Branny turned the page again, and a red-haired figure appeared on the projection cloth. And the last one, the destroyer of Elijah, the youngest of the four. The red-hair pirates, which is deeply trusted by subordinates and has powerful cotters such as Beckman, Lachi Lu, and Jesus Bulletin, has the highest average bounty, the most balanced, and can be said to be an iron-walled pirate group without any weaknesses. Its captain, Red-Hair Shanks, the leader of the Red-Hair Pirates, has a bounty of 3.6 billion baileys. The total bounty is undoubtedly higher for the beasts pirates, but they also have the most cotters. After averaging, it becomes less. These four are all called the Emperors of the Sea, and Morgans even calls them the Four Emperors. Everyone, more troublesome times may be coming. The bounties of the four people appeared on the screen at the same time, and then 7 special bounties appeared below. Amazon Lily King, Captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates, Pirate Queen Boa Hancock. Captain of the Sun Pirates Sea Knight Jinbe. Captain of the Donquixote Pirates Dianyasha Donquixote da Flamingo. Former Captain of the Gecko Pirates, current Captain of the Thriller Bark Pirates Gecko Moria. The world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye, Horker My Hawk. Former King of the Salbi Kingdom, Tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma. In addition, King Crocodile of Sand, the Shishibukai are ready. XXXX. Although these people are pirates, they are also famous strong men. They have reached an agreement with the world government. To a certain extent, they are our allies. Although they are called the Four Emperors, they are not a monolithic group. Everyone, for the justice in your heart, please work together. They want to let other generals understand the situation in the sea, not to intimidate them. After telling the intelligence, the next work is not the responsibility of Branyu. At the same time, people all over the world are watching this news, and some people also show incredible tacit understanding. In the East China Sea, Buggy held the newspaper with his eyes wide open, and in Nagashima, Olga pinched her face while looking at the newspaper. When they confirmed that this person was Shanks, not someone with the same name, the two were surprisingly synchronized. How could Shanks become one of the Four Emperors? White Pigeon. Chapter 755, They are all red, but why is there such a big difference? The Pirate Journey of Arceus Chapter 755, They are all red, but why is there such a big difference? Not long ago, in the East China Sea, on an ordinary island, a group of pirates were sweating, holding shovels and pickaxes, and digging the rock below. A man with a red nose was flying in the air, commanding his brothers below. Buggy the Clown, the captain of the Buggy Pirates, with a bounty of 10 million baileys, was a former trainee of the Roger Pirates and a good brother of Red Hair Shanks. This number was not proportional to the 3.6 billion of red hair. No one would have thought that this man who was looking for treasure in the East China Sea had an extremely powerful network of contacts. Even Whitebeard remembered that extremely obvious red nose. His flight was different because the body flying in the sky had no feet, and those 2 feet still stayed on the ground. This is Buggy's application of the split fruit, which can split himself into many pieces. Immune to sharp weapons, the effective control range of the ability is 200 meters with the feet as the radius. Beyond 200 meters, he will lose control of his body. Except for the feet, the rest of the body can fly. At this time, Buggy is flying in the sky, serving as a supervisor in the middle. There are many pirates under his command, but the quality compared with the pirate group, this place is more like a more vicious circus. 2 hands separated from his arms and grabbed the collar of his younger brother. Relying on the ability of the split fruit, Buggy is basically invincible in the East China Sea. As a professional treasure hunter, how could he misread the treasure map? It was at this time that a news bird flapped its wings and flew over. Looking at Buggy in the sky, it flew directly with a newspaper. In the eyes of the news bird, Buggy is definitely a high-quality customer, and he has learned to fly to the sky to get the newspaper by himself. Looking at the passing news bird, Buggy waved his hand to indicate that he also needs a newspaper. At this time, Buggy is also a more vicious pirate in the East China Sea, but except for those who are starving to death and trying to take emergency shelter, no one is willing to hurt the news bird. After putting the coin into the pocket of the news bird, Buggy browsed the recent news. Sometimes you can find some clues of treasure in the newspaper. Then, he saw an unacceptable scene. New Sea Emperor, red-haired Shanks, the era of the 4 emperors has come. The Navy will give nicknames to pirates, but will not give this group a new positioning. Roger's original title of Pirate King was because he reached Raftel and completed that feat. The 7 warlords of the sea are powerful pirates that the world government is looking for to balance the sea, so they need a majestic title. As for the original Sea Emperor and the current 4 emperors, this is all the result of Morgan's hype for attention. Bakey will read newspapers, but he only looks for some interesting ones. In any case, he is also a person who has traveled all over the New World with Roger's pirate group. He is really not interested in ordinary things. And his relationship with Shanks is also complicated. In general, he now hates the person who ruined his dream, so he didn't pay attention to the previous things until now. He saw this news. I was so angry that the plasmolysis was separated. Buggy really did this. He kept splitting and reorganizing in the sky, making various incomprehensible movements, and the bounty order mixed in the newspaper also fell down, which stunned the younger brother below. Mind your own business. Hurry up and dig out the treasure for me. When he heard the people below call Shanks a big shot, Buggy's emotions were further ignited. Amidst the complicated emotions, Buggy also joined the excavation team and began to transform those complicated emotions into physical labor. With their unremitting efforts, they finally smashed a hole in the rock layer, and then some black liquid flowed out. Previously, he didn't know the exact location. Now that the so-called treasure has been dug out, the result is black water that he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't have the same opportunity as Shanks, so he plans to use these things to vent. As for the result, Buggy bullets, Buggy's special artillery ammunition, are extremely powerful, but this explosion is not just a problem with Buggy bullets. Buggy has some problems in translating the treasure map. It says liquid gold, and this liquid gold is not a literal thing. The development of different islands in the sea is very different, from prehistoric civilization to future technology. Buggy's treasure map happens to be an island in the Second Industrial Revolution period. Oil is no less valuable to them than gold. But Buggy did not find this problem, which led to the current situation. At the same time, in Onigashima, Olga's heart was also complicated when she saw Shanks, who had completely established the title of the Emperor. Shanks had a great reputation before, but in this era of Roger's death, the 4 emperors were undoubtedly pirates, not to mention that Kaido was also one of the 4 emperors. Seeing Shanks become a peer of her boss, she still had a lot of feelings. After all, he was just a defeated opponent of hers. Pirates in the New World often need to supplement information to find out who is doing better recently, but no matter how she thinks, there is no information about Buggy. White Dove. Chapter 756, Big Mom's Dream Marriage. As long as he is stronger, he will always attract the attention of the New World pirates. Buggy just disappeared like a human being. This is not a problem for ordinary people. He is just too weak. But the two were inseparable at the beginning. Now one has become the Emperor of the Sea. The other should not be unknown. However, she did not delve into this issue and read the detailed report. Why, do you want to try with him again? According to the rules of pirates, if you beat him, you will be the Emperor of the Sea. No, now you should be called one of the 4 emperors. Morgan's newspaper is very influential. As a private news organization, it can ignore the decrees of the world government and publish those banned news. Although there are factors of indulgence from the world government, such as Roxas things that he wants to conceal, Morgan's can't find any news, but it can also reflect his uniqueness. He was the one who spread the title of the Emperor of the Sea. Maybe he thought the 3 emperors were not nice. It was not until Shanks ascended the throne that he proposed the general name of the 4 emperors. Forget it, I don't want to ruin my 100% winning rate of 2 battles. This guy can do that even with an arm missing. He is really capable. There have been famous pirates in recent years, but no one has ever been called the Emperor of the Sea. Strength is one thing, and record is another. The title was first mentioned because the kingdom of West Kai was destroyed. Morgans praised Kaido as the Emperor of the Sea, and cited two veteran pirates, Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, as examples. According to outside intelligence, Shanks also did something to destroy a country. He was the one who took the blame for the destruction of Elijah, but at that time, he did not get this position. In discussion, this is related to the conflict he had on the sea a few days ago. During the period after the Battle of the Beasts, the Big Mom Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates had a conflict. The cause was that due to drought, the fruit production of an island decreased significantly, and it was unable to provide enough fruit to the Big Mom Pirates as in previous years. Charlotte Linlin would not think about the reason. As long as she could not get what she wanted, she would be destroyed. But the people on this island met the Red Hair Pirates by chance, so Shanks wanted to protect them, and it eventually turned into a battle for territory. Shanks and Charlotte Linlin had a big battle, which ended in Charlotte Linlin's bulimia. He did not lose the battle for several days and stopped the Big Mom Pirates with only one arm. This is one of the reasons why Shanks became the Emperor. Aren't you deceiving yourself? Humph, it's okay to tell others anyway. That guy lost to me twice, and he did it with others. She knew very well what it meant to be able to fight Big Mom for so long. She didn't have much ambition and was content with the status quo. Even other people were mostly sighing, and there were also many people who wanted to challenge this new Sea Emperor. After all, his reputation was a little worse than that of the old Sea Emperor. However, those who didn't give Shanks face had a bad life afterwards. Shanks was also a pirate. If you offended him or attacked his territory, he would not show mercy. Gulala, has that kid gone to this point? I'm really old. On the Moby Dick, the traces of time still appeared on Whitebeard's body, and conditioning medicines had become a must-have on the ship. The medicines produced by the 100 Beasts fruit were indeed effective, but Whitebeard's health was not a problem that appeared overnight, and he had no way to deal with it after years of fighting. Last time, it was Kaido who showed his powerful strength, and this time, it was the little kid who ascended to the throne, which made Whitebeard sigh that he was really old. No, Dad, you are still in your prime. Yes, Dad, our voyage has just begun. Gulala, that's right, forget it, guys. Let's have a party. Shanks becoming one of the 4 emperors has nothing to do with them, but they still held a party for no reason. In the performing arts department of the Beast Fruit, Yuda's mood was also complicated. The status of the Red Hair Pirates has risen, which means that she needs a greater reputation to become a singer worthy of this pirate group. In the Red Hair Pirates, as the parties involved, they are drinking heartlessly, and there is also a confused Hawkeye on the scene. Since Shanks lost his left arm, he has lost interest in challenging the other party. This time he just passed by for something and took the opportunity to see this old friend. Unexpectedly, he was directly pulled into the party. As a successful person, it is normal for Shanks to hold a banquet, but in the kingdom of Totland, Charlotte Linlin was not angry, but was full of joy. Sparrow, Katakuri, how are the preparations going? Mom, everything is ready. The invitation to the tea party has been sent out. We are just waiting for the guests to come. Well, very good. Such Totland is the real 10,000 kingdoms. In this way, the army of the world's strongest country can also be used by me. On the throne made of desserts, Charlotte Linlin is imagining the future. Her thinking must be very different from that of normal people. What if the family cotters are not enough? Find a husband and have children. What if the family's future combat power is not enough? Find a new husband and continue to have children. Whitebeard and Kaido's cotters are recruited from all over the world, but Charlotte Linlin is very special. She finds husbands of different races from all over the world, gives birth to children, and trains them as cotters. Or use them for marriage and train their other half. But 2 years ago, after giving birth to her last daughter, she hadn't been pregnant for a long time. The battle with Shanks was not pleasant. She didn't lose, but at the cotter level, except Katakuri, everyone else was suppressed. She didn't get angry not because she didn't care, but because her mind was occupied by another happy event. Not long ago, someone proposed to her daughter. This kind of thing is not uncommon. There are many people who want to marry into the Big Mom Pirates. What makes Big Mom happy is the identity of the other party. The son of the king of the Elbaf giant kingdom Loki. Because she destroyed a village in the Elbaf kingdom when she was young and caused the death of the giant hero Yorlu due to injuries, Charlotte Linlin is a hated existence by giants all over the world. Now the opportunity has come. As long as she marries Loki, her daughter will become the princess of Elbaf, and the past grievances will have a chance to be resolved, so she didn't take the temporary failure to heart. Elbaf's strength is known as the world's first country. If this giant army joins her, the world's pattern will inevitably change again. White Dove. Chapter 757, Father's Good Intentions. Have all the invited people responded? Yes, they all said they would come to the engagement ceremony on time, but the Beast's pirates have not yet responded. They will come. By the way, have I made my request clear? Yes, we have specially invited the Ziraura couple to participate in this engagement ceremony. Well, that's good. It's a pity that you could have had a few more brothers and sisters. Speaking of Ziraura law, Charlotte Linlin seemed to be nostalgic. If it weren't for the other party's special status, she would have definitely snatched the bride at that time, judging from the strength that Ziraura has shown in recent years. If he had chosen to marry her back then, the child born would not be weaker than Katakuri. As for the current invitation, there is no special meaning. Charlotte Linlin's personality is actually very changeable. Sometimes she is extremely cruel, and sometimes she is as naive as a child. In her opinion, Ziraura is also a friend. And they are fur tribes. There are not many fur tribes in Totland. She also hopes that more fur tribes will come here to settle down. It's a pity that Kaido doesn't agree with marriage at all, otherwise, we would have been the strongest pirate group long ago. Thinking of this, Charlotte Linlin suddenly became a little angry. In addition to finding a husband for herself, Charlotte Linlin would also arrange marriages for her children. Their husbands or wives have their own status. Charlotte Linlin saw the rise of Yamato, and she certainly hoped that one of her sons could marry Kaido's daughter. However, as soon as she started the topic, she was ridiculed by Kaido. She had her own ideas for inviting the beasts. On the one hand, it was to show her power, and the status of the guests could also reflect the status of the host family. As a pirate, she couldn't invite the navy to attend the ceremony. She invited people from the underground world, and in today's underground world, the beasts are the biggest card. On the other hand, it seems that she wants to tell this little brother that if you don't marry, I can find a better one. Get everything ready, if something unexpected happens. Charlotte Linlin didn't say anything else, but her eyes swept across Katakuri and Perospero, and even they felt a chill. Don't worry, mother, we will do it. No matter which sea emperor, they all value their face. For them, losing face is a big deal. The venue has begun to be arranged on Cake Island, and the cotters of the pirate group have also gone to various places to collect ingredients for this year. Although she is keen on tea parties, Charlotte Linlin is not crazy enough to hold tea parties every day. She also knows that the total amount of food that can be handed over by the islands in the territory is limited, so the number of events held each year is also limited. If she held events without limit, the territory would probably be empty long ago, but even so, there are still islands that are often punished for not being able to pay food. While Charlotte Linlin was busy holding the engagement ceremony, the beasts also received the invitation. Hehe, marrying the giants? That old woman really did something amazing. Looking at the content on the letter, Kaido didn't know what he was thinking, and then he got up and went to the sky island above, and found Zoro who was farming. There is a ready-made giant here, and he should know something special. Elbaf and Big Mom. Hearing this information, Zoro also showed an incredible look. There is more than one giant country in the sea, but among these giant countries, Elbaf is undoubtedly the strongest, and other giant countries will also make corresponding measures according to Elbaf's actions. Yorulu's death is a thorn in the hearts of the giants. Charlotte Linlin is the public enemy of the giants, and this is no exception for Zoro. Ah, this is an invitation letter. Does this Loki have a high status in Elbaf? Although the prince is a prince, he is not necessarily in a high position. A prince without real power may live worse than an ordinary noble. Prince Loki, that's not surprising. The king dotes on him, but I didn't expect him to dote on him to this extent. It seems that this matter is true. Hehehe, this sea is really getting more and more interesting. He came here just to confirm whether Charlotte Linlin was talking nonsense. As for other aspects, he would not refer to Zoro's opinion. Ziraura and Setsuna? Did she specifically ask them to go? That old woman should have a lot of ideas about the minx, but it's okay. She still has moral principles at this time. To be more precise, at least she has some moral principles with me. Sorrow has no right to make suggestions, but Arceus does, especially since his firstborn son is one of the invited guests. Kaido has never fully trusted Charlotte Linlin. Even if she is a marriage partner, Charlotte Linlin may not kill her. Germa 66 in the original book is an example. But the beasts are different. The morality between pirates must be based on strength. Even if Charlotte Linlin has ideas about the minks, she will not use this method at this time, not to mention that there are already a small number of minks in her territory. In this regard, she is more like a collector. She doesn't care about the number, as long as there are them, it's fine. You mean, just let them go normally? Of course, although there are some minor frictions, it's not to the point of falling out. As for the team leader, I plan to let Yamato go. It is impossible for him to attend Charlotte Linlin's event now. This is not more than 10 years ago when he was not famous. The meeting of the two sea emperors will probably make the Navy's nerves explode again. Just listening to Kaido's arrangement, Arceus always felt that something was wrong. Yamato's status was fine. Although it was a bit too important, as Kaido's big sister on the ship, it was reasonable to give her some face. But letting Yamato attend this kind of event? Hey, you don't want Yamato to make trouble and ruin this thing, do you? How is it possible? Do you think Yamato has the ability to do this? Although it is cruel, it is a fact. It's okay to leave reckless things to Yamato, unless it is legitimate. Otherwise, she is not suitable for Yamato. Let her see the world. Those old hands in the underground world will also attend this event. It's a good opportunity for her to understand how she can take over this pirate group in the future. If it were in the past, Kaido might really have the idea of making trouble. He didn't have it, so why could the other party have it? But now it's different. In Kaido's view, those giants are much weaker than the Dynamax. White Pigeon. Chapter 758, What the book says is right. Although he will not give up the idea of the giant's military strength, he will not destroy Big Mom's good things. If the two sides are enemies in the future, she is stronger, which is more interesting. War reflects the value of people. The higher the value of the enemy, the more powerful one can be. Arceus did not tell Kaido that Charlotte Linlin's marriage would not be successful. Although the world is changing and may cause some wonderful changes, it will not affect them whether it succeeds or not. And that old woman seems to want Yamato to marry her son. She doesn't even know what those losers are qualified to do. It just makes her know what she will never get. Ugh. The relationship between him and Charlotte Linlin is very strange. Sending people to participate in the engagement ceremony was originally a blessing, but Kaido wanted to piss off Charlotte Linlin and let Yamato get in touch with those future businessmen. As for Charlotte Linlin's children, except for Katakuri, he really doesn't like anyone. When he was on Rock's ship, Katakuri was a little different. This is also the most special point of the Big Mom Pirates. If you find a pirate group with the most Rock's remnants, it must be the Big Mom Pirates. In addition to herself, many children were born at that time, and Katakuri was one of them. When Kaido boarded Rock's ship, Katakuri was already 4 years old. His strength is also related to the environment he grew up in. After all, growing up in such a place, it is not enough to rely on Charlotte Linlin's protection. Apart from him, the members of the Big Mom Pirates are either not strong enough or look strange. Katakuri is old enough to be Yamato's father. In this case, Charlotte Linlin's idea of marriage is naturally shattered. It's almost time, let them prepare to leave. As for the gifts, just bring some honey and cream. In a sense, it is easy to participate in the activities held by Charlotte Linlin. As long as you can bring dessert ingredients of high enough value, you can basically solve this problem, and these are what the beasts lack the least. Whether it is the honey of the 3 bees or the cream of the cream fairy, these are no-cost businesses for the beasts. Engagement ceremony. Yes, what Lord Arceus meant. While thinking of a new reason to fool Yang Jizi-Khan, Setsuna saw the invitation letter brought by Ziraura. In theory, she and Charlotte Linlin had a brief relationship of rival in love. But she never worried about her failure. According to the fur tribe's concept, humans, who are less furry, are not suitable for dating. In addition, Charlotte Linlin's weird personality made her feel good after a few brief contacts. Especially in recent years, Charlotte Linlin's figure has begun to change. It is completely different from what she looked like decades ago. From a slender waist to a barrel waist, only her ex-husbands know the span. Especially her later husbands, who experienced completely different results from those husbands in previous years. Although in some aspects, Charlotte Linlin is even more moody than Kaido. Kaido is generally emotionally stable when not drunk, but Charlotte Linlin is different. There are too many things that trigger her rage switch. But at the tea party, she was generally friendly, and Setsuna had never seen her lose control. Wait a minute, I'll go pack some things. It takes many days to go back and forth. She took out a small white suitcase from the warehouse. It was made by Arceus himself and distributed to senior officials. Like the island cloud bag in Yamato's hand, they are all special space equipment made by Arceus using secret power. Although the land under the sky island cloud has the same properties, ordinary Pokémon cannot use secret power to process it into space equipment with an internal space far exceeding the surface. The wizards in Hogwarts next door will cast the Traceless extension spell to expand the space of tents and suitcases, and this power has become exclusive to Arceus. The rarity of the equipment has prevented it from being popularized. Only senior officials and a few lucky people in the annual meeting can get the right to use it. At the beginning, Yamato got the internal test product. With the feedback from Yamato's use, this convenient prop was also distributed to many people. Logically speaking, this unscientific thing is more eye-catching than biotechnology. After all, taking out a nearly 2-meter-long mace from an ordinary satchel is outrageous no matter how you look at it, but in the face of all kinds of strange abilities, no one has ever noticed this. The engagement ceremony will take at most 1 day, so they have ways to rush, but if there is no urgency, Zeraora will not fly at full speed like that. But just as Setsuna opened the box, she turned around and found some strange things inside. You two get out of here. She saw Miauna and Wolf trying to hide in the box. Due to the special nature of the island clouds, after they were processed into boxes with secret power, they have some breath ability, so Miauna and Wolf tried to hide in them and followed them to the engagement ceremony to take a look. No, we want to go too, engagement and stuff, sounds so interesting. Yet. You didn't take us when you and Dad got engaged, so we want to go this time too. How can you not be engaged? Who did you learn this nonsense from? Come out honestly. I didn't say I won't take you. For some reason, she felt that she seemed to be more irritable than before after becoming a mother, and at the same time she understood why Ling was often furious when she was a child. It was just to attend the ceremony, she thought it was nothing to take the children there. To be precise, she regarded this as an ordinary team-building activity, and originally planned to go with her family. After taking the 2 children out of the box, Setsuna asked them to notify the rest of the family, but on the way, Miauna and Wolf discussed another topic. Sure enough, what the book said is right, that house-destroying effect is really useful. Yes, now Mom agrees to take us there, but it's not to destroy the house, it's to destroy the house. Miauna corrected the words in Wolf's mouth, but he didn't take it seriously. It's all the same. I really want to see what that person Kalido, L-Usun is like. He seems to have said a lot of special things. They didn't know that this was what Setsuna had planned, and they thought their plan was successful. As for the word L-Usun, when Miso was compiling the doctrine, she collected some quotations from Arceus through Shana, and she felt that some of the words were very philosophical. But Arceus said that those words were not said by him, and he couldn't remember who said it, so he just said L-Usun casually, which eventually led to today's situation. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 759, A Brand New Term, Big Mom's Idea. Arceus said so, but as a fanatic, Miso made some self-improvements and supplements, and finally derived a different conclusion. In Miso's eyes, this is the excuse that the gods found to be low-key, so she marked all those quotations as L-Usun. This word is completely a transliteration in this world, so in the Arceus cult, L-Usun equals anonymous, has become a professional religious term. Of course, the sentence just now is an exception. That sentence was really said by L-Usun. Originally, it was said that this room was too dark, and everyone would not allow a skylight here. But if you advocate removing the roof, they will come to reconcile and be willing to open the skylight. Zeraora and Setsuna's family gathered a lot of people, and finally, under the leadership of Yamato, they went to Big Mom's territory like the delegation. Wow, what a big ship! In the Totland Sea, on the Ju Sea, Yamato's Pokémon and the giant's ships met by chance. Compared with the exquisite Pokémon, the giant's ships looked very rough, and they were several long strips of Viking pirate-style ships. Although it was far less technologically advanced than the Yamato Pokémon, it was large enough, which was also the consistent style of the giants. There was no wind or waves on the sea at this time, and the Pokémon was traveling on the mechanical power provided by Plum. The giants were even simpler. They paddled manually. The huge paddles were much larger than those of ordinary people. Every time they swung, they could create a lot of wind and waves. There were giants with solid muscles on the boat. Occasionally, 1 or 2 female giants could be seen. On the cabin, the prepared gifts were already piled up. Remember what I said before. No messing around, no running around, or I will never take us out again. But those guys are really big. Can we get close to them and play with them? It's not like you haven't seen giants before. Doesn't Sorrow like to play with you? Sorrow is Sorrow. These big guys are different at first glance. It was unreasonable to see giants here in the past, but it was different this time. After all, they were the protagonists of the engagement. It was at this time that 2 ships decorated with desserts drove over. Due to the different status of the beasts and the giants, the Big Mom pirates specially arranged people to welcome them to prevent any unnecessary conflicts between them. My Lord Duke, long time no see. Pokemus? Are you doing well? You seem to have gained weight. It's inevitable to live here. Please follow me. Mom has prepared everything. Since the fur tribe was specially invited, Charlotte Linlin asked Pokemus, who had joined her, to come here to greet them. In theory, the main person here is Yamato, but because of the identity of the fur tribe, Pokemus naturally regards Setsuna as the leader, but Yamato doesn't care about this. After landing on the island, Meown and Wolf, who came to Cake Island for the first time, were immediately attracted by the wonderful scene on the island. Although Pokémon are also magical creatures, these running and moving foods and houses made mainly of biscuits and cakes still aroused their curiosity. In the past, the fur tribe was a salty party. This was related to the living environment of Zoo. The land restrictions made it impossible for them to grow crops in large quantities. Supplies basically depended on the elephant master. Sea fish and sea salt were the easiest things for them to get, and sugar was a rare item. Meowna and Wolf were born on Ghost Island, and their affluent living environment has also changed their tastes. Uncle Pokemus, can the houses here be eaten? No, only those houses that are about to expire can be eaten. There will be a professional demolition team to handle this matter. If you want, I can take you to see it. Forget it, Pokemus, take us to the venue first, this time aren't you here for business? Okay, Duke, Mom must have been waiting for a long time. Setsuna interrupted. Pokemus. She had been here several times and knew that the expiration of Cake Island did not refer to the shelf life, but the tasting period. The food here would be eaten within the most delicious time limit. Beyond this time, it would be considered inferior. Led by Pokemus, they quickly arrived at the venue. This ceremony seemed to be more serious than the previous tea parties. At least Setsuna did not see Smoothie using weird things to squeeze juice. Perhaps to show her friendliness, Charlotte Linlin put away a lot of things in front of the giants. Zeraora, Setsuna, Yamato, you are here too. Kaido is quite respectful this time. Seeing the arrival of several people, Charlotte Linlin stood up and took them in. Before this, only the kings of the underground world such as Stussy enjoyed this treatment. In front of the guests, Charlotte Lingling did not mention anything that might cause unpleasantness. She was still rational now. The gift that father asked us to bring you is not valuable, but special cream and honey. Yamato handed a few jars to Charlotte Lingling. In her hands, those huge jars were as small jars of tea. Charlotte Lingling was keen on the mystery of opening gift boxes, but she would not mind such things that pointed out the target and were still her favorite. Well, it's really a good gift. With these, you can definitely make the most delicious wedding cake. You should know these people. They all have a lot of business dealings with Kaido. Everyone can do whatever you want. Except for Yumeet, the others took the initiative to show their goodwill. Even Yumeet put on a smile. At the beginning, the beasts relied on Laplace to establish their own transport team, which made Yumeet lose a lot of business, but he couldn't afford to offend the beasts. Is this your child? Really cute, Flamp, Angra, don't you want to make friends? Go meet some new friends now. Looking at Meowna and Wolf, Charlotte Lingling seemed to have a new idea. If Zeraora wasn't good enough, his children seemed good too. Seeing how young they were, there should be a good chance. She immediately called 2 children of similar age. Charlotte Lingling would periodically dote on children under 10 years old. These younger children always stayed with them, and at the same time, she used her power to instill in them a thought, that is, they must listen to her. So Flamp and Angra behaved very obediently, and after the guests arrived, the nun's photo was also invited out, and Perospero also came here with the last key person. Prince Elbaf, His Highness Loki is here. White Dove. Chapter 760, The Runaway Marriage. Yamato's intelligence has improved. Amid the heavy footsteps, a dozen giants appeared here. The number was not large, but because they were a special group of giants, a team of more than a dozen people could be said to be luxurious. She even saw a familiar person among the accompanying personnel. Charlotte Lingling, we brought the friendship of Elbaf. Among humans, Charlotte Lingling's size is undoubtedly huge. But compared with these giants, she looks a little mini. After all, for the giants, 12 meters is a bottom line. If you can't even reach 12 meters, it's dwarfism among the giants. Elbaf has the title of the world's #1 power, and its national strength is also recognized. Even when facing the Emperor of the Sea, the leading giant has no respect at all. To be precise, he still hates this demon who killed Yorelu. If it weren't for the order of the Giant King, he would never follow Loki to attend here. But the Giant King was too partial to Loki. After learning that his son fell in love with Charlotte Lingling's daughter, he agreed to this matter and sent this team. Ms. Lingling, where is Lola? I have been waiting for this day for too long. Pushing away the guards in front of him, Loki walked in front of Charlotte Lingling. At this time, he was polite and held a bouquet of ordinary flowers in his hand. His meeting with Lola was an accident. It was also that time that made him fall in love with Lola at first sight and fall in love with her uncontrollably. If it weren't for Lola's mother being Charlotte Lingling, he would definitely ignore the Giant King and come here to propose directly. Well, Lola has been waiting for you for a long time. She should be changing into a dress now. But things didn't go so smoothly at Lola's residence. Click. Charlotte Dafuka crushed the floor in front of her with one foot, her eyes full of disbelief. What did you say? Lola ran away from marriage. They are all Charlotte Lingling's children, and they know the nature of this mother. Once her bulimia attacks, even her own children will be killed without hesitation. How much Charlotte Lingling desires the giants is known to everyone in the kingdom of Totland. Lola chose to run away at this time, which is undoubtedly a slap in the face of Charlotte Lingling in public. Once she is caught. Yes, Lola. Damn it, when did it happen? It's been a while, just when you all went to receive guests. Chiffon. You know what Lola is planning, right? This is Cake Island, Charlotte Lingling's territory. As the person who is engaged, Lola can't leave here quietly unless someone is helping her cover up. Do you know that you are in big trouble? What's wrong? Kotaka brotherly, Lola. Kotakuri and his friends were responsible for taking Lola's wedding carriage to the venue. Hearing the noise inside, Kotakuri walked in. When he heard Dafuku's explanation, a few drops of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He was worried about Charlotte Lingling's anger while also worrying about his sister's situation. All his brothers and sisters were the objects of his concern. He knew very well what the consequences would be, but he had to report to Charlotte Lingling because he had no power to make the final decision on what to do next. Charlotte Lingling, who received the news, found an excuse to temporarily leave the venue. She did not speak, but all the children knew that Charlotte Lingling was on the verge of a rage and was just forcing herself to endure it because of something. After knowing that Lola had escaped, Charlotte Lingling immediately ordered to catch her back, but according to the intelligence from the outer sea area, Lola had already left the Totland Sea and was now missing. Chiffon, you come to pretend to be Lola? No, from now on, you are Lola. But Mom. No buts, this is an order. Charlotte Chiffon, Charlotte Lola's twin sister, the two have almost the same voice and appearance, and Charlotte Lingling wants to achieve her goal in this way. Faced with Charlotte Lingling's order, Chiffon did not dare to resist, and could only get on the carriage to the engagement venue, but as soon as they met, Loki's eyes changed. He looked at Chiffon without any admiration, only indifference and sadness. You are not Lola. Meh, what are you talking about? She is my daughter Lola. Yes, I am Lola, dear Loki, what are you talking about? Under the influence of Charlotte Lingling, Chiffon still lied. Appearance can be deceiving. Her steps, breathing frequency and standing posture are all different from Lola's. This little trick can't fool me. Do you remember what flowers I gave you when we first met? No, isn't it the flowers you are holding now? I didn't give you any flowers that day, so Lola didn't want to marry me, right? He seemed to be a big and strong giant, and he fell in love with Lola at first sight, but at the same time, he was also a sentimental man. After just a few times of getting along, he had remembered everything about Lola in his heart. Even Lola's other brothers and sisters couldn't tell the difference so clearly. Charlotte Lingling, this is a deception. You have failed the friendship of Elbaf. Goodbye. No, there should be no chance to see each other again. Loki seemed to be emotionally hurt. He exposed everything in public regardless of everything, and then left here with the giants, leaving only Charlotte Lingling on the verge of rage and the bewildered guests. Of course, in an unknown place, Stussy smiled. Lola's escape was so secretive because the world government secretly helped her. Before she came here, the undercover lurking on Cake Island discovered Lola's idea. The world government did not want to see the Big Mom pirates have a connection with Elbaf, so it used its power to help her escape from Wano country. At the same time, Yamato talked to Ziraura about an unbelievable topic. I'm afraid there is a traitor here. Miss Yamato, why do you think so? How could a person escape from here so quietly? Someone must have helped her to achieve it. We should also investigate it after we go back. There is nothing wrong with the logic, but Yamato was able to think of this from this little thing, which was seriously beyond Ziraura's expectation. Miss Yamato, the master will be very happy to see you like this. Ah? Why? It's just that I wanted to sneak out back then, but I didn't have any chance. They are all sea emperors, so they should be no worse, so I think there is a traitor. White Pigeon. Chapter 761, Nothing but Practice, Big Mom's Taboo. She can only say that this is a matter of experience. Even though her childhood was very different from before because of Arceus's existence, she still yearns for the outside world and has wanted to sneak out more than once. Although Arceus has taken her out to see the outside world, it is completely different from going out by herself. It's just that countless failures have told her that it is impossible. She is not the leader of the beasts. She can do many things without orders from above, but when faced with orders from Kaido or Arceus, the members of the beasts know what to do. Not to mention her as a child, even when she was a teenager, she couldn't leave Onigashima quietly. The ships are controlled, the ports are monitored, the harbors and waterfalls are guarded by people and Pokemon. She will be discovered in a short time if she appears in any place entering or leaving Wano country, not to mention those cotters. Although this has a lot to do with the terrain of Wano country, it is of the same nature after all. Cake Island is the base camp of the Big Mom pirates, and the island is full of various homies and members of the pirates. Even if they are not qualified to stop Lola, Charlotte Linlin can't be ignorant of everything. And in terms of strength, Lola is not comparable to her. There are many strong people in the beast pirates. The first two are Arceus and Kaido, which is undisputed, but the third candidate has always been a mystery, because the strength of many people in the current beasts is not fixed, among which Yamato is the most powerful. The most exaggerated one. Under normal circumstances, she and the enhanced version of the three calamities are evenly matched, but this battle is not of high reference value. After all, it is a drill for one's own people, and many of the hidden things will not be used. But when she bursts out with all her strength, she can fight Kaido for a day. If the situation is appropriate enough, she can even kill the Golden Lion who has recovered to his peak in a short period of time. Even among the members of the beasts, it is hard to say who is the third, but if it comes to a death fight, it must be Yamato. She is not that strong as a teenager, but through her observation of Chiffon, she can roughly judge at what level Laura's strength is. The strength judgment of the Big Mom pirates is also very special. They are not as detailed as the beasts. They can roughly infer a person's position based on numbers alone. Here, the strongest cotters are Charlotte Linlin's Desert Four Generals. After that are the brothers and sisters of the four generals, as well as other children or sons-in-law and daughters-in-law. It is usually unknown how many children Charlotte Linlin will give birth to, but if there is an outstanding child in this birth, the brothers and sisters will not be much worse. Katakuri and Smoothie are examples. Chiffon is not much different from ordinary people, and Lola will not violate this rule too much. If such a person can sneak out of Cake Island without being noticed, the Big Mom pirates will not be worthy of being the Emperor of the Sea. The figure of the giants gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, and the scene was completely quiet. Charlotte Linlin lost face this time. She originally wanted to show off in front of all forces, but ended up like this. It is ridiculous to spread this matter, but now, no one dares to laugh out loud. No matter which emperor of the sea, they rely on terror instead of kindness to stand on the sea. If you offend the current Charlotte Linlin, you will not use several lives. It looks like this ceremony will end early. Yet, I thought there were still a few days of banquets. Ziraura and Setsuna were talking quietly. The people of the beasts were not afraid of Charlotte Linlin's small group. Besides, Charlotte Flamp and other young children didn't understand what was going on. But as the eldest son, Perospero couldn't help shaking. Snap! The calm was interrupted by a slap. Charlotte Linlin slapped Chiffon in the face. In front of all the guests, Chiffon was beaten out. Mom! Please don't do this. This is my mistake. I'll take people to bring Lola back. Chiffon didn't make a sound because of the pain. Under Charlotte Linlin's heavy blow, she was knocked unconscious by a slap. Outsiders couldn't understand how much Charlotte Linlin, who wanted to establish the 10,000 kingdoms, valued the giants. The opportunity to resolve the conflict with the giants was right in front of her, but it was ruined by her own daughter, which made the already severed relationship even worse. She knew that after this incident, it was impossible to repair the relationship again. Therefore, when she saw the face that looked like Lola, she couldn't hold back her anger. Only Katakuri dared to stand up at this time and slightly dissuade Charlotte Linlin. She had too many children. To get her love, they had to be children under 10 years old who could trigger special buffs, or sons like Katakuri who were extremely valuable. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was just furious, not having an attack of bulimia. There is a difference between being angry and crazy, so Katakuri wanted to stop her to protect his sister. No need. Mom! I don't have that daughter. If I see her again, from now on, there will be no place for her in the family and the pirate group. Find her and kill her. Take Chiffon away. I don't want to see her. Yes. Looking at the cruelty in Charlotte Linlin's eyes, Katakuri knew that nothing he said would work. He waved his hand to signal his brother to take Chiffon away, and at the same time hoped that Lola could go far away. Don't come back again, Lola. Each pirate group has its own iron rules, and in the Big Mom Pirates, anything that goes against Charlotte Linlin's will is not allowed. Her desire to control her children is much stronger than Kaido's. Whether it is Kaido in the original work or Kaido at this time, they are tolerant of Yamato's willfulness, but Charlotte Linlin is different. If you dare to disobey her, even your own children will be killed. In this regard, Lola did not understand what kind of person her mother was. She ran away from the marriage not because the object of the marriage was the prince of the giant tribe, but because she wanted freedom. Lola was an optimist and simple. She did not understand at all that she hoped to pursue her own happiness freely and did not want her marriage and life to be dominated by her parents. Therefore, no matter who the object of the marriage was, she would do so. She even naively believed that Charlotte Linling would only be angry for a while. She did not expect that Charlotte Linling wanted to kill her directly. This escape from marriage can be said to be a feat of the Charlotte family. Even Katakuri did not dare to disobey her openly, but he could secretly let her go, such as leading the team to chase Lola without working hard and taking advantage of the situation. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 762, Different Mothers. Charlotte Linling's good mood disappeared. She left here without even saying anything polite. Katakuri also took people outside to pretend, and the things here were left to Perospero. As the eldest son of the big thieves, he had dealt with similar matters many times. After all, Charlotte Linlin was unpredictable and never considering the occasion. It was a good result that he didn't do anything more out of control this time. That everyone, there was a little accident today. Please don't spread it, otherwise my mother will be angry and everyone will be upset. He mentioned this matter lightly at first, and in fact, no one wanted to publicize it, even Morgans was the same. It was not that he was afraid, but that this matter was not popular. There must be a ratio between risk and benefit. Even he would not take a huge risk to do something with little benefit. The woman's escape from marriage not only hit Charlotte Linlin's face, but also Elbaf's face. Excessive publicity of this matter would offend a powerful pirate group and the world's #1 power at the same time. The celebration will not end for the time being. Everyone can take a break. We will arrange for everyone to leave later. In this case, this engagement ceremony seemed to have changed. Now the pirate groups with the deepest intersection with the underground world are beasts and big. With Charlotte Linland's departure, Yamato, as the young master of beasts, attracted a lot of attention. If they could get some promises from her, it would be great for future business. Moreover, according to gossip, Kaido's daughter seemed to be easier to fool, at least not as difficult as her father. But they hit a wall at the first step. They could chat, but as long as they talked about business, they only got a string of numbers. She was very self-aware in this regard, especially after experiencing that unsupported voyage. She understood how important the money bag in the hands of the beasts was. And Arceus's education of her in this regard was also very special. He knew that Yamato was not good at this kind of thing. In fact, he and Kaido were not very good at it either, but it didn't matter because they were strong enough. Chizuru, Kojiro, these are all professional talents, and professional people do professional things, which is enough. The current beast family is big and powerful. Even if Yamato evolves into a prodigal, as long as she does not interfere in internal business and make some weird decisions, it is impossible for her to lose all these properties. She has no bad habits, but her way of thinking is a little different from that of ordinary people. This is also the habit of many large forces. It is not terrible to be incompetent. What is terrible is that incompetent people are in high positions and like to mess around, causing the normal operation of the organization to gradually collapse. The engagement ceremony eventually became a joke. Yamato and the others did not take it seriously. From Charlotte Linland's perspective, this matter will definitely not be turned over, but when the anger is over, she will not talk about it again. The only ones who are not very happy may be Miauna and Wolf. Due to the huge changes in the engagement ceremony, their travel itinerary has been greatly shortened. But when leaving, Pokemus brought a shocking news when seeing him off. "Duke, my mother wants me to convey something to you." Even though he knew that Yamato was the one who spoke for this group, he still chose to convey the message to Setsuna. This was the influence of the identity of the fur tribe. Just say what you want to say, why are you hesitating? Yes, what mom means is if Beijuyu meets Lola in the future, I hope you can bring her back, and it's best to send her body back directly. She will thank you. These are mom's original words. Of course, just pretend you didn't hear this. Charlotte Linland's children have different personalities, and they seem to have inherited different sides of her. Katakuri's calmness, Perospero's ambition, and some children with cruel and perverted personalities, while Chiffon and Lola are both the type who are very gentle to others. Pokemus doesn't dislike them, but Big orders him to carry out. Okay, I got it. Take some time to go back to Zou. Your parents care about you. Yes. Also, this is a little experience of the Moon Lion. It is summarized by everyone. You should try to overcome the problem of not being able to control that state. Yes, Duke, I wish you a safe journey. The Pokemon left the Totland Sea, and Miauna seemed shocked by Charlotte Linland's words. During the conversation just now, Pokemus did not avoid her and Wolf. She couldn't believe that there was a mother who really wanted to kill her daughter, and Charlotte Linland seemed to be very kind before. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Mom, you won't do such a terrible thing like that big ant. Miauna seemed to have brought up some very terrible things just now. After all, if you don't obey, you will be killed. That's a very terrible future. Even Wolf, who didn't take it seriously, looked over and then they got a very strange answer. What are you thinking about? If I really did that, you two kids would have died hundreds of times. The brother and sister looked at each other. Although the answer was very direct, it made them intuitively understand that this kind of thing was impossible. They immediately returned to their original state and studied various things on the ship. Ziraura, you say should I take this opportunity to scare them? After realizing it belatedly, I felt that I had missed an opportunity to educate my children. It might be a good opportunity to cure their mischief. Forget it, this will leave a shadow. The relationship between the relatives of the big thieves is not as friendly as it seems. It's not bad to grow up like this. You went through it the same way. Nonsense. I'm not like them. It must be a legacy. I passed on your genes. Okay, if you say so, then so. The travelers are on their way back to Onigashima, and on Onigashima, one person is looking for an opportunity to show himself. After the replacement battle, Manderfesh and others have left Wano country one after another, and Jack, Iska and others are also performing some tasks outside. But Foz F stayed here. He was observing this pirate group that he had joined for a long time. He was completely unconvinced in his heart about losing to Mew and being almost defeated by Iska. If it weren't for Arceus' terrifying power, their gap shouldn't be like this. It's too difficult to accumulate merits in ordinary tasks, especially now that the times have changed. White Pigeon Dove. Chapter 763, Professionals are ready to appear. Before the reputation of the 100 Beasts was established, it was easy to accumulate military merits, but as the reputation of the 100 Beasts became bigger and bigger, it became more and more difficult to accumulate military merits. There are too many monks and too little porridge, and I don't know how many people are staring at this matter. Now it is the era of the 4 emperors. With the addition of Shanks, the struggle in the New World has temporarily stopped. They have entered a short period of balance. Before this balance is broken, large-scale conflicts are unlikely to occur. Although the number of newcomers here is gradually increasing, the number of members of the Beasts is also constantly expanding. Those who have been stationed in the outer seas for many years are keeping a close eye on these guys. So he plans to change his approach. At this time, he is observing the retired old pirates on Onigashima. Having worked in CP9 for a long time, he has also seen many pirates, but this is the first time he has seen a pirate group with a retirement system. Not to mention pirates, even CP agencies, it is almost impossible to retire. These agents know too many secrets. Either keep working hard to climb up and strive to become a big boss sitting in the office from a frontline agent, or fight on the front line until the day of death. Moreover, the agents in office have all experienced the brainwashing education of the world government. There is no such thing as retirement in their minds. Rob Lucci is an example. They were almost killed by the world government, but they finally returned to the world government and became the most useful knife. At this time, he was observing the living conditions of some people in July, and even recorded a lot of information. Hoffet, 79 years old, an early member of the Beast Pirates, lost a leg in the battle, and because of his ordinary combat power, he has been staying in Wano country as a purchasing station owner. This is not like a pirate group. Looking at the old man sitting in a rocking chair basking in the sun, with a cotton ball floating on his head, Foz F shook his head and left here silently. After his careful census, he found that the treatment here is really good. At least those pirates who retired smoothly have their own places, which is also the life that Manderfesh yearns for. However, ordinary pirates retire, even if they have old qualifications, just mix some idle jobs in Wano country, or work as security guards on other islands. That was seriously inconsistent with Manderfesh's expected life, and then he came to the church. During this time, he also had a new job, a physical education teacher who would not get sick, responsible for training the orphans here. Finding a stone tablet or historical text, or a precious mythical beast fruit, these are the biggest achievements in the beasts, but these things are harder to find than one another, so Foz F has temporarily found something he is better at. His background means that he has mastered things that many people don't know, such as the training method of the 6 styles. The physical condition required for training the 6 styles is very high. Even the world government will use special methods to enhance nutrition. There are some small secrets on the training island. The ingredients made by the beasts through various Pokemon can make up for this problem. Although doing so will make him a thorn in the eyes of the world government, he has long been on the world government's death list and doesn't care at this time. He didn't bring up this matter before, mainly because the existence of the 6 styles is actually a bit useless. As the inherited skills of the world government and the navy, their practicality is unquestionable, but you can't learn them just by wanting to. You have to lay the foundation from a young age to master them smoothly in the future. People with enough talent can take this step, but it is not necessary. For example, Jack, if he wants to learn, even if he has no foundation, his own physique is enough to support training. However, his strong-armed color made him have no need for iron blocks and paper paintings. A defensive warrior did not need to move like Shave, and his attack methods did not look down on finger guns and storm kicks. As for the moonstep, his own jumping ability could also stay in the air for a short time, which was also a bit useless. At this point, they all had strong control over their bodies, and the derived life return also became useless. Even if they did not study deliberately, they had strong control over their bodies, and this was Jack, a defensive warrior with a serious bias. Other codders who ranked high did not need it even more, and many people's own practiced moves were somewhat similar to the 6 styles. People who could quickly learn the 6 styles did not need to rely on the 6 styles to improve their combat power, and people who could rely on the 6 styles to improve their combat power could not learn it immediately, and finally this dilemma appeared. It was not until another group of orphans reached the appropriate age that Misuo suggested that the church train a group of warriors who could protect the gods, which gave FANFIC a chance to become the martial arts coach here. After all, the 6 styles are the most systematic teaching, and for these half-grown children, it is just the right thing. Get your posture right. Waist strength is the foundation. If you can't stick to it, how can you protect the glory of the Lord? The one who gave the lecture was not Fuzifu, but Misuo. She rarely showed her strict side and trained with the children, even though Fuzifu clearly stated that with her age and physical condition made it difficult to have any effect, but she did not give up. Fuzifu temporarily began to work behind the scenes, observing the living conditions of the pirates in Wano country, training the children adopted by the church, and also training the offspring of some members of the beasts. There was no wave in his life. But not long after, he found that his chance to show himself had come. After returning from Charlotte Linland's engagement ceremony, Yamato and the others told Kaido what happened. Kaido seemed very happy about Charlotte Linland's humiliation, and then Yamato also raised a question. She felt that there would be undercovers sent by the enemy inside the beasts. In order to prevent them from making trouble at inappropriate times, Yamato thought they should be cleared out in advance. This point was strongly supported by Quinn. For the first time, he felt that Yamato's suggestion was so great. Kaido himself didn't care about this kind of thing, and with the terrain and national conditions of Wano country, the possibility of undercovers sneaking in was minimal. As for other territories, he was too lazy to bother with harmless things. But since Yamato had proposed it, he let her do it. After all, it is not easy for her to make a valuable suggestion, so she must support it at this time. Then, the problem arose. Although Yamato made this suggestion, she had no idea how to catch the undercover. So when she recruited an investigation team, Fuzifu came to recommend himself. Apart from anything else, he was an agent, and he was also a top agent of the world government. He was very good at counter-espionage. And if he was lucky, if he ran into a few of his former colleagues, this would be a great achievement. Now he is definitely an expert in this area in the Beast Pirates. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 764, The Goddess of Luck is Smiling, a new ability. What am I doing? At this time, Fuzifu changed into an evening gown and was scanning the environment below on a tall building. He thought Yamato wanted to launch a campaign to eliminate counter-espionage, which was very common in the world government. In order to eliminate internal enemies, the world government often sends real confidants to clean up those who have different intentions in the team. And both the world government and the navy will send some undercovers to lurk in the pirate team. The original world destroyer Bondiwald was attacked by CP agents who mixed into the pirate group and was eventually sent to Impelton. The closed-door nature of Wano country makes it very easy to check the foreign population. When Quinn popularized the identity card, he used a very simple method, that is, to let the locals report it themselves. Let people living in the same area report each other to see which one is a new face. If a stranger who no one knows appears, he will be further investigated. After a lot of investigations, nothing abnormal was found. However, the territory of the beast is not just this island. It is not so difficult to mix in some people in the outer islands. This is also where Fuzifu thinks that his mission starts. But in the end, he came to Gulan Tizero, a long-seated entertainment ship, to investigate his ability. With the tacit consent of 2 celestial dragon families, the maritime city of Gulan Tizero has become an independent country recognized by the world government, and it is also a demilitarized zone. It is an absolute sanctuary that the world government cannot easily intervene in. Now it has become the grey center of the underground world, and all forces have some spies here. Thanks to the support of the celestial dragons, Tizero has very high privileges here. Without the consent of Tizero, it is illegal for the navy to enter with weapons, but this is only the official rule. In private, I am afraid no one can tell how many powerful people there are here. Bang! A flare exploded in the sky. After that, in the center of Gulan Tizero, a large group of motorcycle lizards began to run forward along the track, and the riders on their backs were also using various methods to block other opponents. As the motorcycle lizards galloped, the surrounding audience seats also raised a tsunami-like cheer. This is an exclusive event of Gulan Tizero, an alternative horse race. But if you look closely, you can see that there is a brand new rider on the back of the leading motorcycle lizard. Yamato has already run over to compete and play. The reason he came here is that Yamato intends to test his ability here to see if he can successfully dig out some special people in the mixed crowd of Gulan Tizero. At first, Fuzifu didn't think there was anything wrong, but now it seems that this action is more like Yamato wants to play, and has long deviated from the original purpose. It doesn't matter what Yamato wants to do, but if he has no results, he will look like a waste, which will affect his career. It was at this time that Tizero came behind him. Miss Yamato is like that, don't take it too seriously. The higher UPS have informed me of the purpose of your trip. It just so happens that there are some things that need to be handled by you. After Gulan Tizero was officially opened to navigation, this place became Tizero's second office. He can always be seen at the headquarters of the 100 Beasts Fruit or on Gulan Tizero's ship. But it is just an office space. Due to the special nature of this maritime city, he is not at ease with his family living here. What exactly is going on? The smooth operation here is inseparable from the help of the Celestial Dragons, but the Celestial Dragons' families are not united. According to the original agreement, this is a demilitarized zone, and even the agents of the Navy and the world government cannot easily enter here. It was true for a while, but recently some people have defaulted. Grand Tizero's income is too high. The huge income makes many people jealous and want to dig out the secrets here, even some people in the world government are no exception. Here there is the support of the Celestial Dragons, but it is only a part of it. Those who spy on the secrets are agents of people from other forces. CPO? It's really a big challenge. Through Tizero's description, Fuzifu also figured out what to do specifically. It was not easy, but he was not afraid. Only such difficult things can bring higher returns. This is a game played by the people above. Whether he or the agents sent to Gulan Tizero are just pawns. If you don't want to be abandoned, you have to make yourself more valuable. Fuzifu came from CP9. He didn't know much about CPO, but he didn't know nothing about it. These top CP9 were originally CPO reserves, and this time, the goddess of luck seemed to be standing behind him. Originally, he was going to release some bait to see if there would be any fish to bite the hook, but by chance, he saw a familiar face in the surveillance video. Are you sure it's him? I'm sure. I used to be an agent. In this line of work, memory is very important. You won't forget the faces of those key figures as long as you see them once. That guy is a member of CPO. I won't make a mistake. His code name is Kama. He is the captain of a team, but he shouldn't be carrying out this kind of mission. The action mode of CPO is completely different from that of CP9, but FAS-F remembers it very clearly. That guy was the captain of CP0 team a few years ago. He was recruited at the beginning. This kind of team shouldn't do this kind of thing. Tizero didn't care about what happened later. It was a pleasant surprise for him that FAS-F could lock on the target so quickly. That's not important. But if you are sure it's him, I will be ready to act. In Tizero's hand, some gold began to melt. This was the result of his hard work over the years. The gold on the ship was controlled by his fruit ability. This was his absolute home court. Let me do it. That guy is a capable person. If we don't pay attention, he will easily escape. And I also want to see how big the gap is between me and CPO now. Can you do it? If I remember correctly, CPO is generally much stronger than CP9. I was not sure before, but this time it's different. I want to try the power given by Lord Arceus. As he said this, a black dagger condensed in the front of his arm. It looked like an object condensed from some kind of metal hair. This was the ability he gained through the 6-style training method. It was his advanced salary as a training officer. It was this power that successfully ignited his inner desire to gain new power through more achievements. For the fastest update of Arceus' pirate journey. Chapter 765, The Golden Theater of Provocation. At this time on Gran Tesoro, Kama seemed to be like an ordinary tourist, touring Gran Tesoro, and tapping his fingers on the wall from time to time. Unlike those ordinary tourists, he knew the essence of this place. The current Gran Tesoro is completely different from the Gran Tesoro in the original timeline. Tesoro did not use the power of the gold fruit and the bet to enslave others. The core employees on the ship came from the beast pirates, and the remaining ordinary employees were recruited from all over the world. However, the foremen and the like are also retired employees of the beasts. In addition, there are many franchisees in the shops on the ship. If you want to open a store here, you must pay a high franchise fee and rent, and even part of the income will be taken away by Tesoro. In addition, there are taxes, which is a considerable expense. But even so, if they want to open a store on Gran Tesoro, they even have to rely on connections and get a heads up from the officials of the world government. As a special grey economic center, the benefits here are too great. Even if Tesoro takes the lion's share, they can still earn a lot of money from tourists from all over the world. People who can travel here in this environment are not ordinary working class people. Most of them are people who have achieved financial freedom. At the very least, they have brought enough Bailey and are ready to spend a lot. Kama in the crowd looks very ordinary, just like an ordinary tourist. The action against Quinn led to the annihilation of his team, although he successfully escaped by faking his death with the power of the fruit, and brought back some fragments of Arceus steel. But this is not enough to offset the punishment for his mission failure. This is also something that CP agents have long been accustomed to. No matter how great the achievements were before, as long as the interests of the government are damaged, they cannot escape punishment. Sometimes the punished people don't know why they are punished. Fuzzy F is an example. He has never figured out why an ordinary devil fruit makes the superiors so angry. It costs a lot to train a CP0. The team was wiped out. No matter what, Kama, as the captain, has a certain responsibility. The intelligence of Gran Tesoro was thrown to him. It seems to be a very leisurely job, but in fact, the crisis is not small. Behind it is the struggle between the celestial dragons, and at the same time, it has to face the risks brought by the beasts, and it is extremely time-consuming. Gran Tesoro is called a ship, but it is actually a city on the sea. Kama doesn't believe it. Such a large cabin is hollow, there must be something hidden inside, but he has never found the entrance. This seems to be just an ordinary tourist city, but the 10-kilometer deck is built like a maze, and he has seen the buildings above Gulan Tesoro deform several times to carry out various special activities. This is also the reason why the construction of Gulan Tesoro took a lot of time, and the deformable metal such as Arceus steel was also used in it. After a while, he spent a lot of money, but there was no result. The celestial dragon who ordered him behind his back was a little impatient. Spending is inevitable. Anyone would think it is a problem if he comes to a consumption place and doesn't spend a penny. The celestial dragons don't care about this cost, but they can't accept his behavior of wasting Bailey. Damn Quinn and beasts. Thinking of the root cause of his failure, Gama's mood became very unfriendly. At this time, a firework bloomed in the sky again, and at the highest point of Gulan Tesoro, Tesoro also brought his subordinates to the high platform. The screen on the ship also switched. Everyone, I have good news for you. Next, Gulan Tesoro will randomly select some lucky people. In the next trip, they will enjoy unprecedented special services, and it will be free of charge. Whoever can get the golden ticket will be the lucky one. He said that he asked Bakura beside him to release several balloons. As the balloons exploded in the crowd, various tickets also filled the sky. No one noticed that Bakura's hands were always emitting a faint light. The ability of the lucky fruit has been activated. Completely random things here are things that can be controlled. Kama had no intention of participating in this kind of thing, but wanted to take advantage of the new event to sneak into some places that were usually difficult to enter, but at this time, a gust of sea breeze suddenly blew, and a golden ticket just flew with the wind and finally fell on top of Kama's head. He had just taken the things on his head off, and before he could see the appearance of the ticket clearly, several searchlights shone over him. Congratulations to all the lucky winners. By the way, the ticket is pure gold. Please don't walk around. The staff will come to guide you to the new place to visit. Looking at the gold foil-like ticket in his hand and the envious eyes of the people around him, Kama followed the staff to the main venue on Gulan Tesoro in order not to attract attention. Since the plan was broken, let's take a look at new things. More than 20 people gathered together, and then the stage began to rise and fall. An independent elevator appeared under everyone's feet, taking them to different areas. The light and darkness changed, but Kama found that everyone around him disappeared. Although he felt something was wrong at this time, he didn't suspect it. After all, he couldn't think of a reason for his exposure. He hadn't taken any action yet. At most, he was just a tourist who looked dirty. He thought this was a special venue, but when he looked closely, he seemed to have come to a desert, surrounded by dazzling sand. Is there anyone? What's going on? Kama shouted to the surroundings and picked up a handful of sand. Then he found that these were not yellow sand at all, but pure gold sand. An ominous premonition appeared in his heart, but he did not take action. His current identity is still an ordinary person, and ordinary people cannot use the moon step. It was at this time that the golden sand around him seemed to be controlled. The original golden sand condensed together and immediately surrounded everything around. The golden sand gradually melted and eventually formed an environment like an opera house composed of gold. Guima was in the center of the stage, and in the spectator seat, Tizolo appeared there. Mr. Tizolo, is this the surprise you are talking about? It doesn't look so friendly. If it were an ordinary tourist, of course it wouldn't be like this, but you have crossed the line, haven't you, Mr. Guima? These golden sands are all affected by Tizolo's ability, and this golden theater is also a special space he prepared. White Dove. Chapter 766, Senior, have you forgotten your promise to help me? This is the inner space of Gulan Tizolo, and his gold texture is different from ordinary gold. Through these buildings formed by gold, this place has become an absolutely independent space. The general movement can't be transmitted, and now Gulan Tizolo is not only taking a group of lucky people for sightseeing activities, but also holding a carnival dance. As long as this place is not destroyed, people outside will not notice the abnormality. What are you talking about? Mr. Tizolo, I don't quite understand what you mean. Until this time, Guima still looked confused, just a little scared. Even if Tizolo called out his code name accurately, he still didn't admit it. If it weren't for Fuzifu's guarantee, he wouldn't believe that this person is really a CP0. His impression of CP0 is still the white suit and strange mask, and the kind of flamboyant personality that is afraid that others won't recognize him when walking on the street. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. The stage is ready. Now it's the turn of the actors to appear. This time it's your old acquaintance. A wall of the golden theater suddenly melted, and Fuzifu's figure appeared there. Long time no see, Senior Guima, you said you wanted to help me well at the beginning, you won't forget it so quickly. The form of Faz F appeared in front of Guima, and he looked very similar to his previous appearance, but his color had changed to mainly black and grey. His swollen body hair made his body look a little bloated, but the originally fluffy hair was now made entirely of steel, and his head also had a decoration similar to a Viking helmet. Wrapped his original horns inside, this is his new ability, Viking Pokemon, Meowth Boss, the evolved form of Meowth in the Galar region. Originally Meowth was a Pokemon like a house cat, but with the change of living environment, Meowth also evolved into different branches. There was no Meowth in the Alola region. After a few Meowths were tribute to the Alola region, they lived with the nobles and gradually evolved a proud self-esteem. The Meowth in the Galar region was the helper of the fishermen. They lived with the warlike sea people and even participated in foreign looting activities, so they evolved into a more warlike appearance. I don't understand what you are talking about. It's pointless to be stubborn at this time. Senior Guima, your memory is not that bad, right? Fazfu cancelled his transformation and revealed his original appearance. It was not until this time that Guima understood what happened. You traitor! So far, he has not thought of any flaws in himself, and even thought that this was just a surprise activity planned by Tizolo. He was still very confident in his undercover, but now Guima understood why Tizolo insisted that his identity was problematic. He met a damn old acquaintance. For those who perform undercover work, meeting an old acquaintance is undoubtedly a very fatal thing. Their words may expose an operation. Guima is different. He encountered something more fatal. The other party is not only an old acquaintance, but also a rebellious old acquaintance. He knew before that Fuzifu had betrayed CP9 and joined the beasts, but according to past intelligence, the cadres of the beasts rarely appeared on Gulan Tizolo, and Fuzifu had never come here once. Like Quinn, he had not shown up outside for a while. The last news was in the beasts' replacement battle. Even if he came here, the average daily traffic on Gulan Tizolo exceeded 30,000 people. Without accurate intelligence, he would not be exposed. As a result, his luck was so bad that he was discovered by the other party. He didn't know that the person who operated the monitor that day was called Bakura. Her fruit ability was the most hidden in Tizero. The effect of the lucky fruit can be exerted in many inconspicuous places. Don't say that, Senior, I just want to live. I am not like you who would rather die than work for them. Since you said that you would help me well, then you should help me. You bastard! Is this what you understand as helping? At the beginning, his team was short of people, so he wanted to recruit Faz-FO after his promotion. In Guima's eyes, Faz-FO was also a good seedling. At the beginning, he really wanted to help him, but now, he wants to exchange his life for his future. Each serves his master, or do you consider surrendering? I can recommend you to Mr. Kaido. Although many senior cadres hate the identity of members of the world government, they can accept it if they really join. Shana and Jin's personalities still hate members of the world government. When he first joined, he was looked down upon. Foz F, have you overestimated your ability? You think too highly of yourself. Listening to Foz F's words, Kama's eyes were full of disdain. People like them would never betray. After all, they dared to carry out such a mission as interfering with Kaido's battle, which was obviously a suicide mission. But he didn't understand why a small former CP9 was so confident. Not to mention you, even Rob Lucci is not my opponent. Stepping on the ground dozens of times, Kama used the razor to appear directly in front of Foz F, and stabbed Foz F with his finger gun. The gap between CP9 and CP0 is strength. He couldn't beat Quinn, and he didn't take Foz F seriously. What I hate most is others compare me with that bastard. A strange thing about CP9 is that when it comes to Rob Lucci, the most talented newcomer in 800 years, and Foz F, he is as famous as Rob Lucci. No one likes to be used as a foil, especially when he thinks he is not inferior to the other. In the battle between the former CP9 and the current CPO, Foz FO also chose to use the 6 styles to fight. Stupid, your iron block can't stop me, finger gun impact hammer. The bones of his fingers seemed to disappear, and his fingers strangely retracted into his palms, and finally bounced out like a spring. The earthworm fruit gave him not only the ability to regenerate, but also strong muscles and changes in bones. His whole body can transform into a state of flesh spring, thus launching a stronger attack. The iron block and the finger gun are the spear and shield in the 6 styles. People who overestimate the quality of their shields usually have no good end, but this time, it was not the shield that overestimated themselves, but the spear. The hair on Foz FO's body completely blocked Kama's finger gun. Ha ha ha, if the highest level of iron is to pursue steel, then what will happen if a body that is already made of steel uses iron? Have you ever thought about it, senior? White Pigeon. Chapter 767, The Cat Boss Team is being established. The 6 styles teach basic skills. The combination of finger gun, moon step, shave, storm kick, paper painting and iron can enable a person to deal with most situations in battle. But on this basis, people who are proficient in the 6 styles and use the 6 styles as their main fighting method have their own derivative skills and their own strengths. Fuzzfu is best at finger gun, which is one of the reasons why Kama took a fancy to him. The two even have similar strengths. Fuzzfu also knows Kama. In the past, he would never take Kama's attack in this way, but the power given to him by Arceus gave him confidence. Among the many attributes of Pokemon, each attribute has a lot of room for development. Even the insect type, which is known as the weakest, has a bright future, but the steel type and rock type are undoubtedly the most obvious attributes to be improved. The body of steel and rock can significantly improve a person's lower limit. When transformed into a steel Pokemon, ordinary bullets and swords do not need any dodging. Just relying on the hardness of the body, they can withstand this wave of attacks without injury. The body of the cat leader is also very special. The Viking horn helmet on his head is not a real helmet, but a product obtained after the body hair is hardened. As one of the steel Pokemon, their body hair is also made of metal-like substances. Foz F's body hair looks fluffy, but it is an extremely special structure. Thousands of steel hairs are entangled together. It has strong defense and can absorb a certain impact force. It is a product that takes into account the hardness of steel and the flexibility of hair. At the same time, there is also the amplification of iron blocks. The essence of iron blocks is to control the blood flow of oneself, so that the body becomes extremely hard, but iron blocks are just an adjective, and the upper and lower limits are uncertain. Every year, there are not a few agents who die because of overtrusting iron blocks. The original intention of this thing is to use iron blocks to strengthen defense and reduce damage when facing attacks that cannot be avoided. If you can avoid it, you should avoid it, or when necessary, you can exchange injuries for injuries and look for opportunities to counterattack. But as time goes by, its original intention seems to have changed. The impact of Gama's finger gun was almost completely absorbed, and the remaining attack power was nothing to Foz F, and this was not Foz F's strongest state. His ability is very special, and the characteristic is called Steel Will, which can make steel attacks more powerful. And the effect of this characteristic can be superimposed, but due to the limitation of physical strength, the power exerted has an upper limit. When FANFIC joined the Beast's pirates, he brought his own recruited subordinates with him. His original subordinates named Cats were the reserve cat bosses. Arceus intended to build them into a special cat boss team, specializing in team combat. FANFIC is a rare non-reckless person among the beasts. There are still many places where he can be used, but the team is just waiting to be built. His subordinates are far behind in both merit and strength. Claw gun steel. A grim smile appeared at the corner of FANFIC's mouth, and the nails of his right hand and the fur at his wrist instantly wrapped his fist, turning it into a large gun head. This is a skill that cat bosses have acquired while surviving in the wild. Some cat bosses will deliberately grow their nails long and use them as daggers. When FANFIC has this ability, with the power of life return, he has an extra set of weapons. Kama, who noticed the abnormality, dodged backwards, but there was still a blood mark on his face. He seemed to have underestimated the strange weapon in FANFIC's hand. However, with his own strong self-healing power, the blood wound healed quickly. In the past, he would reduce the chances of using his abilities to confuse the enemy, but if the opponent was FANFIC, it would be meaningless. After all, FANFIC knew his abilities very well. Saber-toothed tiger. No, this is not the power that saber-toothed tigers should have, Quinn. You don't need to understand that kind of thing. I will remember your contribution. You should feel honored. You are the first person to experience this new power. Tooth-chopping gun wheel. The hair on FANFIC's body condensed into small spikes, and the fangs retained in the form of saber-toothed tigers. And sharp steel claws formed a sharper blade. The body shrank slightly into a ball and crashed into the opponent at high speed. The crushing brought by the ability is his biggest advantage. The same animal system, the fantasy beast species, is more powerful than the ancient species and the ordinary species. The feeling he had before facing the wood was all given to this old predecessor. Tooth gun combo. The sharp-toothed flying blades kept attacking Kama. Although Kama came in front of FANFIC with his understanding of some of FANFIC's moves, FANFIC suddenly clashed and let out a piercing roar before he could make a move. The sharp metal sound entered his brain, just like being hit by a hammer in the brain, and Kama's mind actually had a brief blank. This was the disadvantage of his fruit. The earthworm fruit made him more sensitive to sound. This noise caused his nervous system to become temporarily stiff, so that FANFIC pierced his stomach with a gun. Relying on the strong vitality brought by the animal system, Kama did not fall down. After pulling away, he relied on his own ability to heal his wounds. The intensity of the collision between Kama and FANFIC gradually increased. As time passed, Kama also understood a painful fact that he was no longer the opponent of the younger generation in the past. The cat leader and FANFIC are very compatible. The claws replaced the usual short sword, and the steel fur made up for the lack of defense, making it extremely difficult to get away. It was at this time that Kama discovered Tizero watching the battle on the high platform. He needed a way to leave here safely, and Tizero seemed to be this opportunity. He didn't dare to kill him. Tizero's status was very special. Without orders from above, killing him would inevitably anger some celestial dragon families, which would cut off the financial resources of those celestial dragons. But kidnapping and coercion would not be a problem. If there is any disadvantage of the transformed cat leader, it is that FANFIC's flexibility has slightly decreased, and FANFIC has not yet fully adapted to this heavier body. Kama used his right arm as a substitute. The price was exchanged for the opportunity to escape from FANFIC's entanglement. In midair, his arm had regenerated. But Tizero was not panicked at all. He just clapped his hands, and the golden stand under his feet turned into a big hand, pinching him directly in midair. Mr. Kama, you seem to have forgotten something. Don't forget that I am also a senior cadre of the beasts. Since I dare to appear in front of you, how can I be without strength? White Dove Dove. Chapter 768, I know your ability very well, and you know nothing about mine. CEO of Beast's Fruit, world-famous male star, the master of Gulen Tizero, this is Tizero's identity in the eyes of outsiders. He is already above most people in wealth and status. Even ordinary officials have to give him some face. With the Beast's pirates behind him, Tizero is a ruthless character who eats both black and white in the outside world. It's just that he rarely shows his strength. In most cases, fighting has nothing to do with him. Even Kama had never seen Tizero take action, and he was usually accompanied by Tanaka or Deus as his bodyguards. Seeing Tizero standing alone on the high platform, Kama thought that Tizero trusted FANFIC too much. This little trick is useless. Although his body had been caught by the golden hand, Kama did not seem to be panicked. Even though he felt that the hardness of this gold was different from that of ordinary gold, he did not take it seriously. In his opinion, these were all part of the deformed buildings on Gran Tesoro. Not many people knew that Tesoro had eaten the gold fruit. In addition to the people of the beasts, Doflamingo only knew that the fruit was in Tesoro's hands. But with Doflamingo's character, even if he knew the truth, he would not expose the news of Tesoro. After being affected by the gold fruit, the gold will become very hard, not as easy to damage as ordinary gold, but Kama's body is also special, and he got out of the gap of the golden giant hand. Shaved snake. With the help of his well-developed muscles, Kama launched several shaves in succession and used the moon step to get to Tesoro. This is the first time I have seen such a fearless rich man like you, but don't worry, I just want to leave here safely. This request is not too much, right? His fingernails pointed at Tesoro's throat, and he didn't use any weapons. For these agents, their limbs have been trained into deadly weapons. Looking down from here, FA's face was extremely ugly, which was exactly what Kama wanted to see, but he didn't know that the reason for FA's ugly face was completely different from what he thought. He did show an ugly expression because Kama approached Tesoro, but he was not worried about Tesoro's safety, he just felt that the evaluation of his actions would be lowered, but Kama didn't know the real reason. Tesoro even had the mood to joke with him. It's not excessive, but I refuse. Since you dare to come here, you should be prepared to bear the consequences. If you leave smoothly, doesn't it mean that everyone here can be bullied? Do you think I dare not kill you? Do you dare? Listening to Guima's threat, Tesoro showed a disdainful smile. They are all chess pieces, but the difference is that Tesoro is the general in this game. Unless he wants to overturn the table, neither side will allow him to have an accident. Whether it is the beasts behind him or the Tianlong people behind Guima is different. He is just an ordinary pawn, a chess piece that can be abandoned at any time in exchange for greater benefits. Why do you think I dare not? No one can stop me from taking action at this distance, and Fuzifu is even less likely. As he said, he wanted to grab Tesoro's collar, but before he took action, he lost control of his body. No matter how hard his brain tried, his body could not move. Can you be more honest with your dirty hands? This is a dress made by Stella herself. It will be very difficult for me if you get it dirty. You. The stage has been set, and here, I am the master. There is only one entrance to Gulan Tesoro, and every time a new person enters, a large number of ribbons will be thrown from the sky as a welcome ceremony, and those ribbons are filled with gold powder. People living here will inevitably be stained with these powders. Through these golds affected by the fruit ability, Tesoro can control the actions of most people. The Kama in front of him does not have the strength to forcibly break the shackles of Tesoro's ability. Your skills seem to be a lot less stale, so I will doubt your ability. Tesoro looked at Faz on the side and said his evaluation very bluntly. This is just a small mistake, but in many cases, such a small mistake is enough to cause fatal effects. It's my mistake, I will pay more attention to it in the future. Faz did not explain anything. The more he explained this glaring mistake, the more incompetent he would appear, and there was no way around it. He didn't expect Kama to use his ability to do this. He knew Kama's ability, but only part of it. Kama was not stupid enough to reveal all his abilities to a junior who he had just met. It was not until this time that Kama realized one thing, the strongest here was not Fuzfu, but Tesoro. A person who can develop the ability of the fruit to awakening by himself is definitely not a weak person. Now Tesoro has not turned evil, but has a goal that must be protected. In order to protect his beloved, he is constantly getting stronger. A dual ability user of the gold fruit and bead rill. In the home turf of Gran Tesoro, he can even touch a disaster level character, not to mention such a CP0. Why did you recruit bodyguards? When Tesoro appears in public, he is always accompanied by bodyguards, which is why Kama made a misjudgment. Now it seems that Tesoro is many times stronger than those bodyguards. If he really encounters danger, it is still unknown who will protect whom. You said Day? Don't you think that big guy is very good at making a scene? After all, I am a public figure, so I still have to have this kind of pomp. Okay, Faz get rid of him. For Tesoro, the biggest role of bodyguards is to take care of Stella when he is not free, and some fruit abilities can bring great convenience, such as Tanaka, which can save him the trouble of looking for doors everywhere. Kama, who was controlled by the gold fruit, was powerless to resist and could only let Fazefo's claws pierce his heart. This was not fatal to him. When the earthworm fruit transformed, he had more than one heart in his body. Just when he wanted to use fake death to escape again, he heard Fazefo's words. "Mr. Tizero, do you have fire? What do you want fire for?" This guy is the ability user of the animal type earthworm fruit, and his vitality is very tenacious. This may not kill him. Just in case, it is better to burn him to ashes, after all, he knows a lot of things. Fazefo. You bastard! At this moment, Kama regretted the most that he had shown some of his abilities in order to recruit him. White Dove. Chapter 769, Quinn's Moment of Decision. He never thought that one day in the future, Fazefo would surrender to the enemy, and the betrayal was so thorough, and he also used him very cleanly. He did not care about the past feelings at all and regarded him as a stepping stone for promotion. If he were Fazef, he would do the same, but when he was the one who was unlucky, he couldn't accept it. Really? That's really troublesome. Although he said it was troublesome, Tizero still clapped his hands. Behind Tizero, a golden statue appeared with flowing lines on its body. Golden Divine Fire. Tizero used his domineering energy as energy, and heated it through the special lines in the golden statue, generating high temperature and high density energy and expanding rapidly, and finally evolved into a laser attack, burning all the parts below Kama's head to ashes. He couldn't let Kama die without a complete body. What he had to do was to let Kama die here quietly, but the people behind him had to know what happened, otherwise it would not have a deterrent effect. He should be dead now. Even if he was a natural type, he would not survive if he was beaten to a head. That very night, Morgan's newspaper published a news that a tourist fell into the water after getting drunk and was unfortunately swallowed by a sea beast. When the rescue team found him, they only saw the remains of his face. Gulen Tizelo apologized for this and said that he would strengthen the patrol of the boat in the future, and reminded other tourists not to drink too much to prevent tragedies. The news spread widely, and the Tianlong people who instructed Gama to act also understood what Tizelo was doing. This behavior of establishing authority made them very unhappy, but in contrast, the other two Tianlong families did not express their opinions. They even joined forces to suppress the subsequent actions of this family, and did not hide their behavior of protecting Tizelo. After all, Tizelo could bring them huge profits every year. They were not happy that outsiders wanted to interfere in the affairs over there, but they had no evidence and lacked reasons to interfere. Now they just gave them the opportunity to exert their strength. The Tianlong people were not a monolithic entity because interests and preferences often caused various conflicts. As long as the interests of the entire Tianlong people were not harmed, the higher UPS would not interfere, but those had nothing to do with Tizelo. Although some minor mistakes occurred, Faz's ability was further confirmed later. During his time in Gulen Tizero, he caught many people with problems. His undercover and counter-reconnaissance skills were not learned in vain. At the same time, he also understood another truth. You can't trust your eldest lady too much when doing things, or to be more precise, you can't trust her completely. After she sets a new goal, she will indeed work hard to achieve it, but the process may be tortuous, and sometimes she will do some unnecessary things. For example, in Gulen Tizero, no matter how you look at it, she is just playing. Not only that, he can't understand the thinking of the beast's cotters. At this time, he is holding a small notebook in his hand, which records some of the experiences that Yamato discussed with the cotters before leaving Onigashima. Severe torture, when they can't bear it, they will naturally say that this is the advice given by Jin. In his opinion, as long as the torture is severe enough, sooner or later someone will confess, but in this way, it is likely that some people will confess under torture. But what Faz can't understand is that Jin's method is actually a relatively gentle type. Kill the suspicious elements directly, this is Quinn's suggestion. He spares no effort to maintain the safety of the pirate group. As for Shayna, the seemingly gentle person gave a result that was more irritable than Jin. In her opinion, this attempt to sneak in was disrespectful, especially for the believers of Arceus, who had special scrutiny. It doesn't matter if it's a true believer, but false believers are likely to be burned to slag. After reading those suggestions, Faz felt that it was a miracle that he could get to this point smoothly. There are indeed a lot of perverts in this pirate group. Yamato's travel journey, his test journey is basically over, and before leaving, he also saw one of Yamato's achievements. She taught he learned how to talk like a parrot, but only taught it one sentence. "Help, I've been turned into a parrot." Listening to the parrot's slightly panicked tone, he didn't know how to evaluate this behavior. Yamato only followed him on the test, and left everything else to him. He had already returned to Onigashima first, and while Fanfiction was working hard to investigate whether there were some people who were wrong on the outer islands, Quinn was facing a very difficult choice. "Is the news confirmed?" "Yes, Brother Quinn, I don't know what happened to your banana plantation, and many banana trees have been infected. Burn the infected part and the surrounding banana trees." "They have done it, but it's useless. The surrounding bananas will still be infected in a few days, and the infected banana trees will completely wither in a few days. They have sent the samples, please take a look." The subordinate handed Quinn a special small box, which contained samples of infected banana trees. This is the trouble Quinn is currently facing. There is a problem with his banana plantation. Although his orchard was relocated after moving to Wano country, the terrain of Wano country is limited, and it is impossible for him to grow fruits all over. On the limited land, there are still a large number of tree fruits and precious medicinal materials that need to be cultivated, so Quinn's private plantation only occupies a small part. In order to meet the needs of external sales and internal supply, Beishao has many plantations in the outside world, and this banana plantation is the one Quinn values most. After so many years, the planting technology there has long been mature, and he doesn't need to worry about it at ordinary times. "I didn't expect that an accident would happen today." Quinn took the sample to his own laboratory, but found no problems after a thorough analysis. He even asked Nakin to help him analyze the situation, but still didn't get any results. There was no problem with the sample, and only traces of some things that had existed could be seen. No, there was still no result. The cells in these plants were destroyed by something, but they did not leave any information. Putting down the instrument in his hand, Nakin gave his final conclusion. Could it be that the transportation process was too long and they died naturally? It's not impossible, but in this case I'm afraid we can only figure out what happened on that island. Something's wrong. Why do I feel like this is a conspiracy? Quinn had a bad feeling. No matter how he looked at this, it seemed like they were trying to lure him out. White Dove. Chapter 770, on how Kaido's self-blame came about. That banana plantation had been planted for so many years without any problems, but it just happened to have a problem at this time. It would be fine if there was a problem, but it's not a small problem. If I don't go to the scene, I'm afraid I can't figure out what it is. With the complexity of this component, ordinary people really can't figure it out. You have to have enough knowledge of tropical dragon bananas and viruses and bacteria to better solve this problem. This is already reading Quinn's ID card. Even if Nakin is good at botany, he is not as good as Quinn in other aspects. Quinn thinks this is probably a conspiracy, but he has no decisive evidence. After all, he has been blamed for a long time, and there are more than one plantation of the beasts. This is just one of the more important ones. No one can be sure that he will really go out for this thing, and Quinn has no evidence to prove that this is a conspiracy against him. At this time, he still has some fluke mentality. Contact Tizero and ask him to find a few experts to take a look. After thinking about it, Quinn temporarily restrained his desire. Beishao Fruit is the owner of those bananas in the open, and there are people who are good at agricultural products under it. After receiving Quinn's instructions, the younger brothers also conveyed Quinn's requirements to Tizero, and a group of professionals also came to the plantation with their own big bags and small packages. As time passed, Quinn also received new news. Good news, they found the root cause. There was a problem with the rainfall on the island recently. The rain contained a virus. It was this virus that destroyed the banana trees and eventually caused their death. At the same time, this virus only parasitizes plants and is extremely easy to die. Without a host, it will die soon and will not harm other plantations. Bad news, they can't handle this kind of thing, and even after one attempt, the death process of the plant was accelerated. Brother Quinn, according to the report, it will be fine after all the plants on that island die. After a while, they can be replanted, although that island has the largest banana production. But if we reduce the ration, we can still hold on this year. Reduced ration? If not, won't my life be boring? Those rubbish, I still have to do it. As the business expands, their output is fixed. If it is reduced, it is impossible to reduce only one person. As a hedonist, he pays great attention to his extravagant life, and the fat on his belly is the best proof. But he still did not leave the ghost island, but began to use remote live broadcast to remotely control the people on the island to make corresponding drugs to deal with this crisis, but in the end he still failed. Waste. You bunch of waste. I have made it so clear, haven't you studied the results yet? Quinn cursed at the screen in front of him. Except for not being able to get started with micromanagement, he had taught everything he could, but this group of people just couldn't get a satisfactory result. The fruiting season is approaching, and if we don't solve this problem quickly, this batch of bananas will be ruined. Miss Yamato hasn't come back yet, and Lord Arceus is out again, then only Kai is left. What a big brother. Quinn didn't want to give up on survival or food, so he wanted to find a strong enough umbrella to go out with him. He was obviously a strong man in the sea, but now he became extremely cautious. With a slightly uneasy heart, Quinn found Kaido on the Sky Island, and Kaido was watching his mount fighting at this time. Unlike the Pokemon that only have a huge body after the Dynamax, the 8-headed dragon, the Flaming King, and the Bankura are also giant beasts under normal conditions. Normally, the age of Pokemon is determined by the time of their birth. The 8-headed dragon, which was born the latest, is undoubtedly the little brother. But following Kaido, its personality has become more and more warlike, and it thinks it should not be the little brother. It is also a creature created by Arceus, and it also has a very strong fighting power. He wants to be the big brother. So he is challenging the position of the two sisters with force. It doesn't know what it can gain from this, but it just wants it, and it seems to think that this will make the master and the creator happier. It's hard to say whether Arceus is happy or not, but at least Kaido is very happy now. Seeing that his mount is so suitable for his personality, his laughter has been going on for a long time. With the advantage of flying, the 8-headed dragon is indeed stronger than King Yanwu and Bankura in a one-on-one situation, but it is still young and challenged its two sisters at the same time. The two sisters are also a little unhappy about the younger brother's expansion, so they joined forces to hit its arrogance. When Quinn came here, Kaido was comforting his mount. Ahaha, don't be discouraged, you are challenging two at the same time, and you are still young, Quinn, what are you doing here? Patting the head of the most important 8-headed dragon, Kaido looked at Quinn on the side. Brother Kaido, there are some production problems on the island outside. Can you please go there with me to check the situation? Do I need to go for such a small matter? Can't I just find someone? No, Brother Kaido, this matter is quite complicated. Most people can't handle it. I have to do it myself. If it goes wrong, it will affect our business reputation. Lord Arceus has finally established this good reputation. Then you can go by yourself. Do you think you are a child? Speaking of this, Kaido suddenly stopped. He was not deceived by Quinn's sweet words, but caught another key point. Quinn, you are not scared to go out, right? Quinn's words are okay to fool Yamato, but it is still far from fooling Kaido. Okay, no need to say more. Brother Kaido, listen to my explanation. No, as a big boss under me, you are afraid of this kind of thing. These are all my negligence. Wow. At the end, Kaido suddenly cried again. At this time, Quinn saw a lot of wine jars scattered on the island cloud next to him. Kaido seemed to drink a lot while watching the battle. He wanted to leave secretly after noticing something unusual, but was grabbed by Kaido's shoulder. Brother Kaido. This is my fault. If you were stronger, you wouldn't have to worry about this, so let me help you become stronger. Wait. No. Looking at Kaido who picked up the mace, Quinn wanted to leave here, but it was obviously impossible. Kaido just swung the mace and completely blocked his retreat. Chapter 771, How to Convince a Henpecked Husband, Quinn's Tragic Confession. Humans are so strange. Bankura grabbed a piece of island cloud, and seemed to be thinking whether it could be eaten. After hesitating for a while, he stuffed it into his mouth. Eating soil is Bankura's habit. Island cloud is also a kind of soil in theory, but it has never studied whether it can be eaten. The island cloud melted instantly after being stuffed into his mouth, and a glimmer appeared in Bankura's eyes. It seemed to have discovered a new world. But it stopped after eating 2 bites. It didn't want to fall down like this, it would be very painful. Yet, humans are so strange. Their way of getting along is really unappreciative for Pokemon. Zioxioba must have learned bad things from them. I said don't call me that. I'm a demon dragon. Tisk, Do you like the nickname given to you by the enemy so much? It turns out that it's better to beat your brother as soon as possible. Bankara, King Yan Wu, and the eight-headed evil dragon said words that humans couldn't understand, and at the same time complained about the strange behavior of Kaido and Quinn, and did not agree with the taste of the eight-headed evil dragon. Although they are created by the same person, the eight-headed dragon is closely related to the Yamata no Orokai fruit, and it is inevitable that there will be differences. When Kaido was drunk, Quinn suffered an extra ordeal, which also made him realize that Kaido's path was impossible. It is Kaido's most disgusting behavior that subordinates dare not do something because of cowardice. If it happens again, I am afraid that Kaido will really beat them half to death. Damn, Lord Arceus has just left, and I don't know when Miss Yamato will play. He is not so rigid. Since the top combat power cannot be found, then the worse ones are not impossible. Shayna left with Arceus, and Olga was also drifting in the open sea. The only options left for him are Zeraora and Jin. After thinking about it, he chose to find Jin first. Get lost. Hey! You torture pervert, I came to invite you politely, is this your attitude? I don't have time to deal with you, a guy who can't overcome his appetite. Jin was very impatient, annoyed, the long knife across his waist has been pulled out. Quinn didn't know that when he came here, Jin was using Lily Carnation, but he interrupted the process. Now he didn't kick directly, which was very restrained. At this point, Zeraora has become the last choice. After returning to the laboratory, Quinn fiddled with some small things and went to Zeraora's residence with a gift box. As for why he brought a gift, if it was just Zeraora, he would go empty-handed, but his problem was that Zeraora had a wife, and according to Quinn's analysis, the seemingly generous Setsuna was essentially a petty person. He just disturbed her love more than 10 years ago, and now he would be whipped from time to time. If he went out with nothing to find Zeraora to do something that might be risky, there was a high probability that he would be shot into a hedgehog. Is this guy's life too good? When he first came to Wano country, this place was really an ordinary thatched house, just 2 ordinary bungalows. Later, Zeraora and Setsuna built a new home here, and then when they got married, they turned it into a villa. Now, after several expansions, the villa has become a villa complex, and there are many new buildings around, warehouses, guest rooms, and small amusement parks. It can be said that it has everything. Compared, my income is not less than that of the other party, but it looks very miserable. Uncle Quinn, is there anything? Miyana came out from the flowers outside the door. Oh, I'm here to find your dad, he's at home. No, but why is your face so swollen? Did you eat too much? This question is difficult for Quinn to answer. After all, Kaido was always aiming at his face at that time. He didn't wrap a bandage and could move normally. It was all the result of Kaido's mercy. Where is your dad? He and Mom went fishing at the beach. Play with the toys for you and Wolf. Just after handing the things to Miyana, he saw the couple returning with the fish bucket. Quinn? What are you doing at my door? In the living room, Setsuna and Zeraora listened to Quinn's explanation of his purpose. So you want to borrow Zeraora? Hey, he is a living person, not your property. Is it really appropriate for you to talk like this? Don't worry about this, this is not the point. The point is, what dangerous thing are you going to do again? It's really not dangerous. To put it bluntly, if there is danger, it's my danger. It's okay for your Zeraora to retreat. In order to convince Setsuna, he gave a very miserable reason, and the people around him thought it made sense. Then why do you insist on dragging him along? If we go together, we can handle even the admirals of the navy. Even if something unexpected happens, he will be the fastest to ask for help. Are you satisfied with this reason? With a sigh, Quinn drank the water in the teapot in front of him. The admirals and the 4 emperors, their strength is a leap for the people below. Even the least expressive Green Bull easily solved Jin and Quinn, although this has something to do with their own injuries. Unless they are opponents of the same level, facing admiral-level opponents can only delay at most. He and Zeraora are enough to deal with the admirals of the navy. This is Quinn's slightly inflated confidence after the ability enhancement and Kaido's devilish training. Forget it, it's up to you. Zeraora can go if she wants to. In theory, he doesn't need to convince Setsuna, but Zeraora and Mander Fesh are the same, and sometimes Tizero has to be added. The current members of these 3 teams respect the ideas of the other half. For such a risky action, he must have a good reason. Don't worry, he will definitely come back safely. I'm well prepared this time. As he said that, Quinn took out a devil fruit and shook it in front of the two of them. Devil fruit? What's the use of this thing? We all have our own abilities and don't need this thing. Looking at the devil fruit in his hand, Setsuna showed a puzzled look. She and Ziraura have their own powers, and Miauna and Wolf also have the power given by Arceus. There is no need to add weaknesses to themselves. I use this thing myself. You want to commit suicide? You can't be so desperate, right? Eating 2 devil fruits will explode and die. This is the inherent cognition of the sea, so Setsuna didn't understand what Quinn said. How is it possible? This is a new move I prepared secretly. Whoever dares to provoke me, I will definitely let that bastard know how powerful I am. White Dove. Chapter 772, Let me show you the wrong way. He tossed the devil fruit in his hand and showed his arsenal, showing his determination for this mission. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Although you don't like to use weapons, you should bring it this time. As the current scientific research leader of Onigashima, Quinn not only improved his own weapons and equipment, but also brought some small equipment to Ziraura, an ordinary sea stone dagger. It is not easy to make this thing in the outside world. Due to the hardness and characteristics of sea stone itself, it is very difficult to shape it. Generally, the size of the ore is made into an object of similar size. It's just that in Wano country, you can make any shape you want. Therefore, they have many weapons containing sea stone, but Ziraura has no habit of using weapons in the past. Fists and feet are his most powerful weapons. I said, are you really not lying to me? Is this because your orchard has a problem? Looking at what Quinn prepared, Setsuna always felt strange, as if he had determined that there was a conspiracy behind this operation. No, your authority is not much lower than mine, and your Ziraura's authority is also very high. You can check it yourself. If there is any false news, I will not eat rice cake and red bean soup for a year. Setsuna believed Quinn's oath. Although this guy is not a good person, he attaches great importance to food. This is a person who dares to attack the other party with a headbutt for rice cake soup and big food. It can be seen how obsessed he is in this regard. You go out and wait first, I'll pack some clothes for Ziraura, Popo. Send him out. Finding a reason to send Quinn out, Setsuna took Ziraura aside. What's wrong? That guy is not right. If there is something wrong, just let him attract firepower and go ahead. Isn't this not good? What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten what the bounty order for that guy says? On live, he will be in danger only if you force him into a corner. Besides, if the two of you can't handle it, you can only rely on Mr. Kaido and Lord Arceus. As a colleague and husband, she is more concerned about Ziraura's problem. Although Quinn is a companion, his position in Setsuna's heart cannot be compared with Ziraura's. Don't worry, I know how to deal with it, don't worry. In this way, Quinn successfully persuaded a companion and went to the banana plantation with Ziraura. Only when they set out, Ziraura realized that he underestimated Quinn's caution. Is it necessary? I think it is still possible. You can fly anyway, and we are not flying all the time. We are just changing places to take a boat. The only exit of Wano country to the outside world is the submarine port, which is the safest way to leave Wano country. Secondly, the brave can choose to walk along the waterfall. As long as the boat is strong enough, whether it is climbing the waterfall upstream or jumping off the waterfall directly by boat, it is all possible. In addition, they have another way, flying. At this time, Quinn pulled Ziraura to this platform and left Wano country at night. He was worried that he would be spotted by the Navy's surveillance ship if he drove out by boat, so he chose this silent way. He thought no one would care about the 2 small black shadows in the night sky. A few days later, Ziraura and Quinn arrived at the plantation. Seeing that most of the banana trees on the island had turned yellow, Quinn felt tears in his eyes. Asshole! What are you looking at? Take me to the lab. Due to the serious damage to the banana plantation, Quinn was in a bad mood. Seeing the employees around him looking at him in confusion, he felt a nameless anger in his heart. Yes, but, Master Quinn, why are you here? If I don't come, the things on this island will be gone. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Yes, please come here. The angry Quinn was still very intimidating. The ordinary employees under him immediately took him to the place where agricultural problems were handled on the island. Before the researchers inside could figure out the situation, they were pushed aside by Quinn. Get out of my way. If you can't figure out such a simple thing, what's the use of you? Master Quinn, we tried hard, but... No buts. Learn carefully. Such simple steps, why can't you understand? Quinn turned on the equipment and started on-site teaching. As expected of Master Quinn, is this how this step is done? So that's how it is, this way we can save more than double the time. In order to save his banana as soon as possible, Quinn's arms have already waved out after images, and various instruments are flying in his hands. He quickly got what he wanted. As a former member of DS, he still has a lot of research talent. People in DS would rather curse each other every day than waste their time with trash. In this regard, his ability is indeed world-class. The people around him are not just flattering. Quinn has indeed done some things that they can't do. But as the last drop of liquid flowed into the beaker, grey smoke suddenly appeared on the experimental table, followed by an explosion. Ziraura, who was watching on the side, was speechless. Even if he didn't understand science, he knew what happened when he looked at the messy experimental table. Quinn seemed to have failed. When the smoke cleared, Quinn's face was covered with chemical residues, but he was like petrified, and he didn't move at all. The people watching around were so scared that they dared not breathe. Who knows if Quinn will be angry? Ahem, you all saw it. This is why you failed. I showed you how you failed. You must learn from it. After brainstorming, Quinn quickly made up a new reason to cover up his failure. Next, I will show you what the correct approach is. After cleaning the experimental table, Quinn repeated the previous action again. In order to prevent accidents, he had already started the modified part of himself, and there would be no problem with accuracy, but a few minutes later, the explosion occurred again. Quinn's eyes were full of doubts. After several explosions in succession, he confirmed one thing. It was not that he had a problem, but that something was wrong. Otherwise, this kind of experiment would not have overturned again and again. After driving everyone out, Quinn picked a new sample from the banana field outside and returned to the initial stage. It's not that what he wants to study is mysterious, but he is worried about embarrassing himself if something unexpected happens. Have you done it? How many times have I tried, and there is still no result? Even Ziraura became a little impatient when looking at the tedious experiment, and began to urge Quinn to speed up the progress. White Dove. Chapter 773, If you dare to destroy my banana plantation, I will not let you go even if you are a Navy Admiral. There are results, but trouble is about to come. This is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Looking at the analysis results in his hand, Quinn's face was gloomy. He finally figured out the reason and why he had failed before. This time he found that the ingredients that caused the banana to be sick were not what he had understood before, but a man-made product, and the manufacturer of this product was even his old acquaintance. That bastard Caesar, when I see him again, I will make him plow the ground with his face. Caesar. Caesar Kulang, he is just a waste. I used to be in the same research group with him. This thing is the product of his failed experiment, or rather, an improved version. I didn't realize what it was at first, but now I can be sure. For example, a new type of virus. No, that guy's experimental direction is a little different from mine. He has always liked artificial fruits, but has never succeeded. When he cultivated fruits, he followed the cultivation characteristics of some plants, and as a result, he created this special pesticide. You won't understand if I say more. Fortunately, it's not very troublesome. I should be able to handle it. Quinn did not explain more professional knowledge, but used a brief way to let Ziraura understand what it was. It's just that this thing can't appear here out of thin air. He is now a running dog of the world government. This is really a conspiracy against me. There is a conspiracy. This matter has always been within Quinn's expectations, but when he was sure that this was the real conspiracy, his heart was still very complicated. So, what is your decision now? This. In theory, he should leave here immediately after discovering the problem. He can prepare the antidote after leaving here, but that will waste a lot of time, and these bananas may not last. Do you mind waiting a few more days? You will die from this mouth sooner or later. Seeing Quinn's fearful and reluctant look, Ziraura wanted to kick him, and he suddenly understood what Shayna said at the beginning. I don't know why I want to kick him, I can't help the impulse when I see that face. It's just that at this time, someone helped them make a decision in advance. Alarm sounded in the laboratory, and someone helped Quinn make a decision. Taking advantage of speed, Zeraora saw the situation outside first. Quinn, good news, you don't have to worry about how to deal with this matter anymore. There were explosions in his ears, and Quinn suddenly had a bad premonition. You mean? They're almost all burned. You probably don't have time to save those bananas. This is a big problem. The sound coming from his ears was different from the ordinary gunpowder explosion. When Quinn came to the window, he saw the banana garden gradually turning into a sea of fire, and the magma bombs that kept falling with the ordinary artillery bombardment. Not far away, the shadow of a warship was gradually getting bigger. It's that mad dog. Looking at the Navy wearing a red suit and a coat of justice on the bow of the warship, Quinn instantly recognized his identity. He was the only one in the Navy who could use magma as a weapon, the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters Sakaski, codenamed Akainu. Due to the grudge between Olga and him in the past, the nickname Mad Dog has always been used to describe him within the beasts. It took Olga a lot of effort to get rid of him. Master Zeraora. Master Quinn. The Navy is attacking us, and the leader is. Okay, no need to say more, I've seen it all, you guys retreat, no need to stay and make trouble. This is a plantation island of the beasts, and there are not many people on the island. In addition to a small number of pirates, there are some workers, and 2 ships can accommodate them all. This island is not responsible for fighting, and most of them are retired pirates, who can't play any role in this kind of battle. Yes, I understand. Then the 2 lords. I will help you cover for a while, and report the news here to Onigashima. Zeraora arranged these things briefly, and then looked at Quinn on the side. I'm going to delay that guy, what about you? If he wants to leave, he can leave now. Sakaski can't stop Zeraora. In terms of flexibility, he can't limit the other party. If he does that, the rest of the pirates on the island will suffer. The highest combat power of the Navy is not something they can deal with. But he still has some sense of responsibility, although he promised Setsuna that everything would be based on his own safety. In this case, the safest way is to leave directly, but he can't do it. There will always be a reasonable difference between what a man promises at home and what he fulfills outside. He thought Quinn would want to retreat together, but this time Zeraora really underestimated Quinn. Delay? I'm going to kill that guy. I don't care what kind of dog he is. If he dares to burn my banana plantation, I will fight him to the death even if it's Brother Kaido. Quinn's eyes are already bloodshot, and the adrenaline in his body is being secreted at an accelerated rate. He can't forgive anyone who touches his food. At this time, he has been overwhelmed by anger and has lost some reason. He made the bravest decision in more than 10 years. The skin began to crawl, and the muscles in the body continued to expand and become. When he walked out of the room, he had turned into a huge tropical dragon man and flew towards the Navy warship. He didn't care about the casualties of these ordinary pirates, he just wanted to avenge those bananas that had not yet been born. Admiral Sakaski. The target has appeared, he didn't run away, and is approaching us. The ingredients that Caesar made to destroy plants and the Akainu that appeared here are naturally actions arranged by the world government and an attempt by them. It is not possible to send people into the inner part of Onigashima, and it is still very easy to mix an intelligence officer into the outer islands. Through the analysis of Quinn's preferences, a CP team planned this operation. They integrated the potion made by Caesar into the rain cloud, causing the plants here to become sick, and asked Sakaski to temporarily perform tasks nearby. According to the current situation analysis, it is the safest way to capture them alive in a short time and eliminate them under special circumstances. In theory, Borsellino is more suitable for this operation, but he is responsible for the safety of Vegapunk, and the Navy did not transfer him from his post. The plan remains unchanged, the bombardment continues, and all the pirates on the island will be eliminated. His arms are still spewing magma into the sky. The action must be carried out thoroughly. Since it has been started, there is no need to be soft-hearted. Whether it is Quinn or ordinary pirates, it is his decision to eliminate all enemies. Chapter 774, Don't be a coward. Sakaski will never show mercy to pirates. Since he was sent to perform this mission, his goal is to eliminate all these unrest factors. If it were not for the order of the world government that the Navy is not allowed to attack the Sea Emperor at will and have a big fight with him, Sakaski would have done it long ago. Adjust the muzzle and attack the ships first. Sakaski's meteor volcano has great power and range, but the disadvantage is that the accuracy is not very good. The hit rate after the magma fist is launched will be seriously affected by external factors. It is only suitable for large-scale firepower coverage, and the lack of hit rate is compensated by quantity. If you want to hit some ships accurately, you still have to rely on naval guns. The ship's guns were not for show. Under the coverage of double firepower, the plantation island soon turned into a sea of fire. Sakaski's general. New situation, new quarters found. Zeraora is also on the island, he is protecting the evacuated ship. The undercover on the island only sent a signal that Quinn had arrived, and did not describe the enemy's composition in detail. Go full speed ahead, speed up the landing. Due to the limitations of the fruit ability, Sakaski's combat performance on the sea is not as good as Kuzan and Borsellino. Kuzan can freeze the sea at will, Borsellino can fly freely, and neither of them will be restricted by venue factors. But for Sakaski, he can best exert his strength on the land. At this time, around the island, the lightning in Zeraora's hand was almost condensed into a physical entity. When he waved it, all the approaching shells were detonated in advance by him. Lord Zeraora! The news has been sent back to Onigashima, take care of yourself. On the ship, the evacuated pirates reported their situation in a loud voice, otherwise, under the cover of the explosion, these voices could not be heard by others at all. Bastards! Are you just going to watch? Push the cannons out and fight back. The officers on the ship issued new instructions. They couldn't intervene in the battle of the admiral level, but they were not afraid of the bombardment of a warship. The power of their ship's guns was no less than that of the navy. If the navy could hit them, they could also hit the navy. This was the new world, and they were pirates. It was impossible for a pirate ship to not have heavy firepower, even if the ship was mainly engaged in transportation. The flag of the beasts could only avoid most troubles, and sometimes it was still necessary to rely on cannons. Under the organization of the officers, the retreating pirates also began to use artillery fire to fight back. It was at this time that Quinn had come to the top of the warship. You magma mad dog, do you know how much effort I spent on this banana plantation? The transformed body has expanded into an arsenal, and began to pour its firepower towards Sakaski's position, but this was just venting its anger. Whether it was laser or gunpowder weapons, they had no effect on the body of the natural system. Holes like magma appeared on Sakaski's body. Whether it was Quinn's bombardment or the debris from the ship, they were all melted by the hot magma. But this attack was a disaster for ordinary Navy soldiers. Quinn didn't care about this kind of thing. It was not even enough to vent his anger. But in an instant, Sakaski below disappeared. When Quinn looked up again, the other party had come to him. Is there anything to regret about the hard work of the pirates? The fist was billowing with black smoke, and the magma-like fist hit Quinn's face directly. Today's three admirals are all natural ability users. Although the natural ability brings them terrible destructive power, their own physical skills should not be underestimated. Even if Zifa always says that Kizaru pays too much attention to the ability of the fruit, his own swordsmanship and kicking skills are better than most people. Zephyr's comparison target is the small group of people who are at the peak of physical skills. Compared with the older generation of Navy specializing in physical skills, Borsellino is lacking, but with the ability of the flash fruit, it is enough for him to become a top-level strongman. And Sakaski is even stronger than Borsellino in this regard. The order given to him by the world government is to try to capture alive, or choose to kill, but he has automatically ignored the former option. There is no reason for the sinner who caused the Navy to suffer huge losses to live. He will not let Quinn slaughter the soldiers on the ship like this. Although Sakaski will sacrifice some soldiers to achieve his goal, for the sake of absolute justice, he doesn't mind sacrificing a few people, but death must be exchanged for benefits. He is also a Navy admiral, the cornerstone of the Navy at the forefront, and he will definitely stand up in this situation. Moonsteps has long been a foundation for people like them. Although Quinn stretched out his arm to block, the huge magma fist still knocked him out. In this process, the wings behind Quinn released two flying leaf knives in the flapping, and even attached domineering aura on them, but the scars he left were still slowly healing. Domineering? Such domineering aura is not enough. As long as the opponent's attack position is predicted by the observation color, the natural ability user can avoid this damage. Facing Sakaski's ridicule, Quinn did not continue to attack. Looking at the slightly melted part of the mechanical arm and feeling the burning sensation on his face, his sanity lost in rage gradually recovered. This is the Admiral of the Navy. It seems a little early for him to challenge this opponent now. But he wants to leave, Sakazuki disagrees. The Hades dog. The magma-like arm stretched out quickly, stabbing at Quinn like a venomous snake, and the huge body seemed to become a target facing Sakazuki. This move was very fast, and Quinn could not dodge it, but Kaido's years of training played its own effect. With the deep-armed color, the Hades dog could not make a hole in him. The scorching magma continued to burn his skin, and when his defense was about to be broken, a lightning bolt fell from the sky, interrupting Sakazuki's attack. Yo, you are finally here. I am fast enough, how do you feel? When Quinn attacked Sakazuki, most of the artillery on the warship was destroyed, and Sakazuki also turned to attack him as a target. Naturally, Zeraora had no need to cover the retreat of those people, and soon came to the battlefield here. It's okay, not as painful as Kaido's big brother. Let's find a way to deal with this trouble first, otherwise it won't be so easy for us to leave. He took great pains to get Zeraora out, just to prevent trouble before it happens, and he has no psychological burden for joining forces. Let me correct you, it's not us. If I want to leave, I can leave now. He can't keep me, and didn't you just want to kill him? White Dove. Chapter 775, I am also super brave, okay. Just a few minutes ago, Quinn was indeed full of anger and wanted to kill the bastard who destroyed his banana plantation, but after the battle started, he calmed down. Maybe he has lived with a group of reckless men for too long, which has caused him to gradually become a reckless man. This behavior is undoubtedly extremely irrational. Fortunately, he had foresight and brought Zeraora here. With their abilities, they would not flee in embarrassment when facing the Admiral of the Navy. It was just that Zeraora's words made him feel a little guilty. He seemed to have said that if something went wrong, he could retreat first and then ask for help. If he really did that, hey, you wouldn't be so heartless, would you? A few drops of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. If Zeraora really did that, he seemed to have no choice but to admit that he was unlucky. Although the world government had some killing intentions towards him according to the intelligence eavesdropped by the Ammonite, they still focused on capturing him alive. Unfortunately, the person who was carrying out the mission was a paranoid, and he might really be burned to ashes. Among the three current admirals of the Navy, Borsellino has the strongest pursuit ability on the sea, and Kuzan has the strongest restriction ability. Sakazuki's ability is not as fast as Flash, and he does not have the strong control power of ice, but it does not mean that he has no way out on the sea. He can't catch up with Zeraora, but it is still no problem to stick to Quinn. Instead of wasting time talking nonsense here, you might as well help more in the battle. It was impossible to leave directly. Although the other two pirate ships had left the bombardment range, they were not safe yet. Zeraora could now cover Quinn's retreat first. Relying on the ability to fly, Quinn would be safe as long as he kept a distance. But the people on the other two ships would suffer. There were also some agricultural experts on board. According to Arceus, they were all precious talents and they had to be protected as much as possible. A battle was inevitable after all. Zeraora's fur flashed with lightning, and the lightning stored in his body entered a combat state under the mobilization of his mind, and Quinn also regained some courage. He was not alone, and this was a 2-on-1 battle. As for those ordinary naval soldiers, Quinn didn't take them seriously at all. Although there were two major generals on the ship who were responsible for other things, such opponents were very easy to deal with. It was just that the bullets that hit him from time to time made him quite unhappy. This was the most common thing for naval soldiers and ordinary pirates. Even if they knew that the weapons in their hands would not play a big role, they would still use this method to consume the opponent's physical strength in long-distance naval battles. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Don't forget that I'm Plague. Although he admitted his weakness, he didn't do so in action. A gun barrel extended from the mechanical arm, and Quinn's Plague Bomb was ready. He has shown more and more abilities over the years, but his nickname has never changed. On the one hand, it is the habit of the Navy. Unless some people show a completely different combat performance from before and the battle scene is fully captured, they will consider changing their nicknames. Arceus is an example, but this situation is rare. Most people will keep their nicknames for the first time they are rewarded, but Quinn is more special. Even if he shows a variety of abilities, his biggest impact on the outside world is still the Plague Bomb. In a large-scale battle, a Plague Bomb is a terrifying weapon that can instantly change the situation. The new toxin extracted from the stinky mud and double bomb gas has added several sequences to Quinn's Plague Bomb series, which can deal with various special situations. However, the beasts will not use this thing easily, as it has a huge impact on occupying an island. In most cases, the use of plague bombs will only be considered when executing a revenge plan. The shell was fired, and the warhead with a speed much slower than conventional ammunition flew towards the deck. As long as this plague bomb was detonated, the people on the deck would become overwhelmed, but Sakazuki did not let him do as he wished. Big fire! The arm evolved into a huge magma fist, which grabbed Quinn's plague bomb before it detonated, and then launched it into the sky. Boom! The magma fist exploded in the sky, and the unknown components in the plague bomb were detonated, and then burned out in the air. As a naval admiral, the information of codders like Quinn was in his mind. If that thing exploded, this ship of soldiers would basically be scrapped. The small magma blocks that exploded were cooled by the cold air during the descent, and gradually condensed into stone rain. Sakazuki also made his own move. He had come to Quinn in the gap when Quinn released the plague bomb. Dog bites Red Lotus. A large amount of magma gushed out from the front of his arm, and the magma in the shape of a hellhound bit Quinn. Compared with the more flexible Zeraora, he still took Quinn as the main target of attack. First, he was the target mentioned in the mission, and second, his plague bomb was too troublesome. Although Sakazuki had just protected the Navy soldiers, he would not give up the opportunity to act for the safety of the soldiers. He knew very well that the people on the ship were no match for Zeraora. If Zeraora attacked those soldiers at this time, the people on the ship would have almost no ability to resist. But he was also confident that Quinn was not his opponent. If Zeraora did this, he would use the soldiers to buy time to deal with Quinn as soon as possible. This was a death he could accept. If Zeraora came to help Quinn, the soldiers on the ship would be safe, and they could continue to chase the fleeing pirate ships. After all, they could not interfere with the Battle of the Admirals. In the sky, there was a lack of leverage points, and the huge force forced Quinn to retreat continuously. Sakazuki was a natural ability user, but he was also a monster who could wrestle with Whitebeard. Even if Whitebeard was seriously ill and injured, the strange power of the Tremor fruit was enough to kill adult giants in seconds. Quinn's size was not enough for him to overcome this. Zeraora did not pay attention to those warships. Akainu was not there, and the people on the ship were enough to deal with them. He turned and flew in the direction of Quinn and Sakazuki. Mhahaha, the admirals of the Navy are just like this. Compared with Brother Kaido, your strength is much worse. On the island, 2 deep gullies were drawn under Quinn's feet, and he was forced from the sky to the ground. With a more solid leverage point, he finally took Sakazuki's attack. The fire on the island came into his eyes, and he could see the crushed banana trees at his feet. Even though his opponent was the Admiral of the Navy, the anger of the foodie still made him regain his courage. Although there were a few more burnt holes on his arm, it was just a minor injury to him. The power of the dog bite Red Lotus was stronger than that of the dark dog. If he used his left arm to resist, the damage he suffered would be much less, but he did not do so because he was planning how to fight back. White Pigeon. Chapter 776, The Grace of the Devil. Windbreaker hit. He has similar skills to Germa, but whether it is lightning or sparks, it has no effect on natural ability users. The brute force brought by the winch green can play a certain role. His left arm was entangled by domineering. In the previous battle, he chose to use his right arm to resist Sakazuki's attack. Logically speaking, using a mechanized left arm is the best solution, but he did not do so. When resisting the Hades dog previously, the outer metal had melted to a certain extent. If it continued to do so, the driving parts in the mechanical hand might be damaged, so it was necessary to use the unmodified right arm to resist. The unfolded mechanical arm grabbed Sakazuki, and the enlarged steel claws danced with a sound of breaking through the air, and the claws covered with domineering began to operate under the operation of hybrid power. Through human body modification, these mechanical arms have long become part of Quinn's body. Even if there is no pain, he can receive feedback. This attack did not achieve the expected effect, and the joints of the mechanical arms also made a creaking sound. Relying on his own physique, Sakazuki directly stuck Quinn's mechanical arm, and lava was also oozing from the surface of the body. Bursts of black smoke were spreading from Quinn's mechanical arm to the surroundings. Facing such an opponent, Quinn was also difficult to deal with. He had a lot of equipment on him, but the attacks of those equipment had no effect on natural ability users. Whether it was the fragments of the explosion or a single element attack, it had no effect on the magma. These technological weapons are overwhelming when facing ordinary weapons, but they also have disadvantages. Quinn can't add domineering to invisible objects such as lightning or lasers. Even the skills of Tropical Dragon are difficult to have an effect on lava. Akainu is his most difficult opponent. After all, he is the only admiral in the war who did not play a fake match. After being beaten into the ground by Whitebeard, he can still make other captains helpless. It is a considerable improvement that Quinn can wrestle with him now, but it doesn't matter. He is not the main force against Sakazuki. Now he just needs to be beaten. His right fist wrapped in domineering hit Sakazuki, but Sakazuki's focus is not here at all. The thunder resounding in his ears is even more dangerous. Boom, Quinn's fist hit the ground, and Sakazuki's body just now completely turned into lava, directly getting rid of the wrestling with Quinn, gathering to the side along the dents on the ground, and recombining into his own body. Relatively speaking, Zeraura's attack also missed. Fast speed does not mean invincibility, otherwise Borsellino would have been invincible long ago. With the help of the prediction of the observation color, Sakazuki successfully avoided Zeraura's attack. However, although fast speed does not mean invincibility, it means a faster attack frequency. When Sakazuki's body just gathered, Zeraura kicked him in the head. With the help of domineering, he attacked Sakazuki's entity, and relied on his own speed to avoid the opponent's counterattack. After his fists were filled with lightning, he launched a new round of attacks. At this time, his whole body was wrapped in lightning, and he had entered the additional state of Plasma Lightning Fist. Unlike Quinn, who was slightly suppressed before, the battle between the two could not tell the result for a while. Zeraura was extremely fast, and most of Akainu's counterattacks were evaded by him, and a small number of unavoidable attacks were also blocked by the guard. In contrast, the effect of Zeraura's attack was not obvious. Sakazuki's domineering and physique were very strong. Relying on his extraordinary physical fitness, he only had some blood on the corners of his mouth. Well done. Hit him. Hit his face. Don't order me. Don't stand there stupidly. Hey, it's not easy to make such a big noise. Quinn gave verbal encouragement on the side, but was then scolded. If this was Arceus's order, Zeraura would have no complaints even if he fought to the death. But he was only called out by Quinn to help. If it weren't for Quinn's mess, he should be at home playing with his children and accompanying his wife, not fighting here. It was impossible for Quinn to command him, and he came only because of the friendship of companions. If this was not a battle, he would definitely take the time to fight with Quinn. Quinn was not a fool. He did not stand there and watch the show. Although he did not make any big moves, the things he prepared had arrived. Boom! The sky was covered by dark clouds, and the sky above the entire island was full of thunderclouds. This was the result of Quinn's just now. The large-scale rain prayer had turned the entire island into a rainy day. Due to Sakazuki's attack, the island had already turned into a sea of fire. A large amount of hot air rose, making it easier to gather rain clouds. Otherwise, Quinn really couldn't make the range of rain prayers so large. Such weather was not suitable for his battle, but it was very suitable for Zeraura, and the subsequent heavy rain also weakened Sakazuki's magma. The heavy rain poured down, but the flames were not extinguished immediately. The initial rain evaporated when it entered the fire scene, and a large amount of water vapor almost filled the entire island. Through this layer of smoke, you can see the red magma and the yellow thunder constantly interweaving, while Quinn was interfering with firepower in the distance to help Zeraura delay the opponent's pace. Boom! Sizzle! The clouds rolled, a large amount of lightning swept down, and Zeraura temporarily withdrew from the battle. The others have almost retreated to a safe place. This guy is not easy to deal with. We can't tell the winner even if we fight like this for a few more days. The battle lasted for half a day. Zeraura's fur had some burnt marks, and Sakazuki's suit also looked extremely tattered, but the condition of the two was not too bad. This battle will not get any results for a while. It is difficult for Sakazuki to defeat both of them at the same time, and the two of them have no way to defeat each other quickly. Quinn's body is not injured now. Through self-regeneration, the scars on his right arm have recovered, but the mechanical hand on his left arm is temporarily scrapped. Zeraura is also using lightning to replenish his physical strength. If it drags on, the scale of the battle may be expanded. It's not the time yet. It's a pity for my banana plantation. Anyway, it's like this, so I might as well give him a big gift. As he said this, Quinn took out the devil fruit from somewhere. What do you want to do? The move that Lord Arceus taught me is called Nature's Grace. The power of that move is completely dependent on the fruit I carry. Devil fruits are also fruits. What do you think the effect of using this to activate nature's grace is? Chapter 777, The Liberated Devil. Looking at the devil fruit in Quinn's hand, Ziraura did not guess the result, but remembered another thing. How do I remember during the previous position-changing battle, someone reported that a devil fruit in the spoils was lost, and in the end, it was not clear where it went. Could it be you took it for experiments? Ahem, don't worry about that detail. Anyway, this move is very powerful. If the island hadn't been ruined, I wouldn't want to use it. Looking at the devastated plantation, Quinn's heart was very complicated. Sakaski's meteor volcano caused serious damage to the island, and the subsequent lightning caused the island to collapse further. Now the ground of the island is full of potholes. Don't even mention growing bananas, you can just soak in the hot springs. Just use it when you need to. Why are you hesitating? The natural grace activated by it is different from the ordinary natural grace. It consumes a lot of physical strength and it is a bit difficult to hit. You have to find a way to help me limit him. Use it. I am afraid of the ability users who are in trouble, so I prepared it for you. Just stab him with a knife, and the stiffness will be enough. As he said that, Quinn began to enter the activation state of the move. At this time, the thunder released by Ziraura had ended. What Sakaski saw was Quinn holding a devil fruit and starting to become thin. Releasing skills requires consuming one's own physical strength. The devil fruit is not a tree fruit, but the power of Zeus allowed the tropical dragon to combine with the Brachiosaurus fruit, and finally developed this new use, but the cost was extremely high. Almost all of his accumulated energy was used to release this move. Seeing Quinn preparing a new big move, Ziraura didn't waste any words and took out the ordinary dagger. Sea stone weapons are indeed the nemesis of ability users, but they can only be used for surprise attacks. Once the opponent is prepared, it will be difficult to work again. People with strong enough strength can also have stronger tolerance. Sea stone can temporarily prevent them from using their abilities or lose some strength, but it will not be directly paralyzed. Charlotte Linlin was tied up like a dumpling by the high-purity sea stone chain, but she didn't collapse directly. If sea stone is really a divine weapon, it would be enough to let ordinary soldiers carry more sea stone during the war on the top, and find an opportunity to deal with Whitebeard. Its biggest highlight is that Ghost Spider took advantage of Marco's inattention and used sea stone handcuffs to trick him. In the previous battle, Ziraura had never used the dagger, and Sakaski was not alert to this, but in the new round of battle, he felt a fatal crisis. Originally, Ziraura was aiming at his heart. Sakaski, who noticed the abnormality, did not choose to defend with armed color, but quickly evaded, but he was much inferior in speed, and Ziraura's dagger still pierced his shoulder. Then he quickly flashed back, and the insertion of the sea stone dagger made Sakaski's body tremble suddenly, but he still resisted the discomfort and pulled out the dagger. If he wanted to keep it in the opponent's body for a long time, Ziraura could not let go, but in this way he would lose his own flexibility, and he was not Sakaski's opponent in a head-on confrontation. Although he could cause considerable damage during this period of weakness, it was not fatal. If he was caught, he would be at a disadvantage in the subsequent battles. A purple light wrapped in the almost melted fruit hit Sakaski, and Ziraura returned to a safe distance again. Looking at Quinn, who had finished releasing his moves, Ziraura was convinced that Quinn's words about being very attractive after losing weight were nonsense, but it was because he was too thin now. Your move consumes so much energy. It's okay, just eat 2 good meals, you magma bastard. Experience the anger of this uncle. Although his tone was a little weak, you could still hear the boasting in his words, but after he finished speaking, there was only a very ordinary explosion under Sakaski's feet, and the power was even worse than that of ordinary artillery shells. Are you kidding me? Looking at Quinn's thunderous but little raindrops, Ziraura didn't know how to evaluate him, but Quinn was very calm. Don't worry, this thing needs some preparation, and it's almost done now. Bang! A giant scorpion with a body size of more than 20 meters suddenly appeared near Sakaski, and waved its claws towards Sakaski without saying a word. Animal type bug fruit scorpion form, this is the type of fruit Quinn used, and the effect of his nature's grace can be understood as liberation. At present, he has only experimented with animal type fruits, because they are very special. The animal type fruit hosts the consciousness of wild beasts, and Quinn liberated this consciousness. This is also the reason why his physical strength was almost drained. The action of the fruit requires a carrier, and the user's physical strength becomes the best option. The nature's grace released by the animal type devil fruit is equivalent to an awakened animal type ability user out of thin air, The giant scorpion seemed to have locked Sakazuki as an enemy, and the pincers in his hand smashed at him. Sakazuki did not take the attack of this large beast seriously, but the next moment, his body failed to transform smoothly. What on earth is this? When he was puzzled, Ziraura also asked a similar question. I don't know either, but the devil fruit hosts the devil, and my behavior is equivalent to liberating the devil in the fruit. It is reasonable for the devil to fight against the devil and not abide by our rules. This is the answer given by Quinn, and it is also the reason why the scorpion can attack Sakazuki's body. This move is divided into 3 stages. The first is locking. The person hit by my attack will be regarded as a target, and now is the second stage. The host demon will deal with its own enemies. Unfortunately, this move is too laborious and too expensive. Since discovering this move, Quinn has only tried it once, because this move is a one-time move. Each use will consume a devil fruit. The consumed devil fruit cannot be reproduced and will only be randomly reborn in a corner of the sea, which is equivalent to a cannonball of 100 million Baileys. And it takes a lot of physical strength to activate it, and it will drain him every time. Okay, now we should leave and let this guy worry about it himself. I don't think your combat power can last for a long time. Although the scorpion can attack Sakazuki's body, it only relies on the instinct of the beast to fight, and there is no outstanding result. Don't hold on for too long. Didn't I say that this thing has 3 stages? Once the power to maintain it is exhausted, this thing will explode. White Dove. Chapter 778, Rounding Off, I equals Navy Admiral. Hell Dog. Sakazuki's body was covered with magma, and his fist turned into a vicious dog and hit the huge scorpion in front of him. The carapace on his body did not protect him well. In just a moment, the scorpion's shell was pierced by the magma. A burning smell also came out, and the giant scorpion roared and swung at Sakazuki. He moved the pliers in his hand, and after suffering a loss, he chose to dodge. The pliers smashed a big hole in the ground. The wound pierced by Sakazuki did not make the scorpion lose its combat effectiveness. Due to Quinn's liberation of it, it already has the effect of awakening the animal type ability user unparalleled recovery ability. In particular, it is not hosted in a certain person's body. Strictly speaking, it is a creature without entity. It just temporarily owns this body with the physical strength provided by Quinn. Its recovery ability is stronger than that of ordinary ability users. Has that guy's research on devil fruits reached this point? Seeing is believing. Sakazuki saw with his own eyes how Quinn summoned this scorpion. He clearly saw that a devil fruit became like this under Quinn's use, and for some reason, it could actually hurt the body of the natural system. This thing did not scare him. Since ordinary attacks have no effect, prepare a more powerful move. Sakazuki stepped on the ground again, and a large amount of magma gushed out of his body, and then disappeared into the island. On the other side, Quinn was also admiring his results. He didn't know what effect this trick could achieve, and whether the harvesting characteristics could allow the used devil fruit to reincarnate in other fruits on his body, because the cost of the experiment was too high. The last experiment directly used up a devil fruit. Although ordinary animal-type fruits are relatively cheap, they are also secret treasures in the sea, and money may not always be able to buy them. Scientific research is even more expensive than war. After winning the war, you can get spoils, but scientific research is not necessarily. No matter how much you invest, you must be prepared to waste money. No one can judge the result until the last moment of the experiment. An experiment costs 100 million Baileys at the minimum, and this is the result after conversion. The effect that a fruit can produce is often not measurable by money. Even if the beast family is big and powerful, it cannot afford the loss of this experiment for the time being. You really found something incredible. What about the superhuman and natural fruits? I don't know. I remember telling you that the animal fruits are the most special. They have special wills, so I made similar attempts. The superhuman fruits are rarer and their effects are unknown. I haven't done any experiments. As for the natural fruits, we haven't collected such fruits in all these years. Quinn did not keep his experimental results, and there was no need to hide them from Ziraura. He just lamented the rarity of the natural fruits. Over the years, no traces of similar fruits have been found through various channels. Almost done, Ziraura, stay away from here. You will see the third stage soon. Help me. I can't fly now. With the help of Ziraura, Quinn and him began to move away from the island. Logically, Sakazuki should choose to ignore the strange scorpion and deal with Quinn or Ziraura first, but for some reason, something hated the scorpion in front of him. It even slightly affected his judgment and made him decide to kill the strange scorpion first. Hellfire surge. The land cracked inch by inch, and several wide cracks surrounded the strange scorpion. Magma gushed out from the ground like a fountain, and in an instant, it surrounded and submerged the giant scorpion. Sakazuki discovered that there was a dark river-like space under the island. Just now, Sakazuki injected a large amount of magma into the underground space. As he continued to inject, the pressure below also increased. Before reaching the limit, Sakazuki broke a gap and guided the magma to appear. This is the advantage of natural ability users. Most elements can easily change the terrain and carry out large-scale indiscriminate attacks. The scorpion's shell turned red under the burning of magma, and Sakazuki's body gradually condensed in the magma. He is magma, and magma cannot cause harm to him. Instead, he can move freely in the magma. Dog bites Red Lotus. The right arm penetrated the abdomen of the giant scorpion, and a large amount of magma was continuously injected into the giant scorpion. Under this series of fierce attacks, the giant scorpion's body began to limp and finally collapsed into the lava. But it was not burned into charcoal by the hot magma like ordinary creatures, but it burst into a strange white light. Boom! The third stage, explosion. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a powerful shock wave swept every inch of land on the island. The original remaining buildings were wiped out by the shock wave. This explosion was the essence of the attack of nature's grace. The powerful skills launched with the devil fruit as the condition have reached the extreme in power. It can be said that this time, nature's grace has brought the power of the explosion directly to the 2.0 era of version update. On the sea breeze swept by the explosion blew Zeraura's fur, and Quinn also saw his masterpiece. This is why he asked Zeraura to leave quickly. This explosion does not distinguish between enemies and friends. If he is affected, he will not feel good. In the last experiment, he did not use all his physical strength, and he directly blew up the experimental field. Looking at the full power of nature's grace, Quinn has revealed a crazy smile. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my master. After such an explosion, there should be nothing left on the island. Nothing left. Some people laughed and cried. Thinking of the bananas on the island that were about to bear fruit, they couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in their hearts. The joy brought by the explosion had disappeared. As for going back to check the results, he didn't want to do so. Now they have successfully escaped. After all, Sakazuki is the top combat force of the Navy. Quinn doesn't think such a person will be directly blown to death. Not everyone is called a Shura boy. The sad time didn't last long. He thought about how he could deal with the Admiral of the Navy together with Zeraura. He couldn't help but have hope for the future again. It seems that he was too cautious before. He is still very strong. These are all Quinn's inner dramas. In Zeraura's view, Quinn is like a madman, laughing and crying, and he doesn't know what he is thinking. How about I give you a message to calm you down? What? You helped the master share a lot of pressure before, but you don't seem to be taking the blame after doing this. //beta./ White Pigeon. Chapter 779, Explosive Wolf Speaks, Self-Stone Hammer. Plague Quinn, most of the bounties come from the pot man. Zeraura also admits this. When Arceus doesn't want to attract attention, Quinn's identity attracts most of the firepower. Therefore, when Quinn sought help, he came. Even if he didn't follow him in words, he helped him a lot in action. In the beasts, it is not uncommon for emotions to get out of control. Drunk Kaido basically cycles between joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness irregularly, so Zeraura is used to it. Even if it was Quinn who did it, he wanted to help him get back to normal as soon as possible. After all, no one has used that kind of weird trick. It would be bad if people really went crazy. He was fantasizing about something strange at first glance. In this case, he had to face a reality. Listening to Zeraura's words, Quinn blinked his eyes slightly dully, and then thought of some very bad things. What did you just say? I said you used that trick in front of the Admiral of the Navy. Isn't this confessing yourself? Everyone was originally having a happy werewolf killing. The Navy and the world government believed that one of Arceus and Quinn must be a wolf, or both of them were werewolves, but there was no evidence, so everyone put on their clothes. It was just that in the speech just now, Quinn made a wolf explosion speech. I am a good person, I stabbed him last night. To be more precise, he directly pressed the self-destruct button. Hello, hello? Are you okay? The size ratio of Ziraura and Quinn is very different, so he had to pat the other's head to try to get a response from Quinn. Did I do something too much? It's not too much, I just used the natural grace of the devil fruit in front of Akainu. Of course, they don't understand what natural grace is. They probably think you have mastered the technology of fruit resurrection, after all, it looks very similar. Do you think there is a possibility that the mad dog is dazzled, or they don't think about it in this way? What do you think? I don't want to be like this, really, it's all that bastard who forced me. Quinn's right hand was on his face. The prosthesis of his left arm had been scrapped in the battle, and it was probably disappeared in the battle at this moment. There was only one reason why he was so desperate and didn't consider the consequences, he was too excited. Originally, he received the news that Banana Garden was critically ill, and his mood had been very low, and he was worried about what he might encounter when he went out. After making the antidote, he thought the banana plantation had been saved, but another Akainu showed up. Losing, having, and watching them leave, for a foodie, this has shattered his bottom line, so he used his strongest move without thinking. Without this, with the help of rain prayers and thunderstorms, the two of them could always leave after spending some time. Now, can you light a cigarette for me? Quinn took out a cigar and put it in his mouth, but he couldn't find the lighter for a while because his mechanical arm was damaged. Looking at Quinn with a deep face, Ziraura used electric sparks to light his cigar, and Quinn also fell into a state of thinking about life. The pot was still in Schrodinger's state before. Whether it was on him or not depended on the ideas of the intelligence departments of the Navy, which could change at any time, but at this moment, he successfully turned the pot into a part of his body. And it was completely his own initiative. In the end, he still couldn't save his banana plantation. From this point of view, this trip was meaningless. And in the place where the battle just happened, the original island has become a wasteland, the lush vegetation has completely disappeared, leaving only a thick layer of floating soil, and the center of the explosion has formed a lake, but it is a lava lake. Magma is constantly gushing out from the ground and gradually condensing into the shape of Sakaski. Since he ate the magma fruit, he hasn't felt the power of the explosion for a long time. Sakaski did not resist forcefully, but took advantage of the impact of the explosion and entered the ground along the magma, thereby avoiding a lot of damage. But the power of the explosion was too great, and it took him a long time to condense his body again. Ahem. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and calming down his internal chi and blood, Sakaski looked at his right hand. When he used the dog-biting red lotus before, his right arm pierced into the body of the strange scorpion, and was also the most affected by the explosion. The front part has turned black and red. However, this is not magma, but the color of flesh and blood. If it were an ordinary person, this degree of burn would inevitably lead to severe infection and eventual death, but for these monster-like people, it is just a flesh wound. Stop chasing, come back. The death of the soldiers must have its own value. Quinn and Ziraura are likely to have returned. It is hard to say how much combat power Quinn has left in that state, but Ziraura is different. The people on the ship can't deal with him, and there is no point in entanglement. And this is the territory of the pirates. If we delay any longer, if he went down, it would soon lead to a full-scale war, and the world government would not allow such a thing to happen. His failure to keep Quinn meant that the battle had failed and the mission was over. Admiral Sakaski, your wounds have been treated. You only need to rest for a few days. It will not affect the future. Well, go back. At this time, his shoulders and arms had been bandaged. Most of the injuries in the battle were not serious. It was just that Ziraura's sneak attack with sea stone and the subsequent explosion caused a lot of trouble. After letting the medical soldiers leave, Sakaski took out his own den mushi. Hello, Marshal Sengoku? This is Sakaski, the mission failed. Failed? At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, who received the call, was surprised. This operation can be said to have been arranged for a long time. In order not to expose it too early, they did not send too many people. He thought that one admiral was enough to handle this problem. He thought that Sakaski might overdo it, but he didn't expect that he would fail. Well, it was lightning and plague. The speed of lightning was very troublesome, which temporarily held me back. It was no big deal for one person, but that Quinn he used an unprecedented method. I will report the details in detail when I return to the headquarters. Hurry back to the ship. The two did not waste time on this matter. At this time, Sakaski's warship looked very broken, even the main gun was damaged. Such a warship could easily attract attacks in the waters of the New World. After dealing with a few blind pirates, Sakaski had returned to the Navy headquarters and explained what he saw. You mean, he revived a devil fruit? Saw it with my own eyes. White Dove Dove. Chapter 780, A Small Meeting of the Navy, a Headache. Sakaski tore off the bandage on his hand. According to the ship's doctor's prediction, his hand should have healed by now, but the reality was not the case. The wound healed much slower than expected. There was some mysterious power interfering with the self-healing of his wound. According to the scientific forces, that guy should have really achieved the technology of devil fruit resurrection. After he threw the fruit out, it turned into a scorpion. It feels very similar to the awakened animal ability user, and for some reason, that thing can attack my body, and elementalization seems to be ineffective against it. Then how did your hand get injured? The office of the headquarters is full of high-ranking naval officials. Even the ones serving tea and water are major generals, and the vice-admirals have to stand in the back and listen here. Crane, Sengoku, Sakaski, Kuzan, and Garp formed the main body of the meeting, and there were also several people's confidants, as well as Sengoku Scout. There is no need to publicize the news of Sakaski's injury on a large scale, as that would affect the morale of the army. That thing will explode. I avoided the main damage underground, but the arm that was directly in contact at the time was greatly affected. Devil Fruit Sakaski, you said that you couldn't help but want to get rid of the scorpion first, is that right? That's right. Let's assume that the fruit is a scorpion fruit of the animal system, and Quinn released it. It is the essence of the devil fruit, so it will produce this effect. Isn't this more reasonable? Tsuru gave the result of her analysis, which is the most practical reason she can think of. Devil fruits have too many mysteries, and even Vegapunk only put forward his own hypothesis, so Tsuru analyzed the new results based on the information brought back by Akainu. No, if that's the case, why couldn't Kaido's Dragon Hydra attack my entity during the G1 incident? Kuzan raised objections. The eight-headed dragon and the strange scorpion made by Quinn have a certain connection, but the eight-headed dragon did not solve his natural body and was even injured. It's different. According to Sakaski, the scorpion is completely transformed by the devil fruit, but the strange dragon may be some kind of creature that has eaten the fruit. Vegapunk is not 100% sure that the dragon is the devil fruit, but just said that the composition is higher. They are related, but different. At least the dragon will not explode, but this is also good news. People will use what they can understand to explain what they see. This is what Crane thought of temporarily, and it makes sense overall. As for studying the root cause, that is what the scientific forces should do, not her chief of staff. She only wants to analyze the impact of this incident on the Navy. Good news? Crane, you won't be infected by that bastard Garp, right? Listening to Crane's slightly outrageous words, Sengoku felt that his head was about to start to hurt again. First of all, we can be sure that the use of this ability is extremely physically demanding. If even Quinn will become thinner, then ordinary pirates can't use it, and it is not universal. The subsequent explosion means that it will consume devil fruits. Even if it is 100 beasts, how many devil fruits can it find? Although the explosion is very powerful, if it cannot be popularized, the impact will be limited. Sakaski was attacked by Sea Stone first, and then hit, which shows that the hit rate is not high. According to his reaction, this attack seems to be specifically aimed at people with abilities. It should have certain limitations and is a trouble, but it is still within the acceptable range. Compared with this, Sengoku, you should have another problem. What trouble? The accountability letter from the world government, or more precisely, from some celestial dragons. Standing at the top of power, enjoying endless wealth, the celestial dragons live a life of luxury and extravagance every day. Wine and meat are the real norm for them. Their desires are manifested in different ways. Some like to collect alien slaves, some like to search for women, collect stones, and some are delicious celestial dragons. There are many things in the fruit of the beasts that are positioned at the beginning. It is the high-end market, and the celestial dragons are naturally included. The damage to the banana plantation is an irreversible thing, but this time, Quinn's share was not reduced. He is a victim. In order to vent for this victim, some of the celestial dragons' shares disappeared directly. Due to force majeure, the noble banana plantation built specifically for you was destroyed in the attack of the Navy. We are unable to provide you with delicious food this year. The quality of food in other areas is not worthy of your noble status. Please forgive me. This is the rhetoric prepared by Teazero. He has already mastered the temperament of those celestial dragons and knows how to communicate with this group of people. And the result is that the accountability letter came to the Navy. In order to maintain justice and protect the sea, the celestial dragons are not interested in such things. They only care about themselves. Due to the actions of the Navy, the banana plantation was destroyed. They were very unhappy, so a group of celestial dragons jointly protested. If the Navy had achieved results, the world government would not have said anything, but they failed. In order to make these celestial dragons quiet down, the world government chose to exchange the face of the Navy, and this was implemented in specific policies, and it became that Sengoku had to go to Marijoa to be lectured again. These bastards! These bastards, scumbags, borers of the sea, just say what you want to say, what is there to endure? Garb. Ah, you can't say this casually, just pretend you didn't hear it. Sengoku, who was angry with the celestial dragons, couldn't help complaining, but he only complained in his heart, but Garp said those words directly, even if this was something that the high-level Navy knew well, only Garp dared to be so presumptuous. Okay, let's talk about those headaches later. What do you think about the bounty? Sakazuki? As a participant in this conflict, Sakazuki's suggestions are more referenceable. Without considering those external forces, the threat of lightning is much greater than the plague, but that guy's technology is a problem, but one-on-one, they will not pose a threat. I understand. I'll report it like this. This level of bounty is still determined by the world government. The Navy will only provide reference opinions. In the end, 2 new bounties came to the sea with the news bird. Plague Quinn. Bounty of 2.7 billion Baileys, extremely dangerous. On Live. Thunderlight Zeraura. Bounty of 1.27 billion Baileys. It is extremely rare for the Sea Emperor to be able to fight with the Admiral for a period of time without being defeated and retreating unscathed. This directly increased Zeraura's bounty by 500 million, but compared to Zeraura, Quinn is still more eye-catching. Especially in Punk Hazard, Caesar Kulang's expression when looking at the bounty has become gnashing. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 781, but Akainu said so. 2.7 billion, this number is already a very terrifying number. Among the pirates still active on the sea, the number of pirates with bounties exceeding this amount can be counted on 2 hands. Even in the Beast's pirates, only Kaido with 4.677 billion and Arceus with 3.08 billion exceeded this amount. Only the captains of other pirate groups had such a terrifying bounty. The Red Hair pirates were a little special, and Beckman's bounty was much higher than that of other cotters. Even if all the remnants of the Rocks era were pulled out, plus those retired monsters, this bounty would be enough to rank among the top. Moreover, the world government specially marked it as extremely dangerous, which has reflected the importance of the world government to it. Coupled with the unchanging on-live, he now suspects that if Quinn surrenders, the world government will not hesitate to throw him aside as the second in command. Let him take his place. It can be estimated by looking at the experimental results of these years. The human giantization experiment failed Caesar. Quinn created a terrifying war monster, and has successfully applied it in actual combat, and even attached the technology of bloodline factor. The devil fruit replication experiment failed Caesar. Quinn is currently suspected of mastering the strange technology of devil fruit resurrection, and this suspicion seems to have been confirmed recently. In the bloodline factor experiment, Caesar has not performed well so far, while Quinn has copied all of Judge's technology, and the previous devil fruit experiment is also closely related to the bloodline factor. Even his most proficient weapons of mass destruction are now inferior, or in other words, Quinn has never lost to him in this regard. In contrast, Caesar suddenly felt that he had become a waste. The two have known each other for too long. They are obviously the same. When they fought, they were evenly matched. How come Quinn suddenly became a top scientist and was able to hurt the Admiral of the Navy? There is no need to question the two-color domineering of the Admiral-level strongman. Facing a natural ability user who is proficient in observation, it is basically hellish to want to hurt him, not to mention the special injuries that are difficult to recover. I tell you, there must be something wrong with your intelligence department. That guy Quinn can't do this, he doesn't have that kind of ability, and humans can't make his brain soar in just a few years, unless that guy saw a god. Before the accident, Caesar still had some face here, and he also established a kind persona for himself. Although he seemed a little neurotic since Quinn began to appear frequently, the researchers and soldiers here still respected him. But this was what General Sakaski saw with his own eyes, not the speculation of the intelligence department. Eyes can deceive people, the point is, Quinn can't do this, understand? But that was Sokka Admiralski. Why can't I explain it to you clearly? The problem is not Akainu, but Quinn. I know what you mean, but this intelligence was obtained by Admiral Sakaski through fighting during the mission. Caesar felt that something was knocking on his head, and he felt a headache for no reason. The three admirals are the pillars of the navy, and their influence on the navy is very far-reaching. Especially Sakaski, who has the strictest military discipline on weekdays and never makes any jokes, is not a liar no matter how you think about it. What Akainu said must be true, and no one in the navy has questioned this, so this information has been unanimously recognized. Vegapunk doesn't care who owns the technology, but just thinks it is a great breakthrough. If the mystery of the devil fruit can be further revealed, it may allow eternal energy to appear in this world. He is obsessed with research and doesn't care about things in the outside world. He just added a new plan to his plan list. Only Caesar insisted on his original cognition, thinking that everyone has been fooled now, and everyone is drunk and I am sober, and only he is still in a rational state. Sooner or later you will regret it. Seeing that he couldn't make sense with these people, Caesar simply turned around and returned to his laboratory. 3 people make a tiger. After everyone insisted on one view, he also slightly doubted his own thinking, but the inherent cognition made him reaffirm his belief. And made a new decision. There is no reason why he can't do what Quinn can do. He also wants to conduct a new experiment. And the first step is to write an application to trick the world government into granting him some new funds. The cost of eating, drinking, and having fun is still quite high. If you don't apply for some new funds, it will be a bit insufficient. He is not the kind of person like Vegapunk. Like Quinn, he is a hedonist. It is impossible for him to use all the funds for research. At the same time, other people have different reactions. Mom, why did Dad suddenly become thinner? My silly son, that's not your dad, this is your dad. A pirate ship is full of broken limbs and arms. A man who doesn't look very smart is holding a bounty order to compare the difference, while the short woman in front of him is holding another bounty order belonging to Whitebeard. Oh. Sure enough, this is more like it. Mom, shall we go find Dad now? No, my silly son, it's still a little early. The woman stuffed the newspaper into her coat, then walked into the cabin and began to search for treasures. On the other side, Vinsmoke Judge, also Quinn's old colleague, was also researching something new. Ever since he saw the power of Gene Sect, he had the idea of mecha in his mind. Even though biological weapons continued to appear, he did not change his main direction. He was originally following the development route of combining bloodline factors, machinery, and biology. At this time, a clone soldier was manipulating a seemingly bulky mecha to transform, but it failed halfway through and the soldier was stuck inside. Father, it still failed. That kind of metal is too rare, and conventional means cannot be decomposed and refined. Our extraction efficiency is very low, and a lot of materials will be wasted. Even if it only serves as the material for some core parts, it consumes a huge amount of funds. Rachel looked at the failed experiment and told Judge the truth in a very calm manner. The metal she was talking about was Arceus steel. As Arceus became more powerful, this ordinary creation became simpler. Onigashima now has a warehouse full of Arceus steel. In addition to using it for their own use, they also dissolved it and mixed it with other metals, and used the degraded version of the metal as a special military product in exchange for a large amount of funds. However, this metal can be seen everywhere on Onigashima, and is even used in some Pokemon snacks, but it is very rare in the outside world. White Pigeon. Chapter 782, If God wants to destroy it, he must first make it crazy. If it is an ordinary industry, such as casting a gun barrel or acting as a house frame, it is not complicated, just a little more expensive, but these metals are also valuable. But some people with strong technical capabilities have discovered the unique role of this metal. They can realize many fantastic ideas, so the purity of the external version is not enough, such as the transforming combined mecha envisioned by Judge. To complete that idea, there are great requirements for the material of the metal. Before the advent of Wapo metal, Arceus steel had no substitute. Even if it came out, it could only replace Arceus steel in some areas. The general purity was not enough, so he could only purchase a large amount and then purify it. Although there were certain results, the price he paid was extremely high. He did not intend to update the equipment for the clones. Those clones were consumables after they were produced. Instead of giving them expensive equipment, it would be better to give them a powerful bomb to self-destruct. It was just that after years of hard work, the upgraded equipment he designed for his children and himself had a breakthrough in technology. As long as the material was solved, there was still hope to achieve it. Money. Vegapunk and Caesar now rely on the world government, and Quinn has the beast fruit behind him. They are all short of funds. Logically speaking, Germa 66 also has sufficient funds, but their money comes from plunder and war mercenaries. Compared with people with stable business sources, they are much worse. The large amount of investment made Judge feel a little short of money. Coincidentally, at this time, his men also brought today's newspaper. "Commander, the latest news. 2.7 billion? Is this guy worth that much?" Unlike Caesar, Judge is now focusing on money. The essence of Germa 66 is a large bounty hunter group. As long as the price is right, they will accept most missions, and they are also one of the member states of the world government, with the right to participate in the World Conference. As a member state, it is reasonable to catch pirates. However, if the target is Quinn, he is just tempted by the amount, and has no such idea. Even if he can catch him, he will never get those metals in the future. The Arceus steel that has flowed out of the world is a strange metal called God steel in the outside world. Now its status is the treasure tree atom in the metal world, and it has become a dream material. If Quinn gets into trouble, it can be expected that there will be changes in the market in the future. Even the Navy has adjusted some policies because of Quinn's problem. At present, it seems that even with helpers, the generals of the headquarters may not be able to quickly deal with Quinn. In this case, it means that if you want to target Quinn, you need to gather stronger forces, and the situation in the sea does not allow this for the time being. The complaint letter from the Celestial Dragons is also one aspect. These people actually asked that the arrest of Quinn should not affect other businesses, and the world government also agreed to this request. In the eyes of the world government, they only felt that the other party was troublesome, but not to the point where they had to be eliminated, so they continued to maintain their original state without increasing their strength. In this case, it was even less likely that Judge would take the initiative to provoke a Sea Emperor. He still knew the difference in strength between the two sides. Among other forces, most people did not understand any technology, but were shocked by Quinn's exaggerated bounty and extremely dangerous sign. The Navy did not indicate that Sakazuki was injured, and they could only secretly guess how powerful Quinn was. Doflamingo was affirming the importance of his cooperation, Crocodile was still doing archaeology, Moria was autistic in collecting shadows and forming zombies in the Devil's Triangle, and the New World was as uneasy as ever. As the center of public opinion, Quinn had returned to Wano country. "Quinn! Come out! What you said was no danger, but you were fighting with the headquarters admiral." He had been back to his laboratory for less than half an hour when Setsuna came to the door. She didn't know what was happening outside, but she could see the newspaper. Before Ziraura and Quinn came back, she saw the report of the world government. Even if the world government only reported part of it, she could guess what happened, which was very different from what Quinn said that there was no danger. Ziraura came back not long ago, which means that Quinn has also returned to Wano country, so she came to question him. Quinn is not here? That uncle, do you know where that bastard Quinn went? After entering here, she looked around and didn't see where Quinn was. No, are you one of his relatives? The aura on you is a bit similar. I am Quinn. What are you doing with that eye? Listening to this familiar voice, Setsuna rubbed his eyes, and his tone was still full of doubt. You are Quinn. Yes, I've said it before, I look very handsome when I lose weight, I just kept that figure because I was worried that others would fall in love with me. How about it, do you feel how handsome I am? Hehe, you are indeed the one who looks shameless, explain to me why you said you were fine but met the general of our department. At the beginning, Quinn was very plump, which was the result of his large intake of sweets. After using the grace of nature, his fat disappeared quickly, and he became skinny after being sucked dry. Now, on the way back, Quinn has recovered a lot by eating, and he looks almost the same as in the Mads period. Quinn at this stage is still acceptable, but it's really not good with this hairstyle now. The hairstyle back then looked a bit ruffian, not like a comedian now. It's all right, and you have to believe me, it's just a general, Ziraura and I are enough to deal with it, muhahaha. Quinn's words made Setsuna silent, and for a moment she didn't know how to defend herself to him. This man's face seemed to break through the sky, as if Ziraura was the assist, and he alone tied the general. This is the change in Kuei's state of mind. After experiencing great joy and sorrow, and a great war, he found that the general was not that scary, and his heart became unprecedentedly inflated. But as the saying goes, if God wants to destroy someone, he must first make him crazy. A slightly excited voice came to Quinn's ears. Quinn, you are finally back. The bounty is 2.7 billion berries, second only to me and Arceus. It seems that you have been hiding your abilities before. Quinn's laughter stopped abruptly, and he even dared not look back. Well, I must have been hungry for too long and heard it, right? Mr. Kaido, Quinn said he can deal with the Admiral of the Navy. Setsuna did not answer Quinn, but just artistically processed what Quinn had just said. Chapter 783, Kaido's Subjective Initiative, Arceus' Mysterious Gift. Sometimes retribution comes quickly. Before he could show off for long, Kaido had already appeared behind him. The stronger the subordinates, the happier Kaido is. Whether it is a foreign war or a fight with himself, only strong subordinates can play a better effect. So after hearing that they are back, Kaido naturally came to the door. What kind of character Kaido is, everyone in the beasts knows it. Seeing Kaido, who obviously wants to practice with Quinn, Setsuna conveyed Quinn's words without hesitation, but the result of the message was a bit tortuous. It seems that Quinn said this, but it is very different from what he meant. He also said that Ziraura can only be his deputy. Don't talk nonsense. When did I say that? Listening to Setsuna, who was tempting Kaido, Quinn hurriedly tried to explain, but then, a familiar voice came from Setsuna's hand. Isn't it okay? And you have to believe me, it's just a general. Ziraura and I are enough to deal with it, muhahaha. Just a general, these are your original words, and what you mean is that Ziraura can assist you. Why did you bring a recorder with you when you came here? Listening to his own voice coming from the recorder, Quinn felt that Setsuna had a conspiracy long ago. How could a normal person bring this thing? Oh, this is what I prepared for Ziraura to hear, let him hear how you quibble with me, he has defended you a lot, saying that you didn't know, and now it comes in handy. Mr. Kaido, you heard it, this is what he said. Is Kaido easy to fool? The answer is not easy to fool. When he is awake, he can understand that Quinn is just being annoying. But sometimes, he is willing to be fooled. If the leader values you, you will be promoted because your left foot enters the office first. If he doesn't like you, no matter how well you do, you will be bullied. Kaido's current subjective purpose is to fight with Quinn. Therefore, no matter what Setsuna says, he will find a reason to take Quinn away. At this time, Setsuna has already laid the steps under his feet, and he can't help but step on them. Come on, Quinn, let me experience your strength. By the way, you look better before. Quinn was taken away by Kaido's armpit, and Setsuna also returned to July's residence. Compared with the skinny Quinn, Ziraura, who has been fighting all the time, did not suffer any injuries. During the time he came back, he simply trimmed his hair. After shaving the hair scorched by the magma, and then regenerating it with a method similar to life return, there was no trace of fighting. Quinn could do this, but that way of eating would make him lose the fun of eating, so he chose the path of slowly gaining weight. At this time, Miauna and Wolf were watching Ziraura's new bounty. Dad, you are awesome. Yeah, 101.2 billion, it's such a high bounty, much higher than Mom's. Wolf counted the zeros behind the bounty one by one, and in the end, only admiration was left. For children of this age, parents are omnipotent and there is nothing they can't do. Most qualified parents will become heroes in their children's eyes at this time. Because they are the children of Ziraura and Setsuna, their cognition is different from that of ordinary people. If they were children of ordinary families, they would be told that those on the bounty are bad people, and they must stay away from them. For the descendants of the Navy, they probably want to bring them to justice, but in the group of pirates, these common senses are not universal. Even if the beasts are getting closer and closer to a special regime, their definition is still pirates, and this definition will not change as long as the world government exists. For the beasts' pirates, bounties have long become an object of flaunting strength. Without high bounties, they are embarrassed to hang out in the new world. The children were also taught that the world government and the navy were enemies. In their eyes, this was just the enemy's recognition of their parents' strength. What are you talking about? If we hadn't rarely gone out after giving birth to you two, the bounty wouldn't be like this. Back? How did Quinn explain it to you? That's it. This is a recording. If you are interested, go and listen to it yourself. But he was taken away by Mr. Kaido. He should have a good time. The specific result was unknown to Setsuna himself, but according to the gossip from the Ghost Island pirates, Kaido smiled very happily that day. As for Quinn, his life was not easy. Although the grace of nature was powerful, it was simply not used in this environment. On the one hand, the place was not suitable, and on the other hand, his physical condition did not allow this. If he used it again now, Quinn would really be squeezed dry. After a while, Yamato, who was out for a trip, returned to Ghost Island with a large bag of local specialties. During this time outside, she was very happy without Kaido's oppression. However, as soon as she returned to Ghost Island, she saw a figure who was overeating in the cafeteria. Quinn was trying to regain his body shape, and soon he became plump again, but he was still a little short of getting fat again. Uncle Quinn, I heard that you did something great. I saw it in the newspaper outside. SHH. Miss Yamato, don't mention that anymore. I don't want Kaido to notice it again. Seeing Yamato dressed up like this after a vacation, Quinn was full of envy. From the perspective of status, Yamato should have attracted the attention of the navy, but they focused on him. Thinking of this, his grief and anger turned into appetite, and Quinn began to frantically eat the food in front of him, converting them into calories and storing them in his body. Don't be so sad, my godfather said that he prepared a new gift for you this time, you should like it. Ahem, Lord Arceus prepared a gift for me. Listening to Yamato's words, Quinn almost choked to death on his rice cake and red bean soup, but still confirmed Yamato's words with a little surprise. Arceus rarely gives gifts to others, but when he does, they are all unimaginable treasures. Well, I met my godfather before, and he said that it's not easy for you. According to my godfather, you are the first one to weld a pot to your body, so you have to be a little bit harvest is the only way. He didn't know how to evaluate this tragic fact, but he still looked forward to this thing. Whether it was strength or something else, it was a rare good thing for him. Using the harvesting characteristics to accelerate the growth of the banana on his chin was a huge benefit for him. Not to mention this mysterious gift. White Dove. Chapter 784, Quinn's Paranoia, Beast Immigration Bureau. Time passed, and 1516 was coming to an end. Quinn was eagerly waiting for Arceus' return, imagining his beautiful future in his mind, and his figure became more and more bloated day by day. In the end, he had regained his original roundness. At this time, Quinn had just left the Beast Pokemon Center. He came here not for an examination, but to check on others. The original self-expansion had disappeared with the help of Kaido. He once again realized the gap in his strength. Being able to fight does not mean that he can win. However, the idea of not even wanting to go out before has disappeared a lot. Just to prevent himself from encountering misfortune again, he would still check the internal security environment from time to time. The permanent population in Wano country can now be divided into 4 parts. The natives of Wano country, the pirates of the beasts, the fur tribe of Zo, and the technical talents attracted under the policy conditions of the beasts. The pirates stationed on the main island are basically old people. He is not worried about the isolated natives and the fur tribes of different races. These talents attracted by high salary conditions are his suspected targets. Relatively speaking, this part of people is most likely to have problems. Although these people have lived in Wano country for a long time, it does not affect Quinn's periodic persecution paranoia. After some investigation, he once again confirmed the safety of these doctors. In fact, after so many years, if there is a problem, it should have erupted long ago. Quinn is just a little too nervous, but when he wanted to leave, a doctor found him. Master Quinn, please wait a moment. I have a question to ask you. What's the matter? Well, some of my friends have offended some people and can't get along in the local area anymore. They want to move to another place to live. He is also a very good doctor. Do you think are there any new immigration policies recently? Except for the world government, which will always check identity documents, most islands and countries don't care about this kind of thing. Just wanting to live in another place is not an easy thing in this sea. The member countries also have their own passenger ships to ensure the safety of shipping as much as possible, but ordinary people are completely gambling on luck. No one knows what the ship will encounter on the sea and whether it can reach the destination smoothly. Yumit's shipping business includes this part. As long as the money is in place, in most cases, it can reach the destination safely. Beasts is also attracting people from outside during its development, and even has special preferential treatment for talents, so he asked Quinn. It's impossible on the main island, but the islands in the outer territories are okay. You know the rules. Go back and write an application. Some things will never be available again if you miss them. The current Wano country has entered a new era. The same level of technology was available more than 10 years ago, but it may not be the case now. Quinn is responsible for the flow of personnel, which is also related to his current mental state. He does not give other undercovers the opportunity to sneak into the main island and has been trying his best to prevent such things from happening. Okay, I understand. The internal recommendation system has always existed within the beasts. If you have connections, it is usually easier to accomplish some things. How to choose for ordinary people, the most trustworthy ones are still the world government and the navy. The residents of the towns of Marineford are also the residents with the highest sense of security, but not everyone has this luck. Those non-member countries and residents of certain islands on the Grand Line are not so lucky. In the changing times, they will also make their own choices. A certain island in the New World, where a country once existed, but it was destroyed in a war with an allied country. In order to pay the heavenly gold, that country attacked here and plundered a lot of wealth. Since then, this place has become a lawless place. But then, a new order was born here. Due to its geographical location, this island was used as a transit station. Goods, population, and a large amount of resources were concentrated here and resent to all parts of the world. It can be said to be a special grey center. Dear, is this really okay? That's the territory of pirates. At the port, the family gathered together a little nervously. Some of the points did not completely unify the conditions of the family for moving. Believe me, I have found out with House that even some wealthy people in the New World have moved to the island ruled by beasts. If it is really that terrible, do you think they will go there? Those people may be immoral, vicious, but they are not fools to go there. They value their lives very much and will not move to a dangerous place. The sense of family and country basically does not exist in this world. In the context of the age of exploration, few people have a home in the country. In order to live a better life, they don't mind moving, especially those who can't say they have a country. I hope. Oops. Honey, my wallet is gone. Forget it, it's just a little money, I can make more. But that's our last savings. Let's start over and talk about it after we leave here. There is order here, but it is only relative. Compared with the disordered illegal area, at least there will be no trouble here. The people in power in the underground world do not allow them to affect the operation of the place. But privately, petty theft and human trafficking are not uncommon. They just came here to wait for people according to the address given by their friends. There were also many people around staring at them, as if looking for an opportunity. At this time, a pirate ship began to dock at the port, and the flag of the beasts fluttered in the wind. Even the ship that had been prepared to enter the port had already given way. Get out of the way. Several people climbed down the ladder from the ship. Compared with the pirates around them, they were dressed very formally, and their appearance was also on the average line. They are a special team of the beasts pirates, responsible for receiving some high-value talents into the territory, and are a special immigration administration. There is a hard requirement for selection, which is to look good, at least let others think you are a good person. In the beasts, this requirement is not excessive. Regardless of gender, they have many people with good looks online, and it is enough to select some people with certain strength from them. As for more special people, they have nothing to do with them. There will be cotters to invite them in person. Relying on the reputation of the beasts, the people on the dock quickly made way, and he found the person he was looking for. You must be the Wilsons, right? Dr. House has entrusted us to pick you up to your new home. Please follow me. Comparing the photos in his hand, he quickly determined his target. White Pigeon. Chapter 785, Returning Arceus, the Mysterious Hedgehog. The first impression is very important, which is why this team has requirements for appearance. At least now, the Wilson family looked at the gentle and refined people in front of them and felt a lot more relaxed. If you are worried, you can call House. He is on vacation today. The new world is not peaceful. It is normal for people to worry. He has been doing this for a long time, so he naturally has enough patience. Soon, Wilson confirmed through the phone that the person in front of him was the one who came to pick them up. Thank you for your help. You're welcome, but you seem to have encountered some trouble. He was very good at observing people's expressions, and he knew from their expressions that the family seemed to have encountered some trouble. Nothing, just a lost wallet. Wilson answered casually, not expecting the other party to help, but this matter was an opportunity for the people of the beasts to show off their skills. Wait a moment. It was not the first time he came here, and he knew exactly who gathered at this dock, and soon found the person in charge here. Hey, our people lost their wallets here. At this time, there was no sense of politeness in his tone, and his back was facing the Wilson family, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. This team was not a good guy either. They performed very few combat missions, but they were still part of the beasts. He also wore 2 earrings on one side of his ear, which combined to form the number 99. Even if he was at the bottom, he was also a member of the numbering. As the undisputed overlord of the sea and the giant of the underground world of the New World, the people here were not worthy of his face. How could this happen? This must be a misunderstanding. Give me 30 minutes, I will definitely find the wallet. 10 minutes, no more. Understood. Everyone knows the twists and turns here. To be the manager of this dock, he also has his own people to rely on, but this person is nothing compared to the Emperor of the Sea. Even if the person in front of him is just a small cotter, he can't afford to offend the other party. He turned around and picked up the den mushi and scolded a few words. In less than 10 minutes, several wallets appeared here. In such a place, only fists can maintain order. Find the person you should find. Even if they lose a needle, they can dig 3 feet into the ground to find it, but without that layer of relationship, they can basically just blame themselves for their bad luck. Be careful next time. If you touch the person we want again, be careful with your hands. After looking through the documents in the wallet and confirming which wallet he needs, he will turn around and leave here, leaving with the Wilson family. On that ship, Wilson met people from all walks of life, including chefs, doctors, craftsmen, accountants, and almost all aspects, and the people of the beasts also maintained a kind expression. Seeing that these people were so easy to get along with, he also plucked up the courage to step forward and ask a question. Excuse me, I heard that you have a magical creature that can judge the situation inside the human body just by listening. Can I see it? You are not qualified now. When you prove yourself and enter a higher level job, you will naturally see them, but they may not cooperate with you. After all, that is the life created by that adult. This time he only said half of his words, and some words would not be said out, and Arceus, who he mentioned, also returned to Wano country at the arrival of the new year. What is Quinn doing? Shayna threw away the ribbon scattered on her head, and looked at Quinn holding a bunch of paper fireworks. She felt that this guy must have a problem with his brain. I guess he heard what Miss Yamato said. Emmeline on the side agreed. They all knew that Arceus had let Yamato reveal the news in advance. It seemed that Quinn was very excited. I have never seen him so excited before. Lord Holy Beast, I don't think you need to reward that guy. This guy usually doesn't take you seriously. Shayna turned around and proposed. It was a suggestion that made Quinn feel bad, but he didn't hear it as he was still above the port. It's okay. People like him are rare. It's okay to let him lose his temper occasionally. As a scapegoat, Arceus would definitely ensure his safety. He had taken so many scapegoats in the past and had never encountered any danger. If he didn't go out this time, nothing would happen. There are many people who take the blame, but Quinn is the first one who is willing to weld the pot to himself. At this time, Quinn also came to the ship with a flattering look on his face. It was self-evident what he wanted to express. Lord Arceus, welcome back. Quinn, you better be careful, Lord Holy Beast never made a mistake, are you so impatient? Understand, I've had a hard time during this period, okay? You don't know how terrible it is when Lord Arceus and Miss Yamato are both away. This means that Kaido will lose control and lose the first target of ridicule. Who will be unlucky is completely a probabilistic event. Moreover, due to his reputation, Quinn has become Kaido's second-ranked ridicule target after Yamato, and it is easy for Kaido to train him. Hehe, you should think about whether it will be troublesome for you to go out in the future. You should not have left Wano country after the incident, right? You are now in the limelight on the sea, and many people want to use your head to get to the top. Quinn was confused by Shayna's words. He really didn't know much about the outside world. You really don't know? There are many people who want your head. You know those young fools. In addition to them, there are also some pirates in the New World who plan to use you to become famous. In fact, there is no shortage of people who want to step on the old predecessors on the sea, and Quinn's huge bounty of 2.7 billion makes him the target of many people. No one knows how strong the Emperor of the Sea is, so before taking action, it is a very appropriate choice to use a big cotter like Quinn as your small target. Good luck, I hope you can survive smoothly. After all, I can't find a more convenient sandbag than you. Quinn did not refute. He didn't think about it before, and even forgot that fame would bring more trouble. For some reason, he felt that the future was bleak again. Lord, are you really letting me follow this guy? He looks so useless. At this time, a delicate female voice came from Arceus' feet. Quinn was sure that he had never heard this voice before. When he looked in the direction of the voice, a creature with the appearance of a hedgehog was shrinking behind Arceus' legs and looking at him. White Dove. Chapter 786, Bing Kong's Bouquet, Shemi. It looks like a hedgehog, but it is very different from ordinary hedgehogs. Not only is its body white, but even its thorns are replaced by lush and fresh green grass, and you can see a few yellow seed-like objects in it. There is a pair of pink flowers on each side of its cheeks. The Pokémon that can speak has a very important meaning in the beasts. So far, the Pokémon that has mastered the ability to speak on the day of birth are either mythical beasts or have special jobs. But this time it is very special, because the opponent is just a hedgehog. Zeraora, Darkrai, Diancie, Genesect, Manaphy, they all have a body structure similar to that of humans, and look like some kind of subhuman. This kind of Pokémon with pure animal appearance is rare, but no matter what, the Pokémon in front of you is definitely not ordinary. Arceus has never disappointed. Master, look at the way that guy looks at me. Does he look like a pervert? Or is he a pervert himself? I think he's dangerous. Don't say that, little guy. I'm not a pervert. Do you want to eat? Based on past experience, I can get along well with most Pokémon through food. The Pokémon in front of me looks like it's made of plants, and it's a vegetarian. Although his habit of speaking is strange, it shouldn't be difficult to get along with him. At least he won't be like the spiny ammonite, who is used to greeting him with a water gun. Oh, to be precise, it has been upgraded to a spike cannon. After thinking for a while, Quinn made a gamble. After he transformed, he took off the original banana of the tropical dragon on his chin and pushed it in front of the other party. Charlotte Linlin had no way to get this banana, but at this time Quinn took it out on his own initiative. This was a huge investment for him, and his purpose was to change the other party's stereotype of himself. Try it, it's delicious. Looking at the banana that was bigger than his body, the hedgehog began to smell it. Mimi, let's try it for now. You gave it to me on your own initiative, right? You won't regret it, will you? No, just eat it slowly. The bananas of Tropical Dragon are still very tempting to vegetarian Pokémon. So far, Quinn has achieved initial success, and then he looked at Arceus. Lord Arceus, is this what you prepared for me? Almost. Her name is Shemi, don't underestimate her. Whether your plantation can be restored depends on her. This little guy, is the energy so great? His banana plantation is basically scrapped. Sakaski's meteor volcano and his natural grace, two big explosions have destroyed the ecology of the island, and even the microorganisms in the water are almost extinct. Under normal circumstances, the island will be a barren state for a long time in the future. This is a big loss for Quinn. There are many islands in the New World, and choosing that island as a banana plantation has been investigated several times. Climate, soil, that island is the best place for him to grow bananas. Caesar and Sakaski were on his blacklist because of this. He originally thought that Arceus would at most help him get some new seeds, but he didn't expect that he would restore the place. This is Shemi's ability. If she wants, she can still do this. Shemi is also a member of the mythical Pokémon and has her own unique ability. Its body can decompose toxins in the atmosphere, like a natural filter. Galar's double bomb gas is not as good as her in this regard, but this is only one aspect. She also has the ability to revive all things on the barren earth. According to legend, when people are happy that the severe winter ends with the change of seasons and offer their gratitude to the heavens, Shemi will appear and fill the barren earth with flowers. Flowers are just a form of expression. Flowering and bearing fruit is the life of the plant, and it is also Shemi's essential power. You mean? Shemi can restore the ecology of that island, and your plantation can still be restored. The soil will be revitalized, the harmful gases produced by the volcanic eruption can also be purified, and the island will only become more perfect. This sentence is like the sound of nature to Quinn. He thought of more things. If the island that was destroyed like that can be restored, then using it on other normal islands will make crops grow better. Even some of the special products he cultivated that can only be grown in the laboratory now have the possibility of mass production. This is not a hedgehog, it is simply a big treasure. Quinn looked at Shemi with a strange look again. You are a guy with a problem, right? I don't think you can be trusted. Little guy, you ate my food and you still talk like that, isn't that right? You took the initiative to give it to me, what does it have to do with me? But if you take out a little more, I can help you. It depends on you whether you can eat better food. As long as we cooperate well, I promise that you can eat as much as you want every day. Do you want to show me your ability? No, that's the power of gratitude, not now. Gratitude? I am very grateful for the grace of Lord Arceus. I'm not talking about that kind of gratitude. Although gratitude to the Lord is very important, it's not enough for you now, and the flowers haven't bloomed yet. Quinn began to not understand what Shemi was saying. According to Arceus, Shemi is a Pokemon that can rejuvenate everything. It can make plants bloom, but it wants flowers to bloom, which is simply a contradiction. Before he could ask anything, a seed suddenly appeared in his hand. Lord Arceus, this is... Gracitia is a flower species, Shemi's favorite plant. When this flower blooms, she can smell the fragrance and show another form of herself. It can be regarded as a test for you. When you can make it bloom, Shemi will definitely help you, right, Shemi? Since the master said so, the result is certain. When it blooms, I will help you. Shemi in hedgehog form is also called the land form. If she feels the gratitude of humans, the flowers on her body will bloom. The flowers on her body had no reaction before, so she said that Quinn did not know how to be grateful. And when Gracitia is also called a rare flower, its fragrance will make Shemi show her sky form. At that time, Shemi will have stronger combat power and the ability to fly freely. Task Executor, Quinn. Reward, Shemi, issued. Hidden task opened, planting Gracitia flowers. Reward, brand new banana garden, not issued. White Pigeon. Chapter 787, Quinn's Ancestor and Prince's Companion. From this day on, Quinn had two more ancestors in various senses, and Shemi was almost worshipped by him, so that Shemi could help him revive the banana garden smoothly. The second ancestor is Gracitia flowers, which has become his most important goal at present, and because he is not clear about the planting conditions of Gracitia flowers, he planted those seeds in various areas of Wano country. Whether it is indoors or outdoors, whether it is outdoors or in the wild, they are all in his planting area, even in the Linghao area where snow covers the whole year, just in case Gracitia flowers are cold zone crops. He even got a few monitoring snails from Wano country to monitor his crops 24 hours a day. He is not Vegapunk, who created a bunch of clones for himself. He chose to stay in Linghao, where the climate is the worst, because the flowers here are most likely to have problems, so he monitored other places in this way. Shemi herself is not as persistent as Quinn about this matter. Although she also likes the scent of Gracitia flowers, she still chooses to stay in a warmer and more comfortable environment. This is also a special test for Quinn. Planting flowers is very difficult for him. It's not difficult, it just requires some perseverance. And a foodie always has plenty of patience when fighting for food. Hey, hey! You two go play away from here, be careful not to touch my flower. But it hasn't grown yet. Same, all the same, go play over there, otherwise don't expect me to make toys for you in the future. Quinn waved to drive Miauna and Wolf away. Compared with their parents, these two little guys have a better impression of Quinn. They don't understand so many things. In their eyes, Quinn is just a fat uncle who often brings delicious food and makes toys. As the brother and sister approached the age of 6, the scope of their activities gradually expanded. In addition to July, they can often be seen in other areas. This time we were in Linghao just because we wanted to have a snowball fight. Now it is the end of December. Although the temperature in other areas has dropped, only Linghao and the top of Fujiyama have such large-scale snow. If you want to have a snowball fight, Linghao is the best choice. For the sake of fun toys, Miaona and Wolf stayed away from here temporarily. Generally, snowball fights will not affect the flower seeds that have not yet hatched. The problem is that the people who play snowball fights are different. For normal people, the focus of snowball fights is on the snow, but for the brother and sister, the focus of snowball fights is on the fight. They really know how to play. After moving the venue, the brother and sister quickly rolled into a ball on the snow and started their own play. That really don't need to stop them. On the snow next to them, a rabbit fur raised its own question. Ah, no, they have always played like this. The Duke himself is not worried, so we don't have to worry about it. Beppo explained the daily life of the brother and sister to the fur tribe who had just arrived in Wano country. In Wano country, Setsuna and Ziraura were not worried about the safety of the children. Beppo followed them not because they were afraid of something happening to them, but because they were afraid that they would play too crazy and could not find anyone. And the rabbit fur was similar to the role of the prince's companion, used to accompany his children to grow up. The age cannot be too young, otherwise it is unknown who will take care of whom, and the talent cannot be too weak, otherwise they may not be able to play together. In this case, Carrot, who is 3 years older than them, appeared here. Is that so? Carrot took out a carrot, and there was still some doubt in his tone. It was not a bad thing to be chosen by the new duke. At least compared with Zou, everything in Wano country was much richer. Even if Setsuna has been helping Zou to change the quality of life, due to environmental problems, it is still impossible to directly compare with Wano country. The snow here is also a novelty for Carrot. Of course, and this is just the beginning, more troubles are still to come. Bibo looked around as if he was looking for something, but he didn't find it in the end. Instead, he used the snow to build a wall. Stop watching. Come and help. Although Bibo was originally with Setsuna, his status was definitely the lowest in the family. In addition, he had a personality that made him apologize every 3 sentences. Now that he had an ordinary junior, he also showed the appearance of a senior. Do we want to play too? No, this is to avoid snowballs. I don't want my fur to get wet. Before Garrett understood what this meant, Miaona and Wolf had changed their tactics. They were no longer just playing around, but started a long-range bombardment. The snow around the 2 people who were pulling away kept rising, and finally condensed into snowballs one after another in the sky, and then flew towards each other like a rain of bullets. Some of the snowballs lost control due to improper manipulation and flew towards Bibo, and the wall he had just built was blown down. Well, so amazing, how did they do it? That was the power inherited from the Duke, called the Wave Guide. Is it that the Duke can communicate with the power of the Lord of the Elephants? Well, Lord Arceus gave the Duke that power, and the 2 of them inherited a lot. The Duke also let them train themselves in the process. Miaona and Wolf can be said to be the most talented fur tribe in hundreds of years. In addition to their original physique, they also inherited the wave power of Setsuna and the lightning power of Ziraura. Even if the current wave power can only be used for snowball fights, it also confirms their distant future. The fight between the 2 is also a way for the fur tribe to become stronger, but compared with the general fur tribe, their degree is more intense. In the end, the clothes on the 2 were wet, and Beppo and Carrot took them back to July on the Tanabata Bluebird. Dad, Mom, Lord Arceus gave Uncle Quinn a very cute hedgehog. We want one too, that hedgehog looks so cute. As soon as they jumped off the back of the Tanabata Bluebird, they looked for Setsuna and Ziraura and expressed their demands, but they did not see Setsuna and Ziraura at home as usual. Finally, they saw them in the farmland not far from home. Slow down, don't run so fast. Miaona and Wolf followed Carrot, and Bibo behind them was carrying all kinds of strange things, panting a little before catching up. Bibo, you don't have enough physical strength. Yes, I am sorry, I didn't expect these things to be so heavy. Hey, Lord Duke, are you going to do something special? At this time in the farmland, Setsuna and Ziraura were holding several bundles of green onions that were taller than people, and it seemed that they were going to plant them here. White Pigeon. Chapter 788, Who can refuse a duck with green onions? Behind Setsuna and Ziraura, you can see the bear plowing the land. The bear was responsible for carrying the things that Popo carried in the past. Popo saw that the bear was always relaxed and thought that the things were not heavy. It was not until today that the bear came to help in the farmland that he knew how heavy the things were. At this time, the bear was plowing the land, Setsuna and Ziraura were planting green onions, and the Lottie Kappa was jumping by, and the lotus leaf hat on his head sprinkled a lot of water, completing the irrigation work. It looks like a happy time, but it is very rare for Setsuna and Ziraura to plow the land by themselves, not to mention that they are planting green onions. Miyana stretched out her hand to compare and found that the green onion was thicker than her arm. Wolf's action was more direct. Although it was wolf fur, he took a bite directly. It's sweet, Mom, let's make oden tonight. Just know how to eat, let's talk about it later. These green onions are temporarily, there are other uses, wait until they have chosen. Arceus prepared birthday gifts for you, they will accompany you in training in the future, and now it is almost time. By the way, don't want everything you see. You can only take what Arceus gives you, you can't force what you don't have, understand? Setsuna leaned down to educate her children, and Ziraura also listened silently. Shemi's appearance is very special, but she is not Quinn's pet, at most a partner or partner, and in terms of kinship, Shemi is a generation older than the two little guys. In the sky on the side, several yellow-billed duck-like birds also flew over, and after landing, they immediately ran towards the green onions. Camus. The whole body is covered with dark brown feathers, and there are several special feathers on the top of the head. There is a V-shaped pattern on the forehead like an eyebrow, and with the slightly sharp eyes, these ducks look a little handsome. Onion duck, Galar regional form. For them, these onions are their second life. They come here in a hurry just to find onions that suit them. The reason why Setsuna and Ziraura planted onions here is to welcome the arrival of Galar onion duck. Unlike ordinary onion duck, Galar onion duck has fighting attributes, but this does not affect their ability to fly. Their muscles are more developed than ordinary onion duck, and their body structure has not changed significantly. They rarely fly because it is not convenient to fly with that onion. When they urgently need to find new onions, they will also fly. As for putting down the onions, it is not impossible, but it is not necessary. The reason why they evolve into regional forms is mainly the onions unique to Galar. These onions are similar to the combination of leeks and onions, and are a relatively special stem-shaped plant. Due to the weight problem, the onion duck active in Galar gradually has more developed muscles, a more warlike personality, and a unique evolutionary type. As for why it is Galar's Farfetch'en instead of ordinary Farfetch'en, facing the increasingly lively Meowth and Wolf, fighting-type Pokémon can compete with their energy. Setsuna and Ziraura planted this unique Galar Farfetch'en, which is very important for Farfetch'en. It is not only a weapon, but also a material for building nests and emergency food reserves in emergencies. Each Farfetch'en fights differently, because there are more than one way to swing the Farfetch'en. For Farfetch'en, it cannot survive without that Farfetch'en, and these Farfetch'en are good and bad, so Farfetch'en sometimes fight each other for the Farfetch'en. At this time, these Farfetch'en are still carefully selecting the Farfetch'en, looking for the one that suits them best. In the pond next to them, a group of ordinary ducks also saw Farfetch'en landing here, and many ducks even had hearts in their eyes. This is also the development trend of Farfetch. Like Kentaro, Farfetch, the original Farfetch, is still an ordinary Pokémon, but Farfetch's hybrid offspring will become a new poultry product in the future, just like the Wagyu beef of Wano country. It looks delicious. Looking at Farfetch. In front of him, Popo drooled. For the fur tribe, fish, sea beasts, and birds are their sources of meat, and birds are rare delicacies. Although Popo was just complaining, Farfetch, who was picking green onions next to him, heard it clearly. Calm? Does he want to eat us? Calm it seems. Calm. Beat him. Yes, I'm sorry, I don't mean that. I don't want to eat you. I just think you look delicious. The Farfetch didn't seem to want to listen to Popo's explanation. They rushed up with their green onions and started a group fight with the white bear. Farfetch hated this topic, and they almost became extinct because of this incident. Their meat is delicious, and the green onions they carry are also a special seasoning, usually of extremely high quality. When green onions meet ducks, a wonderful chemical reaction will occur, becoming a rare delicacy. What's even more outrageous is that the seasoning that is most suitable for cooking green onion ducks is always carried by green onion ducks. Gular green onion ducks are stronger and have tighter muscles. Relatively speaking, they have also experienced similar situations. In the end, they ended the farce under the obstruction of the bear, and Bapo promised that he would never think about this again. Are they birthday gifts? They are your new friends. You can play with them in the future. Don't underestimate them. They are very strong. Ziraura introduced new partners to the children, but they didn't seem to believe in the strength of these ducks. The leading green onion duck seemed to see the problem and picked up the green onion in his hand and smashed it against the stone on the side. Just one blow smashed it to pieces, which was also a side proof of his strength, and attracted the attention of the two children at the same time. With the joy of their new partners, Miauna and Wolf are looking forward to the arrival of the New Year festival. The country of Wano is gradually covered by the joy of the New Year, but not everyone is like this. Some people seem to be unable to bear the loneliness. It has been 14 years. Lord Odin has left us for 14 years, and these people have long forgotten who is the master of Wano country. Kojiki Hiri is not worthy of the name of Kojiki. It is because of her that these people will lose their blood in their hearts. If this goes on, even if we wait another 6 years, who will be willing to resist? A dagger was inserted on the table, piercing the portrait of Kojiki Hiri. Several slightly old faces can be seen in the room. This is Wano. The last group of people who firmly believe in Kojiki Odin in the country have not taken any action for more than 10 years, but today, they can't sit still. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 789, Night is Coming. 14 years ago, the battle in the flower capital changed everything in Wano country. After that, Wano country ushered in a time of rapid development. Kojiki Hiri's puppet regime made most people put down their resistance, and the benefits brought by reality also made them gradually accept the current life. The prophecy left by Kojiki Toki before his disappearance was gradually forgotten, and fewer people were willing to stick to it. There were not many people at the table, and they all looked older. They refused to accept the changes brought by the beasts and stubbornly lived in the same way as before. Low-yield crops required more labor to fill their stomachs, so they looked older. Assassinating General Hiri, is it really meaningful? She is not a general. Have you ever seen a general willing to be a puppet of the enemy? If she had a little ambition, she should have died to show her determination. More and more people have forgotten all this. Only by killing her and making the beasts lose their orthodoxy can we arouse the courage of the people of Wano country to resist, stand up to challenge their rule in the future, and allow Lord Momonosuke to have enough troops. Even if Lord Odin was still alive, he would not be willing to see the current situation. The leader continued to promote his own power. In his description, Kojiki Hiri has become an unforgivable person. But shouldn't he the enemy be Kaido? Shouldn't we defeat him? Lady Hiri may be forced to do so. After all, even Lord Odin is dead, what can she do? Don't call her Lord. That woman is no longer qualified. The root problem of Wano country is the beasts pirates stationed here. He knows this very well. If he can drive away the beasts, it will be much more meaningful than assassinating Kojiki Hiri, but the problem is that he can't do it. Kaido's military power is not proportional to Kojiki Hiri's. Even if Kojiki Hiri is protected by countless people, it is much easier to deal with than an invincible Kaido. Assassinate Kaido? If he had the ability, he wouldn't have been conspiring in this small shabby house. The reason for assassinating Hiri Kojiki was that they felt they had to do something. In the current Wano country, a person might not know the general, but he must have heard of the beasts. This situation is what these people least want to see. And many things prompted them to act, such as a portrait of a deceased person on an empty seat on the table, who had just died not long ago. Not long ago, a seriously ill old man was brought to the Beasts Pokemon Center. He didn't want to come here, but his children took him to the Beasts Pokemon Center against his will. After a series of examinations, the doctor concluded that it was too late. Conventional means no longer work, and it is recommended that they climb Fujiyama and use the healing spring water above for treatment. In other countries, this is just psychological comfort, but in Wano country, this is human power beyond human power. As long as there is perseverance, it is not difficult to complete this task, but the patient firmly disagreed and died of illness in the end. This also sounded a warning to this group of people. They are old. If they wait any longer, even if someone really comes, they may not be able to take up their weapons. And Quinn also played an indispensable role in this process. The identity investigation of the people across the country and the random inspection every now and then made these people suspect that Quinn was guarding against them. People's vision limits many things. They have a strong understanding of Odin, but they don't know how strong it is. A farmer in the mountains would think that the emperor's life is to farm with a golden hoe and eat white flour buns every meal. They also have a very simple logic. People will die if they are killed. Quinn is also worried about their assassination. In fact, they only guessed half right. Quinn was indeed afraid of being assassinated, but he was not afraid of them. Just these people, he lay there and let them beat him for 3 days, and he might not recover as fast as him. Think carefully, can you still wait? Now they have almost forgotten Kojiki, what will happen in another 6 years, do you dare to imagine? With just us we can't enter the palace of Flower Capital, right? The fact that they can gather here shows that they all have their own beliefs, but this belief is to expel Kaido, and now it has evolved into assassinating Kojiki Hiri, which makes many people hesitate. But they think that what the other party said is right, so they just raised their own questions and did not leave directly. This is an opportunity. There are still a few days before the New Year festival. Those people of the beasts will celebrate on Ghost Island and will not stay in Wano country. Kojiki Hiri will also participate in the celebration in Wano country. This is our opportunity. For more than 10 years, there has been no trouble. The protection of the general is no longer as strict as when the Kurozumi family rebelled. It will definitely be much easier to take action at the celebration than in the palace. But he can still see that many people are afraid. The reason has been made clear, and now he started to play the emotional card again. We all grew up together. Do you remember what we said in the courage test when we were young? People are afraid because they think too much of themselves. Empty your mind, give it a try, and give it a try. The tradition of Wano country, abandoning name and wisdom, and giving it a try like a beast, at this time, this word was mentioned again. Send it to the name. Send it to the name. Similar voices rang out in the house one after another, and finally turned into a unanimous shout. After getting the support of everyone, an action was launched. It's just that those who discussed the plan didn't notice that there was a special frog hanging upside down on the eaves outside. The frog that appeared here was naturally Greninja, the Pokémon responsible for the ninjas in Wano country. Dream. The beasts are now implementing a non-terrorist rule. As long as they do not explicitly resist, their own safety will not be a problem. Although these people did not take action, they are also key monitoring targets. Every time they gather, they are under the control of the beasts. Some time ago, they were a little abnormal, so Koga Greninja had been eyeing them for a long time. Not long after they dispersed, Koga Greninja left here. He did not return to the Flower Capital, but came directly to Onigashima at night. Lord Arceus, this is the case. Those people did not cherish your kindness. Do I need to do it? The finger slid across his tongue, and Koga Greninja's meaning was self-evident. These ninjas are good at assassination. As long as Arceus needs, these people will disappear before the New Year festival, and no one will notice the accident. No need, arrange people to control the situation, just to let the little girl understand that in the current Wano country, we are the ones who want her to live safely the most. White Dove. Chapter 790, Special Exercise, God of Ninja. The overall strength of Wano country is not low, but with the death of the daimyo and generals, their strongest are the leaders of several gangs. Those people are restricted by Hyogoro. Judging from Hyogoro's recent situation, he has not participated in such things. The military strength of these rebel forces is not outstanding. The local forces of Wano country are enough to deal with them. The establishment of the Shinzengumi is not to serve as a guard of honor, but to maintain internal stability. Wait, you have to pretend that you don't know about this. Lord, what do you mean? Don't tell Bude and others, just treat it as an exercise to check their ability to deal with emergencies. Just let Jin and Drake know, so as not to make a big fuss and end badly. As you say. During the period when Kojiki Odin just died, although Kurozumi Orokai became a scapegoat, there were still many people who didn't believe it, such as the bandits in Kuri. At the beginning, there were indeed some people who used force to resist, but now, they have become an important member of the mining field and have made their own contributions to the mineral output of Wano country. In the past few years, Wano country has been peaceful and everything is developing in a good direction. Although the Shinzengumi is an internal security force, it has gradually evolved into a nursing home. Usually, it helps people find dogs and cats and catch thieves. It just happened to take advantage of these people's actions to test what level they are. Yes, sir. Koga Greninja took a few steps back and then disappeared into the shadows. Arceus didn't take this matter seriously at all. It's not that easy to make trouble in Wano country. No matter how meticulous the plan is, even if everything they planned can be implemented smoothly, it will be useless if they can't cross the mountain of the beast high level. Even Kaido, who is keen on fighting, has no interest in this kind of battle. He is too weak. The attacks of these people may not even make him sober up. The next day, in the flower capital, Greninja had returned here last night, but he did not bother Jin and Drake. It was not a big deal. If there was anything, they could talk about it the next day. With the ability of those people, it was impossible to rush into the flower capital. Although Hiri Koshiki was just a puppet, there were also enough generals here. Bude was patrolling outside the palace with people at this time. This was the job of their general guards. It sounded solemn, but it was actually very easy, at least it was like this during Bude's tenure. But he was very strict with the people below him, worried that their laxity would cause dissatisfaction among the beasts and thus dismiss him. He was used to the benefits of his status and could not accept him returning to his previous Ronin life. "Sir, you are back." Seeing Greninja coming back, Bude respectfully stepped forward to greet him. As the current leader of the Shinzengami, he and Greninja, the leader of the Hiri Onue Banshu, were theoretically on the same level. But he knew very well that there was a huge gap between the status of the two sides. Beastmen are very common in the beasts' pirates, whether it is giant beasts, fur tribes, or fishmen. The closed Wano country has become accustomed to this, even Kawamatsu has become an indirect beneficiary, and ordinary residents no longer regard him as a strange kappa. Rare amphibians and reptiles such as Koga Greninja and Elizabeth have long been accepted here. And Koga Greninja's power is not just that. The population in Wano country is also a place for the beasts to train soldiers. In addition to a large number of high-quality weapons, a lot of high-quality troops are also delivered here. In addition to those Onue Banshu, Koga Greninja has an additional ninja force under his command, commonly known as Kogaryu Ninja, which has now become the mainstream ninja in Wano country, and he himself is regarded as the god of ninja by those ninjas. The New Year's festival is coming, so be more energetic. Yes. Arceus said there was no need to mention this to them, so he wouldn't say it, but just hinted at it. Whether he can understand anything depends on Bude's own understanding. Judging from his reaction, he did not understand the deep meaning of Greninja's words. Then Greninja found Jin and Drake and began to convey Arceus's meaning. Although the New Year's festival is a large-scale celebration, it is not particularly important to the people of the beasts. They will hold banquets from time to time, and the New Year's festival is just a slightly larger banquet. Ordinary pirates will relax, but those in key positions will remain the same. The enemy will not give up their action plan just because of the festival. Jin and Drake will attend the banquet in the first half and go back to execute in the second half. The most diligent people are usually responsible for the first half of the night and the second half of the night. And Drake prefers to work the first half of the night. According to her, it is better not to sleep all the time. It is too torturous to wake up in the middle of the night after falling asleep. Brother Jin, there is fun. Boring, can this kind of trash also inspire you to fight? That won't happen, but Brother Jin, don't you think that the other party thinks we know nothing? We pretend that we know nothing, but in fact we know everything. Their expressions will be very interesting at that time? As if thinking of some very interesting pictures, Drake's mouth corners showed a very strange smile. I don't think so, but remember to keep your mouth shut and don't go out and talk nonsense. Don't worry, my mouth is the most strict, don't you know this? She knew what Jin was referring to. The objects involved in this exercise also included Kikunoho and others. If she leaked the news in advance, the effect would not be good. The biggest difference between them and those people outside is that they are still loyal to the blood of the Kojiki family. In the past, it was either fireworks or drinking, but this time it's more interesting. I hope they can do more. You better hope that the people in Wano country are not so useless. If this kind of rebellion can force you and me to take action, then they are too incompetent. That's right, but Brother Jin, how do you pretend to know nothing? You don't have to pretend, just be restrained. Go to work when you have nothing to do. I still have things to do. Jin still trusts Drake very much. This woman looks carefree, but she actually knows her limits. Except for the endless cycle of borrowing and repaying money, she is very trustworthy. If you think she is naive and want to get words from her, you will definitely get yourself trapped in the end. So he just asked Drake to be more restrained. Then he drew his knife. This was his special order to expel him. He didn't intend to continue listening to Drake's nonsense. Drake left here tactfully, and Jin also polished his blade. Waste has no value in existence. White Dove. Chapter 791, If Odin is still alive, the assassination begins. If the rebels can force Jin and Drake to take action, it means that the Shinzengami are just miscellaneous soldiers who waste food. They consume so much supplies but are of no use at all. Jin will have to use his own way to clean up the problem of redundant soldiers. During the battle, it is reasonable to accidentally cut the wrong direction. It is also inevitable that the unknown AoE hits the friendly forces. Drake is still the same as before, teasing Zaiju on a daily basis, and paying off all his debts before the new year. There is only one day left before the new year season. In the flower capital, many workers are busy, the eaves are hung with festive decorations, and the vendors are also confirming their own stalls. In the palace of the flower capital, Hiri Kojiki is also preparing for the New Year festival, but she is not very interested. Sir Hiri, this is your itinerary for tomorrow, please confirm it again. A minister was kneeling in front of her. He was the minister in charge of etiquette in Wano country. He had lived from the era of Kojiki Tsukiyaki to the era of Kojiki Hiri. He could be said to be a veteran of 3 dynasties and was very long-lived. The content of the itinerary was very complicated. From the early morning, the sacrificial activities would begin, including the generals of all generations and the gods in the legend of Wano country. When all this was over, the ministers of the country would be received, and then the year-end greetings would be delivered. On the first day of the new year, these would even be repeated again. The biggest difference was that the year-end greetings became the New Year greetings. No, you can arrange it. Yes, then the old minister will withdraw, take care of yourself. As he left, several maids also took the new clothes in, but less than 10 seconds later, Hiri's angry voice sounded inside. Didn't I say it? I hate this pattern. Why is there this pattern? As if seeing something disgusting, Kojiki Hiri directly overturned the tray with clothes, and at the same time, there was the sound of porcelain breaking. Seeing her angry, no one dared to reply, but just knelt on the ground and waited for her to finish. Because they were used to it. In these years of life, Hiri Kojiki became a little irritable. She was fine in the last second, but she might become very irritable in the next moment. But she has not lost her rationality, she just throws some things. If you refute it, it will make her more angry. Silence is the best attitude to deal with it. Hiri-sama, please calm down. She is new here. I will teach her a lesson later. Kikunoho on the side made a round, which was regarded as turning the page on this matter. As the 3 retainers who stayed here, Kikunoho, Denjiro and Kawamatsu had slightly different ideas, but they were all obedient to Hiri Kojiki. Denjiro chose to protect the other party's safety because she was the daughter of Kojiki Odin, just because of her identity, and Denjiro would do her orders with all his heart. This is also common to Kikunoho and Kawamatsu, but they think more. Due to the problem of inner cognition, Kikunoshoku thinks that he is a woman. From a female perspective, he can better understand Kojiki Hiri. The life of a puppet seems to be glorious, but it is not easy. Even if she can travel abroad and has freedom in the Flower City, big and small things still need to be approved by Jin. This restriction and restraint makes people very uncomfortable. As for Kawamatsu, in addition to obeying the Kojiki family, he also feels guilty. Kawamatsu, what's wrong? Looking at the slightly sad Kawamatsu, Denjiro couldn't help asking. I was thinking, if I had tried harder and didn't let Hiri get caught, would everything be different now? At the beginning, he was responsible for taking Kojiki Hiri away, but was caught by Elizabeth. Since then, every time I see when Hiri is unhappy, he will feel guilty, so he is the most obedient to Hiri Kojiki. Even if one thing goes against his will, he will not complain at all. It's not your fault. It's actually Orikai's fault that things have come to this point. Although I don't admit that guys lie, I think that even if Lord Odin is still alive, he may not be angry when he sees the current Wano country. If it weren't for Orikai's lie, maybe Lord Odin and the beasts would get along well. Odin's goal is to change Wano country and open up the country, and the current Wano country has done all this, with its own foreign trade, and the lives of residents are constantly improving. Although it is still far from completely opening up the country, it does not contradict Odin's goal. Denjiro's mind is the most flexible. He sees these things and understands them in his heart, but he just can't accept them and is unwilling to admit them. Forget it, it's less than 6 years, so I still believe in Toki's prediction, Kawamatsu, just pretend I didn't say these. I know. Years of life have made them have a tacit understanding. They selectively ignored the topic just now and devoted themselves to the preparation of the New Year festival, but this year's festival is destined to be unforgettable for them. Everything went smoothly at the beginning, prayers, speeches, but when everyone started to revel, Kojiki Hiri did not participate in the festival, but came to several graves. All the pots were thrown on Kurozumi Orakai, and Kaido also recognized that Kojiki Oden was a powerful opponent, so he buried him here. 14 years ago, Kaido and Oden fought at the New Year festival, so the New Year festival was also the anniversary of Kojiki Oden's death. Hiri came here to worship Kojiki Oden. In the past, only a few of Oden's retainers and Zenin would follow her here, but this year, there were a little more people here. Those who planned the assassination finally chose here. This is the result of their analysis based on Kojiki Hiri's action habits in previous years. Here, Kojiki Hiri has the least manpower around him, and it is also the best time for them to act. Fireworks exploded in the sky, but Denjiro and others had already drawn their samurai swords, because at the same time as the fireworks exploded, several flames appeared in the Flower City, and noisy footsteps were heard nearby. What are you going to do? Denjiro and Kawamatsu blocked Kojiki Hiri behind them and looked around vigilantly. When they came, they found that there were many more people around, but no one took it seriously, just thinking that they were also here to pay tribute to Kojiki Oden, but when these people surrounded them with weapons and torches, even a fool would understand that something was wrong. We must awaken the will to resist in Wano country. Then what are you doing here? If even the generals obey the beasts, how can outsiders continue to resist? We will use blood to awaken Wano country and restart the transformation of Wano country. Release the arrows. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 792, Oden's Ghost. Firearms are still controlled in Wano country. This thing is much more dangerous than bows and arrows. No training is required. With simple teaching, a person can use guns to cause serious harm to others. And these people are not good at using guns, so they simply choose bows and arrows. Hundreds of people gathered here, and almost everyone has a bow and arrow. Protect Lord Hiri. Looking at the flying bows and arrows, Denjiro's eyes were wide open. When Kojiki was out, he was assassinated by Kurozumi Orakai and his thigh was pierced by a bow and arrow. For this matter, Denjiro has always been brooding over it. Seeing a similar situation happen again, a wave of anger emerged from his heart. The sword flashed to the sky and Denjiro, Kawamatsu and Kikunoho formed an impenetrable defense line, shooting down all the arrows shot at Hiri. Are you guys crazy? This is Hiri. She is the daughter of Lord Oden, do you know what you are doing? The people present could not understand the thinking of these people. The Kojiki family has a special status in Wano country. The last time the Kojiki family was attacked by the locals, it was traced back to the rebellion of Kurozumi Orakai's grandfather. And that was for the position of the general. With the current situation in Wano country, Denjiro had no idea what these people were thinking. He also saw a few acquaintances in the crowd. In the past few years, these people were the seeds of resistance in his heart. He didn't expect that they would actually attack Kojiki Hiri. Lord Denjiro, go and see Wano country now. Except for us old people, teenagers don't know who the general is. They don't know the meaning of the general. They go to the school opened by Kaido and shout Lord Ming Wang. If this continues, will anyone be willing to resist? You are not protecting Kojiki at all by protecting her. Instead, you are destroying Kojiki's hope. If this continues, when Lord Momonosuke comes back, will anyone be willing to help him? We are old, and our descendants are unwilling to continue on this path, so we have to do something while we still have the strength. Although this action has been planned for a long time, there is nothing valuable. It is nothing more than taking advantage of the New Year's Festival of Beasts to make some noise in the flower capital to attract the attention of the Shinsengamai, and then they take the opportunity to attack Kojiki Hiri. In addition, their action target is Kojiro, the biggest traitor in their eyes. The enemy is too strong, so they can only start with the traitors among their own people. As for why he said so much to Denjiro, it was because Denjiro and his men had a force that was several hundred times more powerful than Kojiki Oden's retainers. Still a little scared. I thought Kojiki Hiri would come here alone, but I didn't expect that all the retainers were here. So you want to assassinate Hiri? I think you should go to the gate of Onigashima together and commit seppuku. This will be more deterrent. I can be your Keishakunin. Listening to their words, Kawamatsu was even angrier than Denjiro. After all, he always blamed himself. Listening to these people, he just felt disgusted. In fact, what Kawamatsu said made sense. Doing this would definitely achieve their goal, but looking at the looks of these people, they didn't have the courage. Denjiro wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Hiri. Hiri, you are in danger. It's okay. I want to ask you, if it was Momonosuke standing here instead of me, would you still do this? You said I didn't have the spirit of resistance, so is it all my fault? Was it me who brought the beasts pirates to Wano country? You wanted to resist so much, what were you doing back then? She was still a child at that time. When she understood what happened, Wano country had already become a foregone conclusion, and she had no ability to change these things. Originally, she and Momonosuke had a good brother-sister relationship, but over the years, under the puppet life, this concept has also changed to a certain extent. Why did Momonosuke leave, and why did she stay? Why did these people want to kill themselves, and the reason was to make more people willing to help Momonosuke. She is the daughter of Kojiki Oden. Logically, she should have lived a life of luxury, but Kojiki Oden's brain is not very good, and anyone can fool him. Her most worry-free time was actually when she was in the Whitebeard Pirates. The daughter of the daimyo lives like a poor family. Except for Kojiki Oden, probably no one can do this. Now her life is top-notch except for the lack of freedom. She sometimes gets angry just because of the depression caused by injustice. Only people who are also puppets can understand her feelings. Now those who want to assassinate her are even more unacceptable to her. She did nothing, but it was a mistake to live. Born in the general's family and encountered these things, there is nothing you can do about it, but in order for Wano country to return to its previous rule, your death is necessary, all for the future of Wano country. Shimingzi. In the face of Kojiki Hiri's questioning, they did not give a strong excuse, but stubbornly believed that they were right to do so. In the shouts of Shimingzi, these people raised their weapons and rushed towards Kojiki Hiri. Zionin. Take Hiri away. They are all Wano people, and they know very well that when someone shouts Shimingzi, any verbal persuasion will no longer work, and can only be dealt with by force. No matter what the purpose of these people is, as long as they want to hurt Hiri, they are enemies. However, Hiri Kojiki did not want to escape like this, but pulled out a short knife. She is not powerless now. After all, she is the blood of Odin who sings in the flower street every day. After studying hard, she has some strength. But in the next moment, something that no one expected happened. Swish! Swish! 2 slashes came out from behind Hiri Kojiki and flew straight into the crowd. The power of the flying slash was so great that a large number of people who were just charging in the group fell down in an instant. That is Yanma. Entianyu Yuzan. It is the sword of Lord Odin. A person who participated in the assassination shouted in horror. At this time, behind Hiri Kojiki, Yanma, and Tianyu Yuzan, which were transformed into single sword sheaths, had been unsheathed, and the blades were flashing with cold light. The slash just now also came from them. When Kojiki Hiri was offering sacrifices to Odin, she would always bring Inma and Aim no Habakuri, without exception. They had long been transformed into the one sword sheath and had their own consciousness. It was on this occasion that they caused a serious mental blow to the enemy. Odin-sama, the ghost of Odin-sama. White Dove. Chapter 793, Killing and Darkening. Gods and demons are both legendary existences. Under the influence of the promotion of the Arceus cult and the original national conditions of Wano country, they firmly believe in the existence of gods. Since they believe in gods, they naturally believe in demons. The ghost slate has not yet returned to its place, and Wano country has not produced a large number of ghost-type Pokemon. Although Rotom itself has ghost attributes, they were born based on the power of the Thunder Slate. Those high-tech flying around are more like artificial intelligence, and no one would associate them with this aspect. Moreover, the ghost-type Pokemon are seriously polarized. Some can't stand loneliness and think about pranks every day. Rotom is an example, while others are very deep, and the one sword sheath is a representative. For so many years, the two of them have been lying on the knife rack almost all the time, rarely moving. Only in the dead of night will they forage for food, eating the fruits and treasures that have been prepared long ago, or the souls purchased from the world. Therefore, there have always been some rumors of haunting in the Flower City. It's just that not many people have seen this kind of thing, and they are usually regarded as illusions. Now it's different. This is the grave of Kojiki Odin. Kojiki Odin's sword flies in the sky and cuts people. Not to mention the power, the mental deterrence is already full. As a new regional form of Pokemon, the two single sword sheaths retain the appearance of Yan Mo and Tianyu Yuzhan, and even inherit some swordsmanship from the previous master Kojiki Odin. The flying slash just now is an example. They can't exert the power of Odin when he was alive, but for these stronger ordinary people, it is still a massacre. Pokemon have a gentle side, and also have their own violent side. Every year in the Alola region, a large number of people have broken spines because of wearing bear hugs. There are also many people who were stung by the agate jellyfish. But compared with them, Pokemon with ghost attributes often have a greater impact. When everyone was stunned, a ribbon suddenly extended from the tail of Yanmo's sword and wrapped around a person's wrist. Then the person became thin and dry at a speed visible to the naked eye, almost turning into a skeleton. Yanmo is a demon sword. Even if the user is not careful, he will be sucked dry by it and die. Except for Kojiki Odin, Yanmo once could not find a suitable user. It seems to have inherited Yanmo's nature as a single sword sheath, which is much more violent than Tianyu Yuzhan. After being transformed into a single sword sheath, their master became Arceus. As the creator, Arceus's orders are their mission, and the orders given by Arceus to them also include protecting Kojiki Hiri's safety. Therefore, when they attacked Kojiki Hiri, they were locked as enemies by the single sword sheath. A single eye on the handle of Yanmo opened, revealing a satisfied look. It seemed to prefer the food of fear to the souls purchased from Wanguo. After the man was sucked dry, Yanmo did not let go of it. A strange energy overflowed from his body, and he manipulated the corpse to stand up and killed into the crowd like a zombie. Compared with Yanmo, Tianyu Yuzhan was relatively gentle, and the things he did were not so terrible. He just hovered around Kojiki Hiri, slashing twice from time to time, clearing the gathered miscellaneous soldiers. It was fulfilling its mission, while Yanmo had already started playing, without releasing any large-scale skills, just swinging and slashing. Since Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzhan appeared, these people who shouted Shimingji lost their organization. It was not because Yanmo and Tianyu Yuzhan were so strong, but because Denjiro and others were equally overwhelming them in terms of force, but they dared to shout Shimingji and rush up to fight with each other. Yanmo and Tianyu Hanzhan directly broke their inner perseverance. Even when they were assassinating Kojiki Hiri, they firmly believed that they were doing it for Wano country and hoped that Wano country could return to orthodoxy. But the ghost of Kojiki Odin hit them hard. They didn't know what the single sword sheath was. In their eyes, this was Odin's expression of not closing his eyes until he died, and he approved of his daughter's behavior. The collapse of faith often happened in an instant. Many people simply gave up resistance and stood there stupidly until Yanmo chopped their bodies, and then fell in the snow with confused eyes. Why? Why? Why is this? The distorted belief collided with the cruel reality, and the leaders roared unwillingly, cheered up, and killed again. Go to hell! You woman, go to hell! But this is only part of it. Sorry, we were wrong, we were wrong. We shouldn't question these things. I don't want to die here like this. People who fled in panic, people who knelt down to beg for forgiveness, all kinds of life were shown in this group of people. In fact, let alone them, even Denjiro and Kojiki Hiri couldn't figure out what was going on. Especially, Yanma and Tianyu Hazan were combined together to use the more powerful Odin two-sword style. As former Odin's retainers, they all followed Kojiki Odin to learn swordsmanship. It can be seen at a glance that it was Odin's skills, but the person who swung the sword was missing. The people who were still fighting were constantly harvested by Yanma and Tianyu Hazan, and Kawamatsu and others didn't have to do anything, because no one could cross the defense line of the two swords. The fighters fell one after another, and after those who ran away for a distance, Yanma and Tianyu Hazan did not continue to chase, but stopped where they were. Ha 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 ha. Denjiro and the others were still hesitating about how to deal with the next thing, but Kojiki Hiri, who was protected by them, suddenly laughed, with some sadness in her laughter, and gradually turned into madness. Now, if you are willing to listen to me, can you kill all those people? Except for those who are kneeling, kill them all without leaving a single one. Lord Hiri, they may just be bewitched. Before. Denjiro, I am not talking to you, I am talking to Yan Mo and Tian Yu Hanzhan, let's call them that for the time being, I am talking to these two. Those people were also loyal to Odin in the past. If they attacked Hiri, Denjiro would certainly treat them as enemies, and he also killed several leaders without mercy, but he couldn't bear to kill them all, he felt that these people could still be rescued. He originally wanted to give these people a chance. According to the practice of the beasts, these people would at least be thrown into the mining field to work for more than 10 years, and the rest would be dealt with when the prophecy came. But Kojiki Hiri's tone made him feel very strange. She seemed to have become a different person, no longer the Kojiki Hiri he knew. White Pigeon. Chapter 794, Counter-Effective Assassination. Yanma and Tianyuzhan were communicating with a unique frequency band. The orders they received did not include obeying Kojiki Hiri's instructions. Arceus only asked them to properly protect the safety of the target and let others use their bodies. Theoretically, Kojiki Hiri is now safe, but it is not too much to completely eliminate the danger. Yanma did not seem to have enough fun. He left the body that was sucked dry by it and cut through the night sky to the fleeing crowd. Tianyuzhan stayed in place and lay back on the knife rack. People may do many unreasonable things when they are extremely angry, such as running 30 kilometers in one breath, strangling a black bear with a cross armrest, and punching through a steel plate with one punch. Of course, these things are in the world is not impossible. The assassination of these people also made Kojiki Hiri enter a state of extreme anger. She did not believe that it was the ghost of Kojiki Odin. If there really was such a thing, he should have appeared long ago, instead of waiting until today. She believed that this was some kind of method of the beasts. Her own people wanted to kill her, but the enemy wanted her to live. This ridiculous logic made her not know what to say. Especially those people frequently mentioned Momonosuke. If it was at the beginning, she would not react so much. At that time, she thought it was a good thing for her brother to leave. It was better than the two of them staying here together, but after a long time, a kind of inequality would appear in her heart. Especially those rebels seemed to think that they were willing to do so. In this case, using Momonosuke as an analogy would only make her more unbalanced. In a sense, they succeeded. They killed a Kojiki Hiri, but they killed a kind Hiri. On this basis, a brand new Kojiki Hiri was born, a Kojiki Hiri who made a complete choice. Yanmo's massacre continued. As a demon sword, bathing in blood made her stronger, and Kojiki Hiri came to a person who was kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness. Whether it was escaping or fighting, her choice was to kill, but she showed mercy to those crying people, because in her opinion, the collapse of their inner beliefs was the most serious. They could not forget what happened today, and the words they spread could further disintegrate the hearts of those who wanted to resist. This is what you forced me to do. As a puppet regime, it seems that she has no worries about food and clothing, but in fact, there is also a huge pressure. Under this high pressure, her mental state was tense, and now these people pushed her at the last minute, acting as the last straw that broke the camel's back. Should we take Hiri to see a doctor? I don't think she seems to be well. Kikunoha whispered beside a few people, and anyone who saw her like that would think she was abnormal. Kikunoha showed worry, Denjiro was sad, and Kawamatsu was simply angry, anger caused by inner self-blame. I leave this to you, I have to do something. He couldn't tolerate these rebels, and turned around and followed Yanmo's steps. Oh, boring, is it over? On the treetops not far away, Drake was watching a show with a telescope. He thought he could see some entertainment programs in this New Year's festival, but he didn't expect these rebels to be so weak that they didn't make any waves and were completely destroyed here. This year has ended successfully. Who should I borrow money from next year? Taking out his little notebook, Drake began to look for a new target. The ability of the Rentgen cat made her most suitable for this environment. The perspective I had already looked around and there was no hidden enemy at all. With the abilities of Denjiro and Kikunoho, it was enough to deal with the next situation, not to mention that Tianyuzhan was still with Kojiki Hiri. On the Ghost Island, Quinn was monitoring his own results. He played the leading role in the New Year's festival, and after the carnival on the island started, he began to check the defense mechanism of Wano country and began to score the Shinzengami team. The rebels in the cemetery were only a part of it. There were many who caused unrest in Wano country. Well, the 5th division was very fast. The captains of the 17th division should be dismissed. They arrived at the scene in 10 minutes. What's the use of them? They are not as useful as the dog raised by Kojiro. It was also a small book, but Quinn decided whether these people were promoted or dismissed with just a few simple strokes. At the same time, he was further improving the monitoring channels in Wano country, striving to make the main roads have no blind spots. Mhahaha, CP0, come to me if you have the ability, I'll see how you can escape my surveillance. Little ones. Are you ready to appreciate my graceful dance? Watching the stability of Wano country, Quinn returned to the big stage of Onigashima again. Today, there is no Tizero, no Yuta, and no one. Although it was New Year, they were busy with the celebration outside and could not come here. In this case, Quinn completely controlled the stage and became the only protagonist. Unlike the carnival on Onigashima, the celebration in the flower capital had been disrupted. A group of people were put in a temporary prison, and many were sent to the hospital for treatment. Those people did not kill people indiscriminately, but in order to cause a commotion, they set fire and ignited a lot of gunpowder, but the trampling caused by this also caused many people to be injured. Now this place has just settled down under the maintenance of the Shinsengamai, and many people have not figured out what happened. The Squirtles were busy putting out the fire, and Hyagoro was leading people to help clean up the mess, but no matter who they were full of resentment against these arsonists. A good New Year's festival was seriously damaged because of these people. Some relatives and friends were also injured because of this. On the other hand, the main target, Kojiki Hiri, almost turned black, while the other target, Kojiro, was unscathed. Several commanders were wiping the blood off their arms with handkerchiefs. After Kojiro got their approval, he became the general they protected. These people couldn't break through the defense circle of commanders at all, and it was said that there was Zyoka next to them. The combination of wind speed dog and commanders solved everything without Kojiro's help. The turmoil caused by these people lasted less than an hour. Apart from destroying the atmosphere of the New Year festival, it had almost no effect, but instead led to the blackening of Kojiki Hiri. Originally, she was forced to act as a puppet regime, and her inner she was still a little reluctant, but now, she was completely in a state of playing badly. The first decree of the new year that needed a seal was about the riot last night. Kojiki Hiri not only cooperated very well, but also gave some suggestions of her own. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 795, You Can't Afford to Offend a Blackened Woman. Arceus Pirate Journey Chapter 795, You Can't Afford to Offend a Blackened Woman. Last night was destined to be a sleepless night. As the leader of the Shinsengamai, Hoda faced the biggest crisis since he took office. The riot last night caused several stampedes in some blocks of the flower capital. Due to timely rescue and the generally strong physique of the people here, there were no casualties, but countless injuries. Coupled with the consequences of the fire and gunpowder explosion, a series of problems made Hoda very headache. In fact, it was not only Hoda who had resentment about this, but the people of the Shinsengamai were almost the same. From yesterday to now, these people have not been able to rest and have been dealing with these things. Thinking of what Greenangia said before, Bude suddenly felt that the other party was hinting at him, but he did not understand the true meaning. After getting angry with his subordinates, Bude came to Jin and acted like he was being scolded. Jin's words made him feel relieved. As long as he didn't lose his current position, other problems would be acceptable. It seemed that his strict requirements on his subordinates were still meaningful. But Jin threw the list compiled by Quinn in front of him. After a glance, several people who usually lived a lazy life were all on the list. He already understood that this was a list of promotions and demotions, and the specific measures had been determined. But after Bude left, something happened that even Jin did not expect. Drake's head poked in from the door and reported what had just happened. In name, the general's official was a special position serving the general, but in fact, the situation here was just the opposite. Jin was the one in power in the actual sense. The handling of this matter has actually been decided long ago. The leader will be killed and the accomplices will be sent to mine. This is an old practice. Kojiki Hiri's desire to make suggestions really aroused Jin's curiosity. Let her wait, I will go to her in a while. This is her rare face that belongs to the general. When there is something, at least Jin goes to her instead of her going to Jin. Jin took the documents in Kojiki Hiri's hand, and his expression under the mask became slightly complicated. The original drafted notice was that there were thugs trying to assassinate the general, which caused unrest, but Kojiki Hiri was more ruthless in this regard. She repositioned those thugs, not just ordinary thugs and treason, but linked them to the rebellion of the Kurozumi family at the time, and turned simple opposition to her into opposition to this Kojiki. She is now the only Kojiki bloodline in Wano country, so naturally she has the final say, and her change is a complete spiritual obliteration of those people. Just this one sentence can make these people never raise their heads in Wano country again. She was the first female general, and opposing her would not cause much commotion, but when the level rose to the Kojiki clan, the result would be completely different. She had no mercy on those accomplices who wanted to kill her people. Once this notice was sent out, it meant that she had completely broken with this part of the group, but she didn't care about it since last night. For this suggestion, Jin had no reason to veto it, so he let Kojiki Hiri do it himself, and he brought the situation here back to Onigashima. They had the ability to kill those rebels in advance, but Arceus made the decision to conduct an exercise. At present, it seems that the exercise has achieved good results and even triggered some hidden conditions. At this time, Kojiki Hiri was publicly making a statement about the turmoil last night. While comforting the injured, he also strongly condemned the behavior of those people and nailed them to the pillar of shame in Wano country like Kurozumi Orakai. Simple death cannot completely scare those who give up their brains because of their names and wisdom, but what Kojiki Hiri did is to strangle their hopes in their hearts and make them live in condemnation and infamy. For such people, living like this is even more painful than death, and they have successfully attracted the hatred of the people. People who experienced the turmoil last night cursed them. Even Jin sighed slightly that she was ruthless. Thinking of his own experience, Quinn agreed with Jin's words. After all, women such as Shana and Setsuna have caused him a lot of harm, sometimes comparable to Kaido. Patting Quinn on the shoulder, Jin left here directly and returned to the palace of the flower capital. Quinn, who was late to realize, roared at the sky, and then returned to his laboratory. His flowers have sprouted, which is a very good start. The direct impact of this assassination is basically over, but the indirect impact is still continuing. The remaining people were imprisoned in the rabbit bowl mining field, including those who saw the killing scenes of Yan Mo and Tian Yu Zhan. Because of the mental stimulation, their descriptions of the incident were slightly different, but in the end they were all similar, and they could not avoid the word Odin's ghost. After a while, some people's hearts were really shaken. If even Odin recognized these things, it meant that all this was the best result. In addition, the domestic environment was getting better and better. This assassination activity accelerated the speed of the inner collapse of some stubborn people. White Pigeon. Chapter 796, The Strange Political System of Wano Country, The Spade Pirates. Odin's ghost gradually became a well-known figure in Wano Country. The supernatural events, except for Kojiki Hiri, the more familiar people are with Odin, the more reasonable they think this is. After Kojiki Odin ended his weird way of playing, his goal was to make Wano Country better. Except for the fact that the country has not been completely opened, everything in Wano Country is countless times better than it was more than a decade ago. Reasonable industrialization will not damage the environment, but can greatly improve people's livelihood, not to mention the unscientific creatures such as Pokemon. Wano Country has truly embarked on the road of green development. After the New Year festival, the time has come to 1517, and this can be said to be a node time for Wano Country, because starting this year, their generals have changed. No longer the puppet who is only responsible for stamping, he will even take the initiative to put forward some constructive opinions, but these opinions are not so friendly to those who still believe in prophecies. Denjiro once hinted to Hiri about this, but got a reply that made him speechless. I don't want to be labeled a criminal for no reason, nor do I want to be killed for no reason. At the same time, the traditions of Wano Country have also changed. Here, under the closed-door environment, unique customs have been formed, including the gods they believe in. Originally, the religious development of Wano Country did not move towards uniformity. Although those local gods are not as good as the emerging Pokemon, they are also orthodox. However, this year, Kojiki Hiri made a big change, and even the temple behind the general's palace was replaced with the statue of Arceus. The assassination made her completely stand on the opposite side of the conservative forces, and her heart of slacking began to retaliate. Since they don't want her to live, she doesn't want to make them feel comfortable. Lord Holy Beast, you see, there are more pilgrims. At the top of the Sky Island above Wano Country, Arceus and Shana are looking down at the top of Fujiyama Mountain, and can also see many Wano people climbing the mountain. Arceus came here just to observe the living environment of the Tanabata bluebird, but he didn't expect to find some different changes. Your decision is indeed correct. Since the New Year festival ended, Hiri Kojiki has changed from passive cooperation to active cooperation. Abel also said that he has been relieved recently. There is no one around. Only Tanabata Bluebird and Blue Cottonbird can hear them talking, so Shayna didn't care about those things. Right. Arceus didn't have any comments on this. He just wanted to do an exercise, but the result was exaggerated. The pilgrims were mostly young people, but with the words of the general, some hesitant elderly people began to change. They were originally entangled in reality and tradition. Now that the general has spoken, everything has a reasonable explanation. This is also the reason for maintaining a puppet regime. The general has a deep influence on Wano country. Arceus is not a devil. As long as he doesn't touch the bottom line, he is also a kind person who wants to carry out that kind of bloody cleanup. Originally, Arceus thought that this transformation would be completed in a while, but he didn't expect it to be so much ahead of time. According to the information summarized by Jin, Hiri Kojiki suggested redefining the royal system of Wano country and creating a system of divine right of kings. It's just too early to do this. The changes now are big enough. Many things have to be done little by little. The regime of Wano country at this time is very special. It is similar to a religious country, but religion is not the actual ruler. The divine power and the actual royal power are so harmoniously combined. There is no second one in the sea. Shayna, tell Misu not to make such a big move. There is no point in making such a big move in Wano country. Misu must have intervened in religious matters. Although she is a nun, what she did is almost the same as the Pope. Yes, I understand. In the past, Arceus had no opinion on this matter. The advice given at this time made Shayna stunned for a while, but then she figured it out. The meaning of the existence of Arceus God cult is not to collect faith, but to let more people collect stone tablets. After so many years in Wano country, it has been confirmed that there are no other stone tablets here. Therefore, the benefits of making a big move in Wano country are not high. We should speed up the speed of preaching in the outside world and let believers search for more information on the stone tablets, so that it will be valuable to Arceus. Misu had told her before that Tiger was also doing missionary activities during his travels, but it was ineffective. Few people were willing to listen to the fishman's preaching. She just wanted to leave Wano country, so it seems that this can be brought forward. Pokemon are gradually breeding offspring, and the Millennium Dragon tribe has also added some new cubs. You can also see the great onion duck exercising in the sky. The huge onion leaves are fixed behind them with ropes, and then they fly with weight. If they hold the onion in their hands, the weight will make them lose balance and unable to fly. It looks like an ordinary onion, but the onion is very heavy. Even Xiaozai has to hold it with both hands, which shows its weight. Every day, the giant forge is fighting wits and courage with Commander Slash and Steel Armor Crow. The good and bad stars are eating the surrounding corals, the Magikarp are bumping on the sea, and the Cotters are also going to various seas to perform tasks. In the process, they will do different things according to their own preferences. Time has not changed the nature of the sea. Now it is still that turbulent era. The new year means a new beginning, and it also means encountering more pirates. Time flies, and a few months have passed in a flash. Both the Navy and the pirates have absorbed a lot of fresh blood. In the Sabayati archipelago, another group of newcomers arrived in this sea area. The brand new pirate flag flutters on the flagpole, and a skull is painted on the background of spades. There are two patterns with opposite expressions and a flame emblem on the skull. This year's supernova, Fire Fist Ace, has completed the first half of his voyage and arrived at the outpost of the New World. Hey, Ace! We are about to reach Shampoo. Really? Finally, let's rush into the New World in one go. Standing on the bow, Ace is full of confidence and has endless expectations for the future, but before he can further shout out his goals, the crew has already poured cold water on him. Forget it, entering the New World requires coding and passing through Fishman Island, and we will be delayed for at least 3 days. The speaker is Scar, a pirate enthusiast who calls himself a collector and a collector of skull peripherals. Having traveled to various ports around the world on various ships, Scarl has made great contributions to the Spade Pirates' arrival here. White Dove. Chapter 797, this year's newcomers are even stranger. A man wearing a skull mask is telling Ace and others about what to pay attention to before entering the New World. A dozen people plus a lynx make up the current Spade Pirates. In terms of the number of people, it is also a small pirate group, and it also brings together all kinds of interesting people. Skarl is such a weirdo, wearing a skull mask and various skull patterns on his body. He is a collector of skull peripherals and was not originally a pirate. It's just that in this era of great pirates, he is so obsessed with the pirate group that he always sneaks into various pirate ships. Those pirates are not fools. Skarl is often discovered, but his luck has always been good. Not all pirates have persecution delusions like Quinn, and they are checking unknown people every day. They often capture some people to do odd jobs on the ship, and sometimes directly recruit them as their minions. It is also his ability that Scar has survived smoothly. Through this way, he has reached one port after another and has a rich understanding of the world. Most pirates seem to think that he is just a busybody and has no use except doing odd jobs. Only Ace doesn't think so. In the end, he joined the Spade Pirates and officially became a pirate with the goal of becoming the world's #1 intelligence expert. Will I be delayed for 3 days? I don't know if the food here is delicious. Ace, who was still worried in the last second, said a slightly strange remark the next moment, but the people of the Spade Pirates did not find it strange, but got used to it. There are regular ports on the Sabayati archipelago, but it has nothing to do with the Spade Pirates. After all, they are pirates. At this time, Scar is telling the crew to pay attention. After all, there are all kinds of people here. If they are targeted by the Navy, bounty hunters, or colleagues with bad intentions, I am afraid they will not care about the coding. The Navy and bounty hunters, world nobles, and human traffickers, there are too many things that can cause trouble here. Before the coding is completed, don't cause trouble for me, especially you, please, Boss Ace. Finally, Scar's eyes stayed on Ace and solemnly instructed him. Although Ace looked solemn, the focus was not on him at all. Now he was more concerned about whether the great buns were delicious. Teacher, the ship is in your hands. The crew members were preparing to leave the ship one after another. The man called the teacher was named Mile. He didn't like to go out and stayed on the ship most of the time. He was originally a teacher, but there were no children in the place where he taught, and he was the only one who stayed there. Dreaming of crossing the ocean and going to the children in the world who could not receive education, because only Ace supported his dream for so many years, he stepped out of his original comfort zone and joined the Spade Pirates. Skarl was still worried about Ace, but he had no chance. Sailing is hard, and it is the captain's duty to comfort the crew. Leave the task of finding food to me, Ace said without stopping, and jumped off the side of the ship and headed straight for the Sabayati archipelago. Looking at Ace going away, the remaining crew members were left looking at each other in bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared in the mangroves. The captain went to collect food for the crew, and Diaz, the deputy captain, did a serious job. This was his pen name. He was originally a second-generation noble and a medical student in a country, but he started his new life for various reasons. When looking for a coding craftsman, they found a white-haired old man. Are you the captain? No, I'm not. I'm just an acting captain. The captain was attracted by the aroma as soon as he docked. Ha ha ha, it turns out that captains are casual people no matter what era they are in. Yeah, some will say that fate is the key to dragging people to become pirates. Uncle, are you also a pirate? It happened a long time ago. I got on the ship for some insignificant reasons, and it took such a long journey. I think I will get along well with you in the future. Do you need coding? I can give you a discount. Really? Thank you very much. Uncle, what's your name? I can't keep calling you that. Just call me Rayleigh. Diaz finalized the issue of the ship's coding. At this time, he didn't realize who the seemingly ordinary uncle in front of him was. Intelligence work has never been his forte. On the other side, as expected, Ace encountered some troubles. He's eating a free meal. Stop. Stop him. He's running over there. The staff of several stores joined together to hunt down some people who ate without paying, and in front of them, Ace was running away. It's not that he didn't want to pay, but he didn't bring his wallet with him, and he ended up like this. The ones following him the most were a few people with clothes on. The person with the fruit pattern. Hey, I'll pay you. Just wait until I find my wallet. Stop it. This is the Sabayati archipelago. If you run away, where can we find you? The fleeing Ace and the chasing waiter became a unique landscape, and also attracted many people's attention. Sister Iska, it seems that there are people in front, do you want to help them? At this time, at the door of the senbei shop, Iska was purchasing a large number of great senbei as souvenirs. Every cotter passing by Sabayati has this habit, just buy something and take it back. As the current number 7, Iska also has her own ship and exclusive team. This time she came to Sabayati to perform some religious tasks. The person who asked her was Lamy. Due to the recent series of adjustments of the Arceus cult, some religious personnel have also begun to go out. Lamy is an example. The overall strength is ordinary, but few people can hurt her. The body of Alola Mud is an alternative natural system, and ordinary physical attacks can't hurt her at all. Those with fruit patterns on their chests are naturally employees of the beast fruits, and only they can rank among the top among the many debt collectors. Let's go and see. Wait, that guy is asleep. At this time, Ace was trapped in a dead end under layers of siege, but the following situation was unbelievable. After being trapped on a bench in the park, he fell asleep directly. This sleep made the debt collectors confused. They have seen many people of all kinds on the shampoo ground, but this is the first time they have seen such a weird one. In the end, the crew who came to rescue him, his crew found Ace's wallet on the deck, and guessed what was going to happen. With the crew apologizing, the shop assistants took the money and left, while Iska led his people to the slums of Sabayati. Chapter 798, The Inheritance of the Beast Tradition, the True God in the Field of Microorganisms. The Sabayati archipelago is the only way for the pirate group to reach the New World. Even if the legal group wants to pass through the Red Earth continent, they have to come here first, because the office of the world government is also located here. 7 routes intersect, and it is reasonable to say that this is a very prosperous place. In fact, it is indeed the case. The economy here is highly developed, and a large number of tourists come here every year. But such a place also has slums. As the darkness under the prosperous feet, everything here seems out of place, but it conforms to the characteristics of the Sabayati archipelago. The office of the world government, the naval base, the illegal zone, the human trafficking industry, it is hard to believe that these institutions can be on the same island. Sometimes it is just a wall, but it is 2 completely different worlds. And the reason why they came to the slums is also very simple, to absorb manpower and expand believers. Compared with people who live a rich life, people in the slums are more likely to have hope. Although they have experienced despair and are more wary of the world, as long as they can have faith, their faith is also the most loyal. Move all the things here, move faster. The composition of the beast pirates is now very complicated. Under the rules of Arceus, it has become much more difficult to join this pirate group. Those who can accept the rules are assigned to different troops according to their personalities after joining. When a person is promoted to a cotter with a single-digit number, he is eligible to select personnel according to his own preferences and form his own direct fleet. These are the personnel selected by Iska. The preferences of the cotters are different. Jack only wants strength, Manderfesh values family situation and prefers to absorb people with families. Drake purely looks at the eye, and Iska looks at the bottom line of the person. The pirates under her are the most orderly and relatively kind group of people. In other words, these people are more like explorers. At this time, they are like a relief organization, bringing supplies to the slums here, and the first step to get here is to fight first. Even in the slums, there is still oppression. Local tyrants rely on their fists to intimidate weaker people, exploit them and live a good life in this lower-class society. Get out of the way. What are you doing? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment in beating up an old man? Let's try it. The kindness of these people is relative. There are few people who can't be beaten when sailing on this sea. They drove out the people who originally ruled this block in a few moves. They are bullies and fear the strong. When faced with people who are stronger than themselves, they simply choose to run away and look for their backers. If they want to gain a foothold in Shampoo, they must either have extremely strong power or be able to get in touch with others. Of course, with the support of the 100 Beasts, Iska and others are not afraid of retaliation afterwards. Rami, I'll leave it to you to organize. You're better at this than I am. Okay, leave it to me. Rami is 18 years old this year. Apart from her hair color, her face has grown up. She looks 80% similar to Lo after she became a girl. As a religious staff of the Arceus cult, her mission is to spread religion, while Iska is to collect children of the right age. This is also the consistent style of the beasts. At first, their core members came from all over the world, but in recent years, the grassroots cotters are almost all orphans who have been raised by themselves. They may not be strong enough, but they are loyal enough and more trustworthy. Olga used to do this. She didn't mind doing this kind of thing on the way, but she didn't want to make a special trip every once in a while, so she handed it over to Iska. It just so happened that she liked children very much. Grandpa, can you show me your leg? Your wound should be quite serious. Rami walked to the person who had just been beaten, but he did not show a relaxed expression, still looking at Rami vigilantly. The composition of the slums here is very complicated. People who were stranded here after a shipwreck, successfully escaped after being abducted, and then were trapped here, or their relatives were unfortunately killed by celestial dragons or pirates during their travels, and finally stayed here. Many people's hearts are closed, and they will not easily believe each other even if they are given food and medicine. Because it is a slum, no one cares about their life or death, and those slave traders often visit here. Look, I'm just an ordinary girl, I just want to help you deal with your wound. As he said, he opened the medicine box he carried with him, revealing the scalpel and gauze inside, but strangely, there was no medicine in it. Because of his appearance, the old man relaxed his vigilance, and lifted the torn clothes little by little, revealing the wound with pus underneath. A few days ago, a doctor saw me. He said that if he wanted to save his life, he had to amputate his limbs. Some kind people would pass by here occasionally, but they didn't accept this treatment. Here, losing a leg is no different from death. Don't be afraid, Grandpa, it can be handled. Lamy put her hand on it directly, and it turned into colorful poisonous mud to wrap the wound. She is the ability user of Alola mud, but her ability is not only poisonous. There are countless viruses and bacteria in the body of Alola mud. These viruses and bacteria can be combined into deadly toxins, and can also kill other viruses and bacteria. Through continuous training of her own abilities and the acquisition of external knowledge, Lamy gradually learned to control different microorganisms in her body. And this ability is still under development. Even Quinn has not studied clearly how many permutations and combinations of microorganisms there are in Alola mud. Before, she used her ability to clean the monastery, and now she is cleaning the harmful substances in the injured person's body. In the field of microorganisms, she is God. All this is based on her understanding of medicine. Misu has taught her a lot of things, but she is most interested in medicine. She herself does not understand why, but she feels a sense of familiarity when learning similar knowledge. The microorganisms in the body of the stinky mud became special nanorobots under her control, and they successfully killed the bacteria after combination. This is also the reason why she never brings medicine. She will make the special medicine she needs according to the situation. In a few minutes, she has completed her goal, and then used her ability to complete anesthesia, cut off the rotten flesh and suture the wound again. It's okay now, just rest for a few days, don't move this gauze, I have specially treated it, it won't make the wound inflamed. Thank you. You're welcome, this is the Lord's will, the Lord's glory is expanding, believe in the Lord, you can stay away from the torture of pain. As an intern nun, Lamy began her first external missionary work. Judging from the light in the old man's eyes, the effect should be very good. With the help of the old man, a local, Lamy began to spread the teachings of Arceus and helped others heal their bodies, while attracting more people to listen to her teachings. Iska looked for those children who were not familiar with the world and used food to win their favor. Some adults even sold their children to her directly. All this was seen by Ace and Deuce who passed by here. Deuce, can it be a human trafficker? White Pigeon. Chapter 799, Ace and Deuce. Not long ago, Deuce found the coding craftsman and brought him back to the spadial. The coding takes at least 3 days, but this does not mean that the coding craftsman has to work for 3 consecutive days. It is just that a process must be repeated many times within 3 days, and wait for the processed resin to change. Later, it was discovered that Ace's wallet was lost and was chased by the vendors on the island. In order to avoid more trouble, the Spade Pirates asked Deuce to keep an eye on Ace. Boss Deuce, please don't let Boss Ace cause any trouble. Scar's words still echoed in Deuce's mind. It was not easy to just keep an eye on Ace. This was an unreliable captain who could fall asleep while eating, and he was very free in his heart. After the free meal incident, Ace came to the bubble park. This was a simple way to distinguish the nature of pirates. Pirates who were more inclined to the adventurer group had a strong interest in the bubble park after arriving at the Sabayati archipelago. And the more pure pirates usually wandered in the illegal area and gradually intersected with the undercurrents here. However, the reason why Ace came here was because he saw Deuce's interest in the Ferris wheel. In the end, the two of them got on the Ferris wheel's cabin and came with the rotation of the mechanical gears. The cabin made of bubbles reflected colorful light. Looking down at the Sabayati archipelago from a high place, you can see a special beauty. What a big rhinoceros beetle! Oh, that one. My brother has one. Those rhinoceros beetles are very smart. Deuce also saw a flash of here across, which gave Ace a new topic. Every time he talked about his brother, he could always talk for half a day. Ace was talking about the past, while Deuce was writing and drawing in his notebook, recording what he saw and heard along the way, and writing his own articles. A very big tree. A super island. Something like a floating soap bubble. Can you take me, who can only speak super powerfully and is at a loss for words, to a distant place? Like a rootless duckweed for thousands of years can I live on the tree root? Of course I can. Yes, Sabayati. Don't read it out. What does it matter? You've already written it out. Listening to Ace reading out what he wrote and suppressing his laughter, Deuce felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly closed his notebook. After a while of playing around, Ace started his foraging journey again. During this process, he also met some bounty hunters and pirates. No one in the New World knew who he was at this time, but as a supernova in the Sabayati archipelago, he still had a certain degree of fame. Or they wanted to use him to become famous, or they wanted to use him to exchange for bounties, but no matter what their purpose was, they were defeated by Ace. Really, don't these guys find it annoying? After all, you are also a celebrity, and the name of Fire Fist Ace is also well known. Hey! Kid, put your things down. In the previous battle, they put down the packages on their bodies, and the things Ace carried were naturally all kinds of food. Now Deuce saw several children rummaging through the place. After being discovered, they ignored Deuce's shouts and took the things and ran away. In the process of running away, they even tore open the packaging and stuffed them into their mouths. They are members of the slums. It is not easy to survive in the slums of Sabayati. It is okay to have parents or adults, but people like them can only find ways to be self-reliant. You can't survive just by relying on the charity of others. Helping others and acting as a tour guide are more reasonable means. Some people choose to join local gangs, and under the destruction of life, they gradually change from being oppressed to oppressing others. Joining a gang means participating in a fight. Many people are unwilling to take that risk, but this does not mean that they will abide by the laws that do not exist in such a place. When survival becomes difficult, reason becomes irrelevant. They will steal and fish in troubled waters. In order to survive, they will seize every opportunity. Conflicts on the Sabayati archipelago are happening all the time, and this is also their best opportunity. While Ace and Deuce were fighting, they stole a lot of food. Deuce is now a member of the pirates, so he naturally wouldn't watch the other party do this, but Ace stopped him. Deuce, forget it. Ace, those little devils stole our things. It feels very uncomfortable to be hungry, just a little food, let's go, follow them and see. Ace didn't seem unhappy, but carried the food and followed. Seeing his movements, Deuce shook his head helplessly, and had guessed what he wanted to do. Those children were very familiar with the terrain of Shampudi. With the cover of the mangroves, they quickly disappeared in the crowd, but this did not get rid of Ace and the others. The two still followed them slowly until they reached the slums. In stark contrast to the bustling central street, this place was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. There was garbage scattered everywhere around, and everywhere you looked were dilapidated buildings like ruins. Seeing outsiders coming here, people on the street hid one after another. Ace even saw the children who had just stolen his food, who were secretly watching them in the shadow of the house. He did not scold them, but took the initiative to distribute the food he had bought to them. After a while of entanglement, the hungry people still couldn't resist the temptation and came out one by one. Don't steal things next time, you won't be so lucky every time. Ace patted a child on the head, but he didn't respond. He bowed to Ace and left. He can't speak. Ah! He and I escaped together. Those people thought he was too noisy and cut off his tongue. The people who stayed here explained to Ace on behalf of the children who left, and then Ace asked curiously, "Don't you usually have many people here?" "No, it's just that a group of people came to the street today. They distributed food for free and also treated people. Isn't this great? Why don't you go?" Those people said that as long as they followed them, they would always have food and someone would teach them to read. Only those foolish kids would believe it. He was referring to Iska and his group. They didn't go because they suspected the other party's purpose. After approaching, Ace found that these people were already half-grown boys. Long-term malnutrition made him mistake them for children. Ace also wanted to give them some money to improve their lives, but they were all rejected. As for why they didn't want money, that kind of thing was meaningless to them. Taking money would only bring danger to themselves. The food they eat is the most valuable thing. White Dove. Chapter 800, I Hate Fire. It's not peaceful here. Fools like you should stay away from here. Taking the last piece of food and refusing the banknotes Ace handed to them, the slum children said to Ace. Ace's kindness did not receive any gratitude, or it could be said that this is their way of expressing kindness. In their opinion, people like Ace who show off their wealth will soon be targeted. They have no knowledge of force. In their opinion, the neighborhood boss is the most terrifying person. Let's go, Deuce, go over there and see what's going on. Ace didn't care about the title, just pressed his hat and walked in the direction they mentioned before. He wanted to go there and see who was doing that. Although he looked like a fool sometimes, he also knew that no one would do good things for no reason. On the other hand, Iska continued to absorb children who were willing to leave with him. They were naive and willing to believe Iska's words, so it is easier to be plastic. The little devil who was full of vigilance and had become an old hand before is not her target for this action. Whether good or bad, they have found a way to survive here. Iska's target is those weaker children. Big sister, are you asking us to be cannon fodder? No, why do you think so? Those gangs have done this before, a full meal to fight for them, but you give much more than them. If you can eat more meals, you can be cannon fodder. No, we will take you to school, and then we will arrange a suitable position for you based on what you are good at. Strictly speaking, the people she recruited are to train future grassroots officers. According to different talents, they will also be assigned to factories or enterprises of Beishao fruit as managers. Their huge enterprises need manpower to manage, which is why Iska is doing this wholeheartedly. If she recruits cannon fodder, she really can't do it with her personality. In her opinion, such development is much better than wandering here. We will end this era, and when the glory of God returns, no one will live this kind of life anymore. The voice of Lamy's speech reached here, but judging from the feedback from the people below, not many people believed this sentence. They were more concerned about the food in front of them and Lamy's magical ability. It was at this time that Ace and Diaz came here. Seeing the strange behavior of those people inside, especially the children who were going to leave with Iska, Ace always felt that they had problems. He was not a knight, but he would also stop anything he thought was bad, but he had just expressed his opinion to Diaz when Diaz grabbed his arm. What happened? Ace, leave first, there are too many such things, you can't handle it, and those people are from the Beast Pirates. He saw the pattern on the back of a person's suit. Kaido's ghost skull and Arceus's thousand universe arms were embroidered on the back, one on the left and one on the right, like a pair of wings spread out. Before he came to find Ace, Scar once again emphasized that he should look forward to Ace. Boss Deuce, although Boss Ace's goal is definitely to surpass the Pirate King, now is not the time, especially for those monsters. Now is not the time to provoke them. As an intelligence officer on the ship, Scar has a certain understanding of the new world and knows that the four emperors are all terrifying pirates, even the youngest Shanks is no exception. If you want to challenge them, you must at least reach the new world smoothly, so I asked Deuce to keep an eye on Ace and not to cause trouble at this time when the ship has not been coded. Deuce, I should have told you. Ah. On the way to the top, I don't want to take a detour. Whether it is Kaido or Whitebeard, they are my targets to challenge. I have sworn to my pirate flag. Looking at Ace's appearance, Deuce knew that he had failed. At this time, he did not continue to dissuade, but followed the pace of his captain. There is really nothing I can do with you. Hey! Wait a minute. On the way out of the slums, Ace stopped Iska and his group. Excuse me, where are you taking these kids? Opening his arms to block the way, Ace asked Iska politely. Iska didn't answer him, but looked at the pirates beside him. Sir Iska is this year's supernova, Fire Fist Ace, with a bounty of 290 million berries. The subordinates quickly gave the answer, which made Iska's face cold. She is now a member of the Beasts, but she doesn't like other pirates, even the Big Mom pirates who have a certain cooperation with the Beasts. It has nothing to do with you, get out of the way, Don't block the way. After waving his hand, several pirates understood Iska's meaning and stepped forward to drive Ace away. Iska also changed his route. Several pirates with stronger bodies also blocked the children's sight. Although they are this year's supernovas, the people under the four emperors generally look down on these young people who have just arrived in Champu. Iska's disregard made Ace misunderstand him. Looking at Iska who wanted to leave, he waved his arms. Flame on the top. A wall of fire shot up into the sky, blocking Iska's way. Well, sorry, I'm not very relieved if you let them leave with you. He meant well, but he used the most wrong method. Stupid idiot. What are you doing, you idiot? Seeing Ace's actions, the two pirates who wanted to get rid of him looked very ugly. Following their boss, they certainly knew what kind of personality the boss had. What Iska hated most was fire, especially such a sea of fire. Whenever she saw a similar flame barrier, she would think of the nightmare at the beginning. Even if she had overcome her fear, she still hated such things. She could accept the means of the friendly forces, but the flames released by the enemy. The two pirates who rushed to Ace were knocked down. Although they did not cause any trouble, they also made Ace realize that they were different from ordinary pirates. Their fists could actually knock him down. This was something he had never encountered during the voyage. Before he could think about it, a sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his heart, and a crimson figure appeared beside him. What I hate most is fire. A sidekick passed in front of him, and even though he chose to possess it in time, he still felt a pain on his nose. He reached out and wiped it, and blood was slowly flowing out of the side of his nose. White dove.